Linda wants to get, well, obviously she wants to get her. I'm live. Hello and welcome back to Broadcasting Scotland. We're here for day 3 of the SNP Party Conference. To kick the day off, I am joined once again by Emma Harper from the, south of Scotland?
South Scotland,
South Scotland. Emma, how are you feeling? It's day 3. We've done it, making it to the end.
Yep, so we're on the home stretch right now, and I'm so looking forward to the First Minister's speech this afternoon. I'm sure he will have a lot to say, and the hall will be packed. So it's a beautiful sunshiny day here in Aberdeen in October, it's very fresh and lovely to be here. So I'm sure we'll have a good final day of conference.
Yeah, the air is very crisp and clear. It feels just a lovely, lovely day. So do you, apart from seeing the First Minister's speech, which is obviously going to be a highlight of the day, it's the culmination of a lot of the things that have been leading up to it. What else do you have on your card for today?
So I've been through the exhibit hall, but there's a couple more people I would like to see in the exhibit hall, and then later on at 12:30 I have a fringe event that I'm on the panel for, which is the right to rehab chest, heart, stroke Scotland and asthma lung UK Scotland. So a lot of the work I do in Parliament is health related, health inequalities related, and so I get to be part of a panel to talk about how we support people's right to rehab. So pulmonary rehab and stroke rehab are primary ones in my brain right now, but by the time 12:30 comes around, I think I'll probably know more, so I'll be doing a wee bit of reading ahead of the 12:30 panel.
That's really interesting. So is that specifically kind of medical rehab, or is there kind of drug and addiction, is that included in that kind of panel?
So this panel, I'm sure questions will come up about lots of descriptions about what rehab is, because it is physical as well as mental as well, and obviously we've got mental health challenges and support that's needed, and quite often you can't separate the two. Physical rehabilitation and mental rehabilitation, they go hand in hand, because the effects that a stroke has on people and their families, and or conditions like chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, these affect not just the person that is at the centre, but the family as well. So the whole conversation, I'm sure, will be around physical as well as mental health support as well as part of rehab.
And over the last 2 days, what's been a standout for you? Has there been any particular moments or any conversations that you've had that have really kind of stood out?
So I had I attended an event yesterday that Michael Matheson was on the panel, and as you know, Michael is our Cabinet Secretary for Health. And so in my background as a nurse for 30 years before coming into politics, I am very keen to see what are we doing in the preventative sphere of healthcare. And it's a real challenge, obviously, with austerity being inflicted on people in Scotland for 13 years now of Tory-inflicted policy, but Michael Matheson was really good at articulating the things that we could do and the things that were being prevented in doing based on our fiscal constraints that we have, and of course, again, the Tory-inflicted austerity that is affecting people not only in my South Scotland region but across the whole of Scotland.
So that's really interesting that you said you were a nurse for 30 years and then transitioned into politics. Could you talk a little bit about that transition, why you decided to move into politics from nursing?
It was not a pathway that I sought, but many, many years ago, ahead of the 2014 referendum, I got involved locally at branch level and started chapping doors. I had colleagues that were elected that helped me look at what we could do different, and having a healthcare background and rural as well. So I grew up in a rural area, and my dad was a dairy farmer. So there's kind of hand in hand looking at rural health challenges, but also the wider health prevention is something that I do. My background was trauma and orthopedics, and when I worked in Los Angeles, you get to see a whole different type of healthcare based on insurance. So it allowed me to see that, you know, political choices can be made in order to help support people's wider health aspects. So I think my nursing background has means that I have experience in a world that I can then bring into our chamber in debates and in committee as well.
That's really, really interesting, that change in career. Are there many of your colleagues who started in one completely different field and then transitioned into politics because of the experience? Is that quite a common thing?
Yeah, there's a wide variety of people that have come into the Scottish Parliament from different backgrounds. Our mental health minister is a pharmacist, and our convener of health committee is also a nurse like me, and she is a mental health nurse who's supported pregnancy and mental ill health effects. So many of my colleagues have had different careers before they step into the chamber as well, and it just enriches all the debate because there's that experience that people get to draw on, and we learn from each other as well, and gravitate to the portfolio that might suit your background. And again, for me, it's rural as well as healthcare, and a lot of the portfolios cross over anyway. So it's I think it's a benefit.
Yeah, and Humza obviously recently announced that he is 300 million for the NHS over 3 years to decrease waiting lists. Obviously, that's within the confines of what's possible. But what else would you like to see done? What else do you hope that will be done to try and bring down the waiting list and also just heal the NHS after Tory austerity?
Well, you know, our healthcare staff that have worked so hard through COVID and now have been supported with excellent, you know, wage negotiations to support our staff, to reward them for the really hard work that they have participated in. I think that's something that we absolutely need to honour and respect the people that are working on the front line in the NHS. Regarding waiting times, I am following currently where we are when it comes to our national treatment centres to help address the waiting times, because during COVID, obviously, we weren't able to do the hip replacements and the knee replacements during that time, and now we are able to address that and get some of the waiting lists down, because I know there are people out there that need their knees replaced and need their hips replaced. There's a lot of people complaining of pain, but if we can get the waiting list targeted and start to get them down, that will be great.
Yeah, absolutely. And so what's your main takeaway from this conference? Obviously, there's been a huge amount of energy, a huge amount of enthusiasm. What's the one thing that you'll be leaving conference with?
I think I will be leaving conference with, you know, like a sense of collaboration, cohesion, unity. That's a word that's been used a lot. I think what conference does is helps refresh people, because we are pretty remote sometimes from each other, and everybody's working hard, but when we come together at conference, we get to share ideas, but also support each other. And we need to, obviously, our goal is Scotland needs to be a normal, independent country, and so conference enables people to share that and then take that back to the doorsteps, and so we can persuade people of the why we need independence, and that's what we need to do after conference.
What a lovely sentiment to finish on. Emma Harper, everybody, thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy your final day of the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we are just about ready to go live to our coverage of the final day of the SNP Conference. There's lots of talks and debates going on this morning, and we'll be right back with you at lunchtime for an analysis and interviews.
This resolution calls on conference to support a Scottish Government review of the social care system with the following 8 objectives. Firstly, establish and recognise once and for all the crucial role played in our society by those amazing people who care for disabled people by, inter alia, substantially improving pay and pay structures, introducing an enhanced recruitment process, and developing a formal training and career development programme. Secondly, the annual budget to the social care system needs to be increased. By doing this, we recognise and promote social care as an investment in all of Scotland's people. Thirdly, continue on the already announced path to reopen the Independent Living Fund with the investment required to improve the lives of thousands of disabled people. Fourthly, as always, budgetary constraints are a major issue in providing social care, but we should have a focus on prioritising the eligibility criteria to qualify for social care by focusing on needs and human rights. Fifth, produce and deliver national standards and accountability to improve the quality and consistency of care delivered locally and empower national and local leaders and social work professionals to develop a new culture based on upholding human rights. Sixth, provide flexible care that meets the needs and supports of disabled people to live full lives. Seventh, involve disabled and vulnerable people in developing and implementing all the structures which plan and design their services and which make decisions affecting them. And finally, to realise the SNP manifesto commitment to eventually scrap all care charges as these increase disabled people's poverty. Colleagues, I commend this resolution to conference.
Thank you very much, David. Conference Councillor Ian Gallagher is formally seconding this resolution, but from the floor, so I'm grateful to him for that. So our next speaker is Airlie Robertson, speaking for the resolution, and Airlie will be followed by Councillor Jim Todd, also speaking for the resolution. So please welcome Airlie Robertson.
Good morning, Conference. Today I want to speak about why this resolution is vital for the disabled people in our country, and that we need to bring prioritising disabled people back to the forefront of policy and decision-making over the next couple of years. During the pandemic, disabled people were left without the vital support they needed, and desperately needed, I must say. I want to quickly speak about why this issue is personal to me. During the pandemic, my mum, who is MS, had a relapse in 2021, just after we'd come out of our first lockdown. She was left lying on her bathroom floor for 13 hours waiting for an ambulance to arrive because it wasn't an emergency, because she was disabled. She was told she would not be getting an ambulance anytime soon because she was disabled. And just to me, that is a disgrace. And that we cannot continue to let our disabled people, especially in rural areas and in the highlands and the farms, where there isn't the necessary infrastructure needed to get these disabled people the help they need. Throughout the whole course of the pandemic, disabled people were left stranded at home, going without vital medication, and going without the care they needed due to the restrictions of lockdown. And I fully support this resolution, and I ask delegates here today to support this, because disabled people in our country are still Scottish citizens. They should not be left and should not be marginalised just because of something they cannot control. Westminster will gladly say that they support disabled people and that they care about people in Scotland, when in reality they only care about lining their deep pockets even more. Scotland is a country where we look for progressive and well-being ideals. The well-being economy should be at the forefront of helping disabled people and bringing the care they need back to centre stage politics. Westminster, with the privatisation of the NHS down in England, means our budget for the NHS up here gets smaller and smaller, which means disabled people will then go without the care they need Most disabled people live off of benefits and rely on these benefits. So they could not afford privatisation. They could not afford to pay for all these medications, which is why I support this resolution, and it needs to come back to the forefront of politics in Scotland. Thanks.
Thank you, Airlie. And our next speaker, the final speaker on resolution number 19, is Councillor Jim Todd. So welcome to Jim. I'm looking for Jim if he's on his way. Trying to decipher a note here. But I think it means that Councillor Todd was not seeking to speak on this resolution. So apologies to him if we have misunderstood that. And that then takes us to the conclusion of the speeches on resolution 19. There were no cards in to speak against that resolution. So I wonder, Conference, if we can agree that that is accepted by acclaim. Thank you very much. So that moves us on to our next resolution, resolution number 20, which is entitled Support for Carers. And to speak in favour of moving this resolution, please welcome Councillor Alicia Hayes from East Neuk and Landward. And Alicia will be followed, seconding the resolution, by Lynn Kent, also of East Neuk and Landward. Welcome, Alicia.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, Conference. On the 15th of September 2015, the then Minister for Europe and International Development spoke in our national parliament saying, "If there is one thing that I want our nation to be known for, let it be known as the most compassionate country in the world." I was watching on the telly that day, and that aspiration voiced in our own parliament gave me such a jolt of pride in Scotland and who we could be that I've never forgotten it. And I think our party's done quite a lot to realise that ambition with compassionate policies like the baby box, Scottish child payment, bedroom tax mitigation, free prescriptions, consumption rooms, and more widely, our welcome of refugees and asylum seekers, and many other demonstrations of the country we aspire to be when we are independent. Today, I'm asking you to take a small step towards realising the ambition that no one in society is left behind or made to feel unseen or unappreciated. Research released in October last year by Carers UK revealed that family members caring round the clock are being plunged into debt and struggling to afford food and pay bills during the cost of living crisis. Those who have been caring for more than 5 years are struggling most and are more than twice as likely to be in debt. Greater support is needed for our long-term carers. 40% of carers receiving carers allowance are in debt. More than a third are cutting back on food and heating. Some carers can also struggle to have a life beyond caring. These issues do not affect carers evenly. Women are more likely to be unable to work than men, with knock-on effects on their income and social isolation, while carers in rural areas can face challenges related to their location. Having spoken to staff in the Carer Centre in Kirkcaldy, they tell me that the situation has worsened in the past year. It's not all about money, but in financial terms, here are the numbers. Carers allowance is £69.70 per week, and that equals £3,624 per year. The allowance has an earnings limit of £132 per week, or £6,846 per year. Added together, your annual income is capped at £10,470. Earn £1 more, and you lose £3,624. The daily bill to the Department of Work and Pensions and Carers Allowance is 9,733,167, and yet carers save the UK £530 million every single day. Scotland's carers make a huge contribution to society. There are more people caring full-time for relatives or friends than there are staff working in the NHS or social care. In spring 2024, responsibility for these payments will transfer to Social Security Scotland. Carers' allowance will become the carer support payment, and it will initially be set at £76.75. The Carer Poverty Coalition is made up of 100 organisations from across the British Isles, including many from Scotland. Collectively, they campaign to end poverty amongst carers, reform the benefit system, bring in better support for carers who continue paid work, and build awareness generally. The introduction of the Carers Act Scotland and the National Carers Strategy have both expressed the intentions that the contribution, impact and scale of caring are recognised, understood and reflected in our policy making, that carers are able to access the support and assistance they need, and that they are able to take up or maintain employment and education if they wish to do so. Our former Minister for Mental Wellbeing and Social Care said, "We have a shared responsibility to support carers, to raise the profile and value of care, and to work in partnership with everyone to ensure that carers receive the support they rightly deserve." The intent is there, Conference. I think I'm pushing at an open door. If there is one thing I want our country to be known for, let it be known as the most compassionate country in the world. The person... Don't applaud me. The person who spoke these words is now our First Minister. And I am confident that he won't have forgotten what he said in 2015 and will use every power available to Scotland, constrained at present as we are, to show compassion, support and assistance to all our citizens and future citizens, including those who are least visible, our carers. Conference, please support this resolution.
Thank you very much, Alicia. And to second resolution number 20, delegates, please welcome Lynn Kerr from East Neuk and Landward Branch. And Lynn is a first-time speaker at conference. Lynn will be followed by Councillor Lindsay Johnson. Welcome, Lynn.
Good morning, conference. I haven't had a huge amount of experience of being a carer in my life so far, but it's not hard to imagine the additional stresses, emotional, physical and financial, that being a carer brings. We've heard many times at this conference about the damage being inflicted on our citizens from Tory austerity, their welfare policies and the spiralling cost of living crisis. A report from Carers UK entitled "Heading for Crisis" notes that many unpaid carers, because of their caring role, can't increase the hours they work or aren't able to work at all. Some can't turn the heating off or cut back on the cost of food for the vulnerable people they care for, and so they're being forced to accumulate personal debt, as well as having to cut back on support services that in the past gave them and the people they care for some regular respite. The report goes on to recommend carers entitled to carer allowance should receive a winter top-up payment. The earning limit for carers allowance should be raised to £199.50. They also recommend a pension rules review, ensuring that state pension age does not increase as it would significantly disadvantage carers, and creating a mechanism by which carers are able to receive their state pension up to 5 years early. It recommends the provision of free leisure access, support for transport costs, and income maximisation advice services. Neighbouring EU countries, like Denmark and Ireland, are ambitiously expanding support for carers. We welcome the action already taken by the Scottish Government to support carers and would like to see a continued commitment for further supporting those who put so much into looking after others. I hope you'll support this resolution.
Thank you, Lynn. Our next speaker speaking for resolution number 20 is Councillor Lindsay Johnson from Dingwall and Black Isle, to be followed by Ian Kemp of Kirkcudbright. Welcome, Lindsay.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Conference. So I'm going to declare away interest on this first. Not only am I a councillor, but I also work for the Carer Centre in Highland. And part of my work is to advise and support carers on a one-to-one basis. So more support for unpaid carers, including young carers, is essential. I wonder how many of you in this room are actually carers at the moment, or have been in the past. Go on, indulge me, go and stick your hands up. How many people have a caring responsibility? And I can pretty much guarantee that if you haven't just put your hand up, at some point in your life you will. Many of you will know just how challenging it can be to look after a friend or a family member. The Scottish Government has already done amazing work increasing the rights for carers in Scotland under the Carers Act. The Carers Allowance has got a Scottish supplement, which isn't available anywhere else in the UK. But the thing about the supplement is, if you're on universal credit and you're getting the carers component, you don't qualify at the moment for the Scottish supplement. It's only if you're getting carers allowance in its own right. And that's why when moving to the carer support payment, this will see all of Scotland's carers treated with the same level of dignity and respect. Poverty comes very quickly to our carers. Many of them are women. It's very much predominantly a women-centred role, who often give up their hours at work or have to leave work entirely to provide the care that's needed for their friends or their family members. I'd like to encourage all unpaid carers to access their local carer centre. It's amazing the advice and support that you will get. Every carer in Scotland, whether they're a young carer or an adult carer, should be able to access an adult carer support plan or a young carer statement. And there's a huge amount of third sector organisations which we can't not talk about who provide support and assistance. They can help you with getting the most amazing things, whether it be well-being things, mindfulness things, things for you, the ability to access short breaks, help accessing care packages for the people that you love, help accessing short breaks, SDS, all things like that. Unpaid carers are largely unseen. It's a highly skilled, compassionate role. It's round the clock. There's no days off. You can be working for years without a break, and it's very easily to become isolated and feel trapped. However, one of the things is, at the moment, we have a care crisis in Scotland. And if I can move slightly from unpaid carers into care workers, finding care workers at the moment is like hen's teeth. We need to recognise that's a sheer effect of Brexit. So I'd like to thank you all, and I'd like to recommend this resolution. Thank you.
Thanks, Lindsay. Our next speaker, also speaking for resolution number 20, is Ian Kemp from Kirkcudbright branch. Ian is a first-time speaker at conference, and he'll be followed by Councillor Margaret Johnson. Welcome to Ian.
Good morning, Conference. About 2 years ago, I received 2 letters from the DWP. One was a letter telling me what level of UK pittance pension I was to receive, and the second was to notify me that because I was receiving that pension, I was no longer allowed carer's allowance. I had been able to retire early because I had an occupational pension. And under DWP rules, that occupational pension was totally ignored when looking at the weekly income allowance. But as soon as I got to the UK pension, that pension was taken into account. So anybody who gets the minimum pension from the UK government automatically loses their entitlement to carer's allowance and the Scottish supplement. I was dumbstruck by that. It really felt like a kick in the teeth. My son was 16 when he was struck down with an illness, totally out of his control. Sorry. I didn't want to go on benefits. I just hope that once we take control of this allowance, that we treat our pensioners with consideration. Yes, it's going to cost money. Either we say those occupational pensions should be counted as weekly income, or we should say that a good proportion of a UK pension should be disregarded in equal measure. I commend this resolution. I'm very glad that the youngsters are getting recognition, and I look forward to a fairer Scotland. Thank you.
What a powerful first-time speech, Ian. Thank you very much. Our final speaker on Resolution 20 is Councillor Margaret Johnson. Welcome, Margaret.
Thank you, Convener. Morning, delegates. I'm a councillor in North Ayrshire Council, and I'm also the portfolio holder for the Health and Social Care Partnership, so this is something that is quite close to my heart. We define a carer as someone who looks after a family member or friend who needs support due to illness, disability, mental health, addiction issues, or help as they grow older. In Scotland, there are an estimated 800,000 carers, and that accounts for approximately 15% of our population. Caring roles can vary. Personal caring, e.g. washing and dressing, housework, shopping, providing transport to and from medical appointments, collecting prescriptions. It can also be providing company and emotional support. For many carers, these are positive and rewarding aspects, but there are also lots of reasons why caring leaves carers needing support. So I agree with the intention and support any steps to financially support carers to continue in their caring role and remove the stress and anxieties associated in their caring role with financial hardship. However, this is only one facet for support of carers. In North Ayrshire, we've launched our Building Caring Communities strategy, which includes a number of priorities to enhance carer support, all of which should be seen as a holistic approach to supporting our invaluable carers and who continue to support their loved ones. The national strategy requires to be followed by robust implementation at local level to evidence how areas are responding to meeting the wider needs of carers through carers' assessments, breaks from caring, access to information and peer support. Then the Scottish Government can continue to use the Scottish Parliament powers to advance the interests of carers and those who are cared for. I therefore ask you, please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Conference, Margaret was our final speaker on Resolution 20, and I have no cards in seeking to speak against. So can I take it that Resolution 20 is passed by acclaim? Thank you, delegates. That moves us on to Resolution number 21, which is entitled Safe Access Zones for Asylum Seekers in Home Office Accommodation. And to move Resolution 21, I call Dovidas Kuliasas from Govan Kingston branch, and he'll be followed seconding by Daniel Buckley. So welcome, Dovidas.
Hi again, Conference. So for months now, Erskine, our Erskine here in Scotland, has been something of a flashpoint of conflict. A group of far-right activists associated with the neo-Nazi group's Patriotic Alternative and Homeland Party has been harassing asylum seekers housed in the Mufu Glasgow River Hotel in the town. They stand outside the Home Office-provided temporary accommodation, shouting racist slogans and deliberately working to incite local hostility to these vulnerable refugees. As the Herald already reported this March, this group has sought to weaponize the housing of refugees in easily identifiable hotels, and they focus on this issue to a particular degree, disseminating locally specific leaflets, infiltrating local community councils, Facebook groups, attending residents' meetings, and of course organizing protests outside this Home Office-provided accommodation. They fearmonger about a nebulous threat supposedly posed by those asylum seekers, while their own resources and social media are plastered in the lowest grade of garden variety anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and racism. Conference, I do not think I am saying anything controversial when I say that the SNP is a proudly anti-racist party. We are, in fact, the largest anti-racist party in Holyrood and in Westminster. Our party's history is marked by a consistent, long-standing commitment to an idea of a Scottish nation that is open, welcoming, and inclusive. I think I speak for all of us when I say those refugees in the Mufu Hotel are welcome here. This is their home. Right now, however, their literal home, the place they are staying in the town that hotel is not safe. While the local community, trade unionists, and anti-racist campaigners from across Scotland have turned out to oppose these disgusting attacks on their neighbours, it cannot be overemphasised that it is not normal or acceptable for someone to worry about being called slurs, told to leave the country, or even attacked outside their own house when they are just on the way to the supermarket or their church. That is not acceptable. We would never accept such personalized racist harassment outside a tenement, outside a city block, or any other dwelling that people live in. The Home Office provided that accommodation, but policing is a devolved matter. And it is Police Scotland that enforces the law. The Scottish Government has already confirmed that it endorses the principle of buffer zones around clinics providing abortion services, areas in which political protest would be limited in order to protect those accessing those services. What this motion proposes to do is to extend that principle to asylum accommodation across Scotland, something that may well become essential for public order in a situation where the number of hotels used as asylum accommodation is likely to continue to increase. Conference, I ask you, stand with our neighbours. Say it loud, say it clear. Refugees are welcome here.
Thank you very much, Dovidas. Our next speaker, seconding Resolution 21, is Daniel Buckley from Paisley Tannahill branch, who will be followed by Erin Lux. So welcome to Daniel.
Good morning, Conference. I stand before you today as a committed anti-fascist and anti-racist activist. In Scotland, we often like to think that this is not a racist country. The reality is that racist rhetoric has filtered down and influenced sections of the Scottish population. Every Sunday for nearly 9 months now, myself and countless other anti-racist community activists have stood in solidarity with the refugees of the Muthu Glasgow River Hotel in Erskine in sunshine, sleet and rain. Together, we in Erskine and the surrounding communities have done our best to make these men and women feel welcome. We have donated clothing, reading and writing materials, we have provided food, we have played games and sports with them, we have danced and sang, and we have listened to their stories and their hopes for the future. One young man, only 21, who I have got to know, fled Iran with his wife after being shot by the police. He arrived in Erskine with a bullet still lodged in his groin. He's a footballer, and he hopes one day that he'll play for a Scottish club. Another man, again only 21, 22, fled Syria after watching his father die in front of him after a chemical weapons attack by the forces of Bashar al-Assad. We have also been providing art and drawing materials. One man from Afghanistan, the first thing he drew was a picture of his father being hanged by the Taliban. By contrast, the neo-Nazi patriotic alternative and the subsequent splinter group Homeland have provided nothing but hate and division. By preventing openly fascist groups and individuals from harassing, intimidating, and abusing these people, we show that this ideology, this cancer, is not and never will be welcome in Scotland. However, any future legislation that results from this motion must include exemptions for grassroots community groups and projects. The side that shouts about fake refugees, useless eaters, and sings white supremacist songs, including one sung by the US Capitol insurrectionists on January the 6th, is not equal to the side that plays football matches with the refugees. When hate and division is allowed to be used as an excuse for protest, something very badly has gone wrong. And when the police refuse to take action against coordinated Nazi salutes because, and I quote, the angle wasn't quite right, they embolden these racists and allow them to feel as if their harassment campaign is acceptable. The refugees in Erskine are not here to scrounge off the state or replace us. They are here through no fault of their own. They have left behind friends, family, their communities. For many of these people, staying in their home countries would have meant facing persecution, torture, and death. 2 weeks ago, I asked the Iranian footballer if he would ever want to return to Iran if it was safe. He replied that he and his wife had good and bad memories of Iran, but overall they considered the Iranian book of his life closed and that they were now starting a new Scottish book. These demonstrations in Erskine have lasted for 8.5 months, too long. By contrast, when the far-right Highland Division attempted a similar campaign in Elgin this summer, it was opposed by local residents and politicians of all parties. The Elgin protest was crushed in a matter of weeks. So, on behalf of the refugees and activists in Erskine and across Renfrewshire, I extend this open invitation to all of you here, be you an elected representative or just a plain old party member. Come down to the Muthu Glasgow River Hotel on Sunday from 11:30 a.m. and talk to the residents of the hotel, listen to their stories and stand in solidarity with our community. If we are truly committed to building a Scotland based on dignity, liberty and equality, then we must fight racism in all its forms and by whatever means possible. Conference, I invite you to prove to the world that Scotland is a welcoming and safe place for all who seek refuge from violence and war, regardless of where they come from. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Our next speaker speaking for Resolution 21 is Erin Lux from Out for Independence, followed by Councillor Michelle Campbell. Just a wee reminder on timings, Conference. If you are moving the resolution or moving a direct negative, you have 5 minutes. All other speeches, you have 3 minutes, and we will be flashing amber and then red lights at you. Keep an eye out, because I don't want to cut you off. So, Erin.
Good morning, Conference. I'm thrilled to be here to support this important resolution. Maybe not so thrilled to follow Daniel. How do you follow that speech? It was amazing. So just before I get into why this resolution is so important, I want to talk a little bit about independence. I'm sure you're not going to object to that. I just want to talk about what we could do for our most vulnerable population with the powers of independence. So you can probably hear from my accent that I'm Canadian. In Canada, asylum seekers are allowed to work, and the time it takes for them to get work permits is measured in weeks, not years. Because of this, they're able to live and not just survive. They're able to join their communities and live with dignity, and with the powers of independence, we could do this. Because make no mistake, hotel accommodation of asylum seekers is an affront to human dignity, and this is a manufactured crisis intentionally crafted by the Tories through refusing to invest properly in the asylum system to make decisions in a reasonable time frame, or even allow asylum seekers to work and have some control over their own lives. It feels intentional that they crowd them into centralized locations and make them targets for harassment by the far right. They do all of this, and then they use the cost of hotel accommodation to attack the most vulnerable members of our society and the tiny amount of support that they receive. I'm proud to say that at National Council this year, we passed a resolution acknowledging that for some groups of asylum seekers, this hotel accommodation and shared accommodation can produce another level of trauma. I'm here from Out for Independence, so I'd be remiss not to mention that for LGBT asylum seekers in particular, being unable to control their own environment or have any privacy puts them at risk of homophobic and transphobic harassment, violence, and forced outing. And this is before we even get to the issue of harassment by crowds outside their hotels. Now, without independence, we can't grant asylum seekers the right to work. We can't get them out of hotels and into the community, but we can protect them from being targets of harassment by the far right. Just think about having fled unimaginable horrors, war, persecution, a government that would have you executed just for being who you are, making the incredibly difficult journey to what should be a place of safety, only to be met by angry crowds demanding you be sent away, leaving you terrified and trapped. This resolution doesn't ask for anyone's right to free speech to be curtailed. There is an inalienable right to protest, even for opinions we find beyond the pale. However, the place to protest is outside government offices whose policies you want to change, not outside the homes of vulnerable people simply seeking safety. Conference, please support this resolution and show us to be the open, welcome, inclusive country that we know ourselves to be.
Thank you very much, Erin. And our final speaker on Resolution 21, speaking for the resolution, is Councillor Michelle Campbell. Welcome to Michelle.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, Conference. I am a councillor in Erskine and in Shannon, and every day I am aware, very aware of the issues, and I want to thank the speakers previously who attend day in, day out at the anti-racist efforts.
and inclusion. I am very aware of the work that has been done there. It's a really personal thing for me. I've spoke about it in council. I'm the only person of colour elected in Renfrewshire. My own family background is that my mum fled Idi Amin's dictatorship. So I know on a very personal level how that is feeling for some of these residents. Maybe not on a personal level for me directly, but I've seen it with my mum. I've heard the stories. And to this day, even though I will not mention her age because she will absolutely not forgive me for that, but I have just turned 40, so you know that will give you an indication. But it still affects her to this day. The cultural differences, English not being your first language, having to just upheave your life in a way that is, I mean, imagine everything that's familiar for you, just being ripped away. And then you're living in such fear that the best option for you to think, just to feel safety again, is for you to go somewhere else. And you get there and you're met with this wall of hostility. I mean, who on earth in their life deserves that? No one deserves to go through that. And I find it abhorrent. And the actions of patriotic alternative is shambolic. And it's cowardice. And they will never have success in any political field. And I will not enable their voice further. When they first came to Erskine to put on their charade, they made attempts to target myself as the only person of colour. And they did it very, very subtly and very carefully in some of the material that they were putting out in the locality to local constituents. I must thank them, though, because they put my contact details on there, and it was a good way to get some leafleting done. I'll tell you, the only contact I got from the people of Erskine was thanking me for making my view very clear on the matter. And the same with our SNP colleagues, Councillor Ian Nicholson, for MSP Natalie Dawn, and for our MP Gavin Newlands. Those were the names that were on that leaflet. It was our faces that were on that leaflet, and because we were very strong and resolute as local SNP representatives, exactly what our view was, which is, see ya. I could say it in other ways, but you know. The work that has been done is phenomenal. Faith groups, community groups in particular, I will be slightly biased. I'm the chairperson for an organisation called Erskine Arts, who have been helping working with these individuals. I know it's flashing, I promise I will just be 2 more moments. And I want to thank those local organisations who are doing so much work to be outward facing and receiving, and let's continue to do that good work, because every single one of us is activists. That is how we flood them out, that far-right, fearing narrative that they feed on the vulnerability of people in our community. We will not accept that, and we will continue to fight it until we have our own independence to set the agenda and tone. Please support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Michelle was our final speaker on Resolution 21. I have no cards in seeking to speak against. Can I therefore take it that Resolution 21 is agreed by acclaim? Thank you very much. That takes us on to our next resolution, number 22. This resolution is entitled Withdrawal from the Energy Charter Treaty. And to move, I would call Chris Hanlon from West Fife and Coastal Villages branch. He will be followed, seconding, by Andy Oliver. So welcome, Chris.
Good morning, delegates. Thank you, convener. Once again, I'm up here presenting a resolution that isn't mine. I haven't written it. I'm presenting it for a member of my branch, Susan Dyer, who is a fantastic example of, a grassroots individual who's just absolutely passionate about so many things, and is just a credit to our party and the policy development process in our party. And also I should thank the SNP Climate and Environment Group, who have done so much work here today and over the weekend in general, and in bringing forth this resolution and so many other resolutions that we've passed in recent years. I haven't really written a big speech here, but I'll tell you a wee story instead. Back in the early 2000s, I wasn't a political nerd. I was more of a tech nerd. impoverished tech nerd at that. So I built my own PCs from parts I scrounged from here and there, and second-hand bits and pieces, maybe the occasional new bit if I was lucky one week. And as a result of that, I couldn't afford to pay the Microsoft tax, so I was deeply involved in open source software. And that's how the Anti-Counterfeiting Trade Agreement came to my attention, as during the 2000s, the global media conglomerates, mostly based in the United States, tried to use international law to push their own agenda out into trade treaties that would lock everyone in the world into their giant intellectual property cartel. They were extending the terms of intellectual property licensing. They were just into everything. And what they were doing was they were changing the law for everybody from the top down. They were infiltrating all these treaties and going on at international level in the EU and stuff like that. And that was when I really decided, well, enough of this. I'm getting active. I actually went back to Edinburgh University. I did an access course, started to learn law. I never got a law degree out of that, but it was, I can bore you to tears about medical ethics if you want. But that never came to anything. Eventually, certain members of the EU, Poland in particular, helped put a stop to ACTA, and it never came to anything. But, that brought it to my attention. And then later on we had TPP, the TTIP, all these other things that, we've spoken about in the past. And that drew my attention to this thing called ISDS, International, it's investor, blah, blah, blah. It's a part of the sort of methodology of global companies that they put into these treaties, these mechanisms where companies can sue states for making changes inside their own sovereign state, their own sovereign law, that cost those companies money. There was a period in the teens where the tobacco companies were being told by Australia that they had to put neutral or, graphic images onto their packaging. And those companies then took these ISDS mechanisms that were in international trade treaties, and they sued the Australian government for hundreds of millions of dollars. So they were going to profit. They were going to profit from death one way or the other. And, that brings me up to today, where I'm being asked to present this. And it turns out, oh, look, we're in this thing called the Energy Charter Treaty, that energy companies are able to, big oil and gas companies are able to sue governments for making the necessary changes to law and practice for a transition to net zero so that they get their profit anyway. And, there's a number of examples that I can give you of energy companies suing governments that are trying to change the law and trying to actually save our species. And, it's actually more divisive than that, because what it actually causes is a chilling effect. One government sees another government being sued for doing something, and they decide not to bother because they can't be bothered, so they can't afford it. So, these ISDS mechanisms are horrendous. It's already pretty much party policy that we should reject ISDS mechanisms. This ECT treaty has an ISDS mechanism. We're not in a position to withdraw from it, but the way the resolution is worded makes it clear that we shouldn't go into it after we're independent. And I think it's probably important that once we're independent and we're sitting in a room like this in a constitutional convention discussing Scotland's constitution, we should be thinking about putting stuff in our constitutions to safeguard Scotland's sovereignty, to ensure that we don't accidentally blindly walk, like the UK and the EU did, into a number of international treaties that will tie our hands and take the sovereignty of our own judicial systems out and give it to the global corporate
take note and apply to join us, because it's open for climate environment officers, but also general party members. In July this year, we had a Jean Blaylock from Global Justice Now along to speak to us about the Energy Charter Treaty, how it works and what prevents it working the way it was originally intended. It was quite illuminating. The Energy Charter Treaty, for those of you who don't know, was actually set up in the wake of the collapse of the Soviet Union in order that Western countries and companies could get access to the markets of the Soviet Union. Specifically, it was the fossil fuel markets that were the target. There is an article in that charter called Article 26, which provides a procedure for resolving disputes, and that's not uncommon. Every contract has a dispute settlement mechanism. But this one is a bit different. This one contains this ISDS, which is Investor State Dispute Settlement. And it was drafted by representatives, lawyers of working for the fossil fuel companies. And the awards and settlements of international arbitrations put forward for breaking the law as applied in this treaty can run into the hundreds of millions of dollars. And ISDS clauses are also embedded, as Chris has just pointed out, into various international trade deals. Currently, the Netherlands is being sued by 2 fossil fuel companies for phasing out coal power. The US is being sued by a Canadian fossil fuel company after President Biden cancelled the Keystone tar sands pipeline. There's a UK fossil fuel company suing Slovenia over fracking, and another one is suing Italy over a ban on offshore oil drilling close to the coast. The Energy Charter Treaty has been criticised for being a significant obstacle to enacting national policies to combat climate change, and for actively disincentivising national governments from compliance with recent international climate treaties such as the Paris Agreement due to the threat of significant financial loss. We're pleased to see that the UK is actually reviewing its membership of the Energy Charter Treaty if member states don't reach agreement on modernised terms by November 23. But we're calling for the Scottish Government and the SNP to hold their foot to the fire in that and help to get rid of that, and also not to accept ISDS clauses in any future trade deals. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much, Andy. And our next speaker for Resolution 22, moving the direct negative, is Duncan McLean from East Kilbride branch. Welcome, Duncan.
Morning, Conference. I'm sure there's a few confused people out there because I entirely agree with pretty much everything that was said by the previous speakers. I also oppose ISDS. I think the party's policy on that is absolutely clear. However, I enjoyed Chris's history lesson, but the world has moved on, and I would remind you of what was passed yesterday in Resolution 14 about how we should convey our messages to people and how we should be very clear about the language we use, and we should not feed into the conspiracy narratives that dominate far too much of our public discourse at the moment. I would refer you to the beginning of the resolution, which refers to the secret Energy Charter Treaty. Now, I have got a secret buster in my hand. It's called an iPad. and I Googled Energy Charter Treaty, and there is its website. And on that website, it tells you absolutely everything about it. Every case that goes through, there are 150 listed on the website. All of the participants that are currently withdrawing. A number of our European partners are withdrawing from the treaty. I do not know how a resolution got through our conference processes that said this is a secret treaty. It should not have got through, and my direct negative is simply to allow me to spell that out, and it can be addressed quite simply by deleting the word secret from the resolution and changing a to an. It is an international treaty. There is nothing secret about it, and we shouldn't put out into the public domain that we endorse that kind of conspiracy style of language. And I acknowledge what Chris said. It was written by a local activist, but it has been processed through our conference resolution processes, and at some point someone should have picked that up and said that's actually not true, and it should not go in front of our conference asking members to endorse it. So I'm happy for a correspondence to take place between the movers of the motion and the National Secretary, whatever, and conference to seek to amend the resolution so that we don't put that out as our view of the world, that this openly displayed and explained treaty is actually secret. So please don't do that, and if necessary, back the direct negative.
Thank you very much, Duncan. Now, Conference, I was going to gently hint to the mover of the resolution and indeed to Duncan that they might waive their right to sum up. But I wonder if Chris does wish to sum up and if that might be helpful. Yep. He's approaching.
Morning again, Conference. Thanks, Duncan. Thanks for that. That is a useful correction. I think perhaps the intention was secretive, but I think I would be happy to stipulate to obscure in the reading of the text because, you know, well, I'll tell you what, hands up here who had heard of the ECT before they read the agenda for a conference. Well, the point is that, you know, the vast bulk of you have never heard of this court. So it's obscure, and it's obscure by design. It's meant to be obscure. The vast majority of people are meant to not know it exists. So, yeah, I'd be happy to stipulate to obscure, because it is obscure. It's certainly not secret.
Me. Okay. Excuse me. Lady from the floor, we can't have a conversation going back and forward that way.
I appreciate
But,
all that.
excuse me.
I appreciate all that.
So it will go through me as the chair, Chris.
Yeah.
So the way that we can deal with this, the way that I would be agreeable to deal with this, is that you remove that word. I'm not minded that we're going to add other words. I think we've got quite a lot of text there already. So if you are minded to remove that word, then I'm looking to see if Duncan is minded to withdraw his direct negative. I can't see Duncan, so yes, he is. And are you, as the mover, content for that to happen?
Totally.
Okay, so I think that's probably the summing up done and dusted. So thank you very much. So, delegates, with the very helpful agreement of both parties there, we have an amended first line which removes the word secret. That being the case, we have, I think, to go to a vote on this. I think it would be helpful if we actively voted. So can I ask, with the direct negative having been withdrawn, that all those who are in favour of the resolution with the textual amendment we've just discussed, please raise your cards now. Thank you very much. Cards down. All those against, please raise your cards now. Thank you very much. So the resolution passes overwhelmingly. Thank you. That moves us on to our next resolution, which is number 23. It is entitled Trauma and Mental Health Services. Please welcome to move Resolution 23, Andy Stewart, who is the disabled convener. Andy will be followed, seconding by Emily Chung.
Good morning, conference. I hope you can hear me. And thank you, convener, and thank you for the mic. Friends, mental health and trauma is the biggest single disability issue today, and it's getting worse. The problem is that the system doesn't work. Basically, we don't have a primary mental health care system. Please don't get me wrong, the NHS and the third sector are doing some absolutely incredible work, and they're working incredibly hard. Unfortunately, the system they're working in is broken. Imagine for a moment that physical health operated without GPs and that you could only access services by becoming so ill that you were admitted to hospital. Just think about that for a second. Our GPs, on the whole, don't get enough training in the complex field of mental health, so they diagnose what they know and they provide care accordingly. Alternatively, they signpost you to a third sector organisation, but they aren't qualified to diagnose either. There are some great third sector organisations doing, as I said before, some fantastic work, but it is patchy, it's uncoordinated, and occasionally, unfortunately, it's inappropriate. This summer, I was in a mental health crisis, and I was signposted to a third sector scheme known as DBI, Distress Brief Intervention, which is a great pre-crisis treatment. But that isn't what I needed at the time. I needed a short stay in hospital to get an accurate diagnosis, treatment, and information about my diagnosis. Followed up with a community mental health support, which is what I got eventually. But that wasn't before I stabbed myself in the leg with a pair of scissors. I hadn't been going to say that, but people don't talk about self-harm enough, so we need to do so. So I'm breaking that taboo today, and I hope people will follow that example. Thank you. I'm glad to say that now I'm on the right path, and I know of another person who was getting 6 extremely stressful trauma, psychiatric, and group support sessions per week. Sorry, in a week. They were being delivered in the main by a third sector organisation, and they simply couldn't cope with the stress, and they had a breakdown. They stopped the sessions. Talking with mental health professionals, I have learned that they should have had 1 session per week or even per fortnight to deal with that trauma. What I'm putting forward to you today will create that primary care sector for trauma and mental health, which will lead to will lead to early, accurate diagnosis and treatment. Some of this, I'm happy to say, is already party policy, which is being enacted by the Scottish Government, namely putting a mental health professional in every GP practice. But we can do so much better. Let's give those mental health professionals the ability to diagnose, prescribe, triage, provide that important pre-crisis treatment. This will be transformational, conference. and could reduce substance abuse, drug deaths, trauma and abuse, as well as keeping people out of mental health hospitals, reducing the work days lost to mental health, improving productivity in the economy. That's not my bag, but hey. Conference, let's make Scotland one of the best nations in Europe to have a trauma or mental health related problem. Conference, I move the resolution.
Thank you very much, Andy. Conference seconding resolution number 23. Please welcome Emily Chung from Meadows Morningside branch. Emily will be followed by Kim Marshall.
Hello again, Conference. First of all, I want to pay tribute to Andy, and I agree with everything he said. And now I want to give you the other side of the context, because I'm a registered mental health nurse and I work in an acute mental health ward in a mental health hospital. So what that means is I work with people who are unable to receive treatment or to be kept safe at home, so they come in for 24-hour care. Suicide, manic episodes, severe depression, psychotic crisis, and acute new psychotic episodes are my stock in trade. But it's important to recognise here that the patients that come into me and my team, I say my team, I am part of the anyway, they are not simple one-off issues. Their issues are complex. Mental health issues like to travel impacts. To give you some examples, say you start with a base issue, a trauma, a severe period of stress, you start hearing voices, you maybe have an undiagnosed neurodivergence. It goes on and you can't cope by yourself, so you quickly become depressed and severely anxious, chronically so. You maybe cope in ways that work in the moment but have long-term drawbacks. This is your addictions, self-harm and eating disorders, by the way. And then it spirals and spirals and spirals until you wind up in hospital. But the thing is, what my ward does is we don't fix people. People have this image, you go into hospital, you come out mended, but that's not true for mental health because it's that much more complex. What we do is we stabilize. We get people the information they need, we get them on an even keel, and we get them back into community where they can continue their recovery journey. And for so many people, that next step is totally overwhelming. Remember, they have different conditions of contributing to different types of difficulties at different parts in their lives. They are not people who just need a one-stop shop, one medication, one type of therapy, one type of social support. They need all of it, and they need it in a way they can access. And so often they are left organizing that care for themselves. And what do you prioritize? Do you start on the flashbacks or do you start on the self-harm? Do you start on your addiction issues or your eating disorder? Do you go through getting job support and occupational therapy? Do you do this? Do you do that? It's so overwhelming. In fact, it's so overwhelming that we even have some patients occasionally who would prefer to stay on an acute mental health hospital ward than deal with it. And if you've not been on one, but especially if you have, you'll realize what an insane, well, pardon my language, what an immense statement that is. Because like I said, this situation, there are so many ways to treat mental health. Psychological therapies, medications, social interventions, specific, more holistic approaches with art and community services and getting people into appropriate accommodation. All of these things, all of your life weaves together into your mental health. And so mental health treatments are holistic. They're not one-stop shops. Your GP probably doesn't know the differences, and God love them, that's not their fault. But what we need, what so many patients need, and so many professionals need, let me be honest here, is a clear point of communication, a person knowledgeable in the whole range of mental health support to help a person prioritize their own recovery goals and to not feel forced into a one-size-fits-all approach or grabbing absolutely everything, because you don't know if you're going to get any services if you refuse any of it. Conference, please support this motion.
Thank you, Emily. Our next speaker speaking for Resolution 23 is Kim Marshall from Mid and Upper Nithsdale branch. Kim will be followed by Councillor Conor McManus. Welcome, Kim.
Thank you, Kirsty. And well done, Emily. Amazing stuff. We need a hashtag, working class from Kent. Conference. Mental health is health. I know that. I have appalling mental health issues. My daughter has mental health issues. My husband has mental health issues. My son had mental health issues. And what I'm hearing today is wonderful, but I want people to just recognise the fact that everything that Emily said about accessing mental health becomes even more difficult in rural areas. I'm reminding Conference that there's a substantial rural area, which is not the Highlands. It's called the South of Scotland. Constituencies like Dumfries, Clydesdale and Tweeddale, for which I am proud to have been selected to be the candidate for the next general election. Oh yeah, disabled, out and proud. Have a double deficit for lack of local services in terms of hospitals. Yeah, basically it's go to Dumfries, go to Edinburgh, go to Glasgow. Terrific. And we also have appalling transport connections. And it would be wonderful to have mental health practitioners in our GP services, but we don't have enough GPs because we have a rural housing crisis. We need connectivity in our policy making to try and solve our problems. The importance of improving mental health services is vital. And we are facing a tsunami of mental health issues, especially coming from our younger people. They've been through so much. We've been through some of this stuff too, but as well as COVID and climate change, they are generation rent. Everything is stacked up against them. We need to get that support in place now so we can help and support our young people. And I can echo Andy's story that he told of the harm that incorrect treatment can do. I've been there. I had completely the wrong type of mental health intervention, and it took me years to get over it. I also know the importance of providing appropriate and timely support to a young person in crisis. Trigger warning. Next Tuesday, to most of you, will just be the 24th of October. To me, it is the 3rd anniversary of the day that my son took his life. Sam was brilliant, gorgeous, caring. He was troubled. He'd had mental health problems for years, but he did not get the help or support he needed and was left believing that suicide was the only option to end the pain. So, Conference, for the sake of all those lives that are devastated by poor mental health, for all the Sams, support the resolution.
Thank you very much, Kim. And our final speaker on Resolution 23, speaking for the resolution, and a first-time speaker at Conference, welcome Councillor Conor McManus.
Thank you, Kirsten, and thank you to everybody that has felt so comfortable in our lovely SNP bubble to share their story with everyone today. I have my own mental health story, and upon hearing what everyone else has to say, it just makes me realise how lucky I was. Perhaps not as quick as it should have been, but I did eventually get help. when I was in school, which is one of these places that need real help in the mental health space at the moment, teachers are really struggling. Post-COVID, children are really struggling getting back into the normalcy of education. Education was never really something that I enjoyed, so I can share that feeling. When you're a teenager and you have to deal with the fact that you are very working class, you're trying to deal with the fact that you're gay, and that's very hard for a lot of teenagers that are in that position at the moment, and that your family is in crisis. I was lucky that I had a teacher that went out of the way to help, and I managed to get the help that I needed. But so many children don't get that opportunity. In conference, this is something that we need to step in and take really, really seriously. In my constituency, in my ward, I'm losing too many constituents to mental health. And it's a really, really sad reality. Local authorities need better funding. They need better funding to deliver better services. They need better funding to help third parties deliver the appropriate services for all age groups, people that are young, people that are old, people that are working, trying to just make a living in the cost of living crisis created by the Tory government. The Tory government who continually cut our budget, continually threaten privatisation of our NHS, and continually torture the people of Scotland on a daily basis. This just can't go on. So, conference, please support the motion.
Thank you very much, Conor. So, conference, for Resolution 23, Conor was our final speaker. I have no cards in seeking to speak against. Can I therefore take it that this resolution is agreed by acclaim? Thank you, delegates. Before moving on to our next resolution, I just want to remind you that the topical and emergency resolutions for this afternoon are on the SNP website. We will display them and read the text this afternoon, but if you want to look now, they are entitled Cost of Living Crisis, Drug Law Reform Proposals and Automatic Voter Registration. So, that being said, let's move to resolution number 24, which is entitled A9 and A96 Dualling. To move the resolution, please welcome Councillor Jeremy Fernandez. He will be followed by David Burkett.
Hello again, conference. I brought a bit of an antique with me today. It's the SNP's 1990 Grampian Region Manifesto, where we state we support the full dualling of the A9 and the A96. So before devolution and before the Tories or Labour were even interested, we were the first to listen to local communities and identify how vital these roads are for the North and North East. We can be really proud of that. A lot has happened since, and we are now in government. So let's get on with it. Let's get on with dualling both roads. When our activists go knock on doors, the number one issue for the people of the North and Northeast is the dualling of these roads. And it's easy to understand why. These roads are not just stretches of tarmac. They are arteries of connectivity and progress. They serve as vital conduits connecting the Highlands and the northeast of Scotland to the rest of the country. Yet these vital arteries have been plagued by congestion, accidents, and lost economic opportunities. First and foremost, the dualling of these roads will save lives. We are tired of opening the papers every week and reading about accidents. And it's not always the road, but dark roads, no passing lanes for miles on end. Confusing layouts sure don't help. We cannot put a price on saving lives. This investment will also be a catalyst for economic growth. It will provide businesses in the north with better access to markets, making the region more attractive for investment. The dualling will create jobs, stimulate local economies, and boost Scotland's overall economic resilience. Finally, and I can't stress this enough, it will reduce our carbon footprint. Better roads help cut down on emissions by reducing the time vehicles spend idling in traffic. On a bad day, it can take 30 minutes to drive across small towns like Elgin or Nairn. That's 1.5 miles. It's not even 2 miles. Efficient transport systems are essential for Scotland to reach its net zero targets. The SNP has made the commitment to dualling both roads, and we must ensure we fulfill it. We cannot afford to waver on this promise. People here would not forgive us. And we're not asking for the moon here. We just want the same standards of road links other parts of Scotland take for granted. We need detailed plan, timelines, and a clear allocation of resources. The people of the Highlands, of Moray, of Aberdeenshire and Aberdeen have waited long enough for this time. The time for action is now. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. And to second Resolution 24, please welcome David Burkett from Peterhead branch. David will be followed by Councillor Gwyneth Petrie.
My colleagues at Peterhead branch were very proud to support this resolution from our colleagues at Elgin, and delighted to have the opportunity to second the resolution. Because Peterhead and Elgin have a lot in common. We're both communities that are quite poorly connected to transport infrastructure. Now, my friends, you may recall the first resolution we approved at last year's conference was re-railing the because we have previously committed to this project, and as Jeremy just pointed out, sometimes it was decades ago. Now, our opposition have got to turn this project into a bit of a political football, and I'm afraid, my friends,
developments go ahead to secure and enhance our economies, and most importantly, to ensure that no more lives are lost. And I implore you to support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gwyneth. Our next speaker speaking for Resolution 24 will be Emma Roddick, MSP, to be followed by Pete Wishart, MP.
Thank you. Hello, conference. We are not changing party policy with this resolution today. It probably doesn't need to be on the agenda, but I'm very glad that it is, because it's an opportunity for us to show that this is party policy. It is, as the resolution states, an unwavering commitment by the SNP and something that the Scottish Government continues to work on. Now, some try to use this issue to break up the Scottish Government, to do away with the Butte House Agreement, and please do not make the mistake of thinking that people do this to strengthen us. It can only weaken us. That is why the Tories get so chuffed when they can use SNP quotes to throw at us at FMQs. And more importantly, it is creating division where none exists. The Scottish Government is still committed to these projects, and I hope that today's conference decision can reassure people that the wider SNP is as well. I'm not a Green, I am SNP, and I'm a person who wants action on climate change, and these projects are not in opposition to that. I don't want these road improvements because I think all roads need to be dualled and that we shouldn't be discouraging unnecessary car use. We should. But it's that folk like my wee sister, a carer in the Highlands, need to use a car to do their job. And we have to show that we're able to recognise the different situations that people living in rural areas face travelling around. And that in places like Nairn and Elgin, the roads are actually causing pollution and congestion in the town centres, discouraging people from making use of active travel because it's unpleasant and, frankly, unsafe. It's also about more than a road. This is about fulfilling a commitment made to the Highlands. There is real pain in the losses that we've felt when we lose lives on that road. But there's also real pain in the perception, the belief that there's been a broken promise. My constituents are being led to believe that the SNP doesn't really care about the A9 and the A96. So please help us today to be clear that this is not true, that the promise remains and action will continue. So please all stick your hands up when you're asked to pass this resolution and reassure my constituents that the SNP is the party for the Highlands.
Thank you very much, Emma. Our next speaker speaking for Resolution 24 is Pete Wishart, MP, who will be followed by Rodri Griffiths speaking against. Welcome, Pete.
Thank you ever so much, Conference, and good morning. I've been the MP for the southern part of the A9 for over 20 years. I've lived with this as an ever-present feature and a concern of my constituents for all that time. I remember, as a new Member of Parliament back in 2001, when 3 generations of an Israeli family were killed for making a mistake on the then notorious Ballinluig junction. I said at that point that I will do everything possible to ensure that that road has been made safe. I also lived in Dunkeld for a number of years, one of the most dangerous and probably most notorious junctions that we have on the southern A9. So if anybody's ever experienced trying to get on the A9 from Dunkeld and Burnham, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. I've lived cheek by jowl with this road for such a long time. So I will take no lectures of anybody who's hoping to play political games with the dualling of the A9. We'll get down to the business of fixing it. Now, there has been a number of improvements in my constituency. The section between Lunkerty and the Pass of Burnham has been done. And if you have a look at the bottom of the A9, you'll see a little junction going off. That's the Cross-Tay Link Road, which is going to open up East Perthshire and have a new route to the northeast. Things are being done and roads are being built. But this isn't an easy project. The A9 dualling is perhaps one of the most intricate and sophisticated pieces of infrastructure that we've ever undertaken. Communities need to be consulted, planning needs to be done, and we have to ensure we do this properly. And I want to speak a little bit just about the speaking to communities, because sometimes we forget them in all of this. I've got the Killiecrankie battlefield in my constituency. That took an awful lot of time to ensure that all the issues around that heritage site were looked after. I know the efforts that the people in Dunkeld are making to get a roundabout in place, and things are getting done. But conference, we have to move on from this. I get sick and tired of listening to the Tories constantly bringing this up in Parliament as if they own the issue. It is us that has been the first government that's ever pledged to dual the A9 in its entirety, and that's been a pledge that's been there. The time is now to meet it and fulfil it. It's time to get a timetable for all the sections to be upgraded, and we have to see that in the autumn. Now, I want that road to be made safe. I want that pledge that we gave to our constituents to be met. So please support this motion, and let's please get on with making this road safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pete. And our final speaker on Resolution 24, speaking against the resolution, please welcome Roderick Griffiths.
Good afternoon, Conference. Prynawn da chi. I'm the second Welsh person to speak after Rhyn ap Iorwerth, and so there are two Welsh people here as well as two Kentish people. And I'm new to the area, I make no apologies for that. So perhaps I can offer the perspective of somebody who's come from, I was living in the southern part of Britain before moving up here, and obviously originally from Wales. This is clearly an environmental issue. It's a contentious issue. I know there are people, well, certainly younger people, who are concerned about we should all be concerned about the climate catastrophe. It's an overwhelming issue. And the transition to net zero is something that we've really got to get to terms with. So this is something that I really think we should look at our priorities very carefully. Personally, I don't believe this should be party policy. It may have been party policy for a long time, but that in itself proves that we should be questioning it. Road building is it's a way of problem solving that belongs to the past, to the 1950s, to the 1960s. We just look around us here, look at the amount in this area, the amount of tarmac and concrete there is. This is not the approach we should be taking now. We should be looking for a greener, a more environmentally friendly approach. The answer to connectivity, and I was very impressed by the points that were being made by Tracy Little from Dumfries yesterday. If we want to really improve connectivity, we really should be looking at the railways. This is the modern way forward. We should be reopening lines like the Dumfries to Stranraer line. It's good that the line to Fraserburgh and Peterhead is going ahead. This is the way forward. But road building is not the answer. And previous speakers have talked about accidents. It's not the fact that the road isn't dualled all the way. It's not to do with the road infrastructure that's causing the accidents. It's the drivers. It's the way that people are driving. So there are other ways to approach this problem. And I know it's something that it may well be unpopular on the doorstep, but I don't think we're not a populist party. I don't think populism is the approach we should be looking for. It's what is progressive, what suits the planet, what suits the environment, and as far as I can see, this just isn't the way forward. So anyway, I hope many of you will agree with me. I'm sure if there were more younger people here, and I'm certainly not young, they'd be agreeing with me. but I really don't believe that the dualling of the A9 and the A96 is the way forward. So I hope you'll join me and vote against this motion. Thank you, Conference. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Rodri. So, Conference, I wonder if the mover, Jeremy Fernandez, feels the need to sum up or if he would like to waive that. He's waiving that. Thank you very much. So we will move now to voting on Resolution 24. So can I ask that all those in favour of Resolution 24 raise your cards now, please. Thank you very much. Cards down. All those against, raise your cards now. Thank you very much. Cards down. Resolution number 24 passes overwhelmingly. Thank you. Okay, thank you, delegates. So you will see the time is now 12:15. Apologies to those that we did not manage to take. Please, can I ask that you remove all of your personal belongings from the hall at the end of this session for security purposes. If you do not do so, anything left will be removed by security and left at reception. So with that being said, enjoy your fringes and lunch and see you this afternoon. Afternoon.
Day of the SNP Conference up here in Aberdeen. We've had some really interesting sessions this morning. We're hoping to get some people for interviews so you can get a little bit more analysis on what's been going on the conference today. But looking forward, we've got Humza Yousaf's big speech later today. That's the closing part of the conference. Some may say the culmination of everything that's been going on. So it's definitely a high point coming up. So to review what we've had this morning, we had the improved care and support for disabled people. This was, yes, that was the first motion on the agenda today. And that was to note that disabled people have been deprioritized throughout the pandemic. And now, through post-pandemic planning, despite dying in the highest numbers, at the same time, retention of dedicated care staff who performed so heroically has become a major issue. And the potential removal of ring-fenced funding for social care would further erode disabled people's life opportunities unless rapid action is taken. So the conference called for a review of the current social care system by the Scottish Government with an aim to, these are the following points: professionalise the roles of care staff for disabled people, including improved pay and pay structures, recruitment, training and career development. They want to review the annual budget allocated for social care systems, reopen an independent living fund, review eligibility criteria and focus on need rather than budgetary constraints. They want to produce and deliver national standards and accountability to improve the quality and consistency of care delivered locally. They want to empower leaders and social work professionals to develop a new culture based on upholding human rights. And finally, the last provision of the resolution that was discussed first this morning was to provide flexible care and to meet the needs and to support disabled people throughout their entire lives. So there was a great debate which you would have been able to see streamed live here on Broadcasting Scotland, but as I said, I'll just give you a quick review. So next, staying with the same theme, was the support and the announcement of intended changes to the new carers support payments in March 2023. These changes will include removing restrictions on carers studying full-time and increasing the amount that they can earn and still get carer support payments. Conference, however, acknowledged that further action is required to ensure that carers are provided with dignified levels of financial support, and cites the research commissioned by the Carers UK Heading for Crisis report, and this report highlighted the hardships faced by increasing amounts of unpaid carers, particularly those carrying in a long-term, full-time role. The conference called on the Scottish Government to continue to use the Scottish Parliament's powers to advance the interests of carers and those who are cared for, as well as support the Carers Poverty Coalition campaign at the UK level to both increase carers' benefits and reform the welfare system and better support carers financially. So that was the second thing debated today, and it was also passed. A lot of these resolutions today are to do with social welfare and social care, as we've seen for the disabled resolution and now for carers. And the third resolution that was debated and passed today was the safe access zones for asylum seekers in home office accommodation. This is obviously an incredibly hot topic at the moment because of the actions taken by the UK government, Westminster, and in particular the Home Secretary, Suella Braverman. So it's clear, as you'll see from this resolution, that there is a massive divergence in the policy between Westminster and Holyrood, which I guess is not a huge surprise to those eagle-eyed viewers of you. So the provisions of this resolution was that the conference notes with great concern the proliferation of anti-refugee protests around home office provided accommodation for asylum seekers in Scotland and elsewhere. So this is obviously recognising that it's not just a problem across the border in England, it is a problem in Scotland as well, and that is something that the Scottish Government is clearly trying to redress, and it's an issue that they are trying to solve. The conference welcomes the contribution that refugee and migrant communities have made to the fabric of Scottish life and resolves to take urgent steps to keep these communities safe. It applauds the courageous and defiant opposition of civil society to far-right groups behind these protests. Again, this is a huge divergence from the policies of Westminster, and I think it's reflective of the attitudes that we have here in Scotland that are a lot more pro-refugee and pro-asylum seekers. The conference stands by the principle of providing shelter for those in need, including those who seek refuge from elsewhere. The conference reaffirms its commitment to the Article 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights, which includes the right for a person to have peaceful enjoyment of their home. The conference notes with interest the progress through the Scottish Parliament of the Abortion Services, the Safe Zones Act Scotland Bill, which recognises the freedom from harassment may be needed to guide by the way of creating protest-free zones around facilities where people access essential services. This is an important one for women's rights and women's access to essential healthcare, because abortion is healthcare. Abortion is not always a choice. And the introductions of safe zones for people trying to access that healthcare is essential for individuals who are trying to access such healthcare. So the conference recognises the right of individuals and groups to express freely their opinions on the policy issue, but notes that this is a right and it is qualified and should not infringe upon the freedoms of others to live peacefully. The conference does not believe that the appropriate place for protest is outside one's home. As such, conference urges the Scottish Government to explore the creation of such safe zones, access around Home Office provided accommodation for asylum seekers, in which protest would be limited or prohibited entirely. So that is the first section of the resolutions that we have had discussed today. And we are joined by our first guest of this lunch break. Love to welcome Kirsten Oswald. Welcome to Broadcasting Scotland.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for joining us. How are you today?
Yeah, really good. It's been a fantastic conference. I've been really enjoying it. I think that the debate, the variety of topics covered, the number of people that we've managed to get in to speak on all the topics, it's been really, really great to see, and I'm so looking forward to hearing from the First Minister this afternoon. I think that this is going to be something really well worth waiting for. So yeah, lots covered, but a wee bit more to go.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's going to be. I think it's definitely going to be like a high point of the conference. So for our viewers at home, would you be able to talk a little bit about what's your role in the SNP? What's your relationship to the SNP?
Sure. So I guess there are two different hats that I currently wear. So I'm the MP for East Renfrewshire, which is that's my job, which is of course the best constituency in Scotland and really is a place with lots to recommend it. So it's really good to be discussing policies which will have a very positive impact upon the lives of my constituents, and I so much welcome that. A number of them are here this weekend as well, which is lovely. But in the conference context, I am the business convener, so I chair conference, so I've just come off the platform. I'm going to have a wee coffee in a second, and then I'll be going back on for the afternoon session. This is actually the last conference that I'm going to chair. I made it known a while ago that I would finish being business convener at the end of this conference. I've done this for 5 years, so it's time, I think, for me to move away from that and for someone else to step in. It has been fabulous doing the job. It's a real honour to have done it and be the first woman to have done it, but it's time for me to take a wee bit of a step back from that. But I'm really pleased that this is the last one doing, that I will be there to hear Humza Yousaf's first keynote speech as First Minister. That's a special moment, I think.
So have you noticed any changes? So you said you've been the business convener for the last 5 years. Have you noticed any changes from this conference to previous conferences when Humza wasn't First Minister?
There's always a buzz around conference. SNP Conference is a brilliant place to be. You can't walk down a corridor without it taking 10 times as long as it should, because everyone wants to chat to everyone else. You know, you could easily come to conference alone and knowing nobody, and within 5 minutes you wouldn't be alone and you would know lots of people. So that same buzz is very much in evidence here. I think people are in a determined mood, in a very focused mood. We know what we need to do, and we're going to work together to get on with it. So I'm delighted by the atmosphere here. It's a real atmosphere of resolve, and I think that's absolutely what we need.
And what are some of the pressures and the maybe slightly more stressful parts of the job of business convener? I can imagine sitting on that stage and having to control the debate and control time, I think, as
the control of time is always, it's always an important thing to do, but you know, you don't work alone. So I'm up there with the National Secretary, Lorna Finn, who is there helping to make sure that we do keep people to time. We have a system of flashing lights which delegates generally adhere to, but they can, of course, be cut off if they carry on. We haven't had to do that at all yet this conference. People know that there are others coming behind them that want to talk as well. So it is always a bit of a step into the unknown, because you don't know who's going to put in a card to speak. You certainly don't know what they're going to say. You don't know whether they're going to agree or disagree, but neither does anyone else. And that's the joy of conference. It's a big democratic event, and I think that you know, we sometimes forget to celebrate the fact that we do have strong party democracy. So the conference programme is designed by the Conferences Committee. They are elected by the members. It is the members who put in the cards to speak. They make the decisions about which resolutions are accepted and which are not. So it's a huge exercise in democracy, underpinned by a huge amount of organisation by the team behind the scenes at headquarters. So it's a great thing to be part of, and I think that people who are here this weekend have very much enjoyed that.
And I guess one of the highlights, I guess, from like you were saying, the democracy of the conference was the independent strategy debate, which I sat in on, and it was, you know, it was amazing to hear all the different opinions and everything like that. Could you talk a little bit about your experience of that debate, essentially leading it?
It was, you know, it was so fascinating because. You know, this is a complex conversation, but people were so engaged in that conversation. The delegates were absolutely clear about their thoughts, about their views. It was a debate with a great tone to it as well. Everybody was delighted to hear other people's opinions. They might be slightly different, but people wanted to have the conversation and then to come together. And there was quite a lot to it as well. So Mama was very impressed. Every time I'm impressed by the ability of delegates to work out where all the amendments sit and how things fit or don't fit together. I'm certainly sitting up there wondering, how does this amendment affect that amendment? And you know, that was clear to everybody sitting in the room. They didn't need me to be worrying about that at all, as it turned out. But I think that the real focus that all of our members have on independence, on recognising that independence is the way to improve the situation of people in Scotland, to make the difference to their everyday lives, you know, particularly now with this Westminster cost of living crisis. You know, this is real stuff. This is absolutely the way for us to get out of that bind that so many people are in. And I think that folks stepped up to the mark brilliantly. It was a great debate, and I was so pleased to be there to hear it all from right up on that stage.
Yeah, it was amazing. I think one of the quotes that's really stuck with me from Stephen Flynn, obviously your colleague from Westminster, was the cost of Westminster crisis rather than the cost of living crisis. Were you aware that that was going to be the kind of lexicon he was going to use ahead of time? Like, did you get a preview of that speech at all?
I didn't read his speech or you know, have a conversation with him about that, but you know, what he's saying is right, and you know, it's building on the conversations that we've already had. We can't afford to carry on down this road. You know, we can see the results of the Westminster system before our eyes. People are really struggling. Things are very pressing for them. And unless we make this big change, unless we embrace independence and choose a different path, then it's difficult to see how people can see a better future, because the policies that the Tory party have been pursuing and the way that they have pursued them, and the inability of the Labour Party to move themselves away from that, don't give any option but choosing a different future with independence. So I think Stephen's absolutely right to express it as the cost of Westminster crisis. I think it's very much the case that we want to focus on making sure that we do improve people's lives. That's always the focus of the SNP. We want to make people's lives better. And of course, the best way to do that is with the full powers of independence.
And there's such a kind of palpable energy and enthusiasm within the conference today. How do you think that the members and the MPs, the MSPs, how do you think that they're going to be best able to translate that back to the electorate and kind of keep the momentum going coming into the election next year?
It's really important. You know, I think it's great for us that we've had a really good conference. This has been a good conference. There's been lots of meaty discussions. That's really helpful for all of us as we look to our various constituencies and looking forward to next year. We've got a lot to talk about, a lot of positive messages to take to our constituents, and I think that we can also leave here in positive heart and with that resolve that I spoke about. So it is a great springboard for the elected members to move forward from, and I know that my colleagues in the Westminster group will, like me, feel that we are able to move forward and press ahead on the basis of the work of this conference.
Yeah. And how are you feeling? So you'll be up for election next year, naturally. What is going to be your, key driving force when you're going into campaigning? Are you going to be doorstepping? Are you going to be holding town hall meetings? What's going to be your kind of plan of attack?
So we're on the ground in East Renfrewshire anyway. We speak to people away from election times as well as at election times, which is important, I think. And we have a great team of activists in East Renfrewshire in our branches. So we'll be speaking to people on the doorsteps and in the streets as well. And it's important to do that. You want to have these conversations with voters, and activists like to do that. And I'm really grateful for their support. So we have a plan to get out there in earnest in advance of the general election, and I'm really looking forward to that.
And what are some of the key issues that are faced in your constituency specifically?
I mean, the issue of the cost of living crisis affects every single constituency in Scotland, and East Renfrewshire is no different to that. There are people that are finding real challenge in just managing the people who were maybe just getting by or no longer just getting by. I had a very useful meeting with our local Citizens Advice Bureau through the week about all of the different support and help that they are making available specifically to deal with this. The reason they're having to do that, despite the very best efforts of the Scottish Government, which is making significant steps, things like the Scottish Child Payment, for instance, does make a marked difference in the mitigation that the Scottish Government does. That is never going to be enough to counter the big challenges that come from the economic chaos of Westminster and the mismanagement by the Tories. So that's the big focus that people are occupied by, how they are going to manage and get by. And that's why I think the conversations, this conference, are really important, so that we can take to the doorsteps the positive message of the SNP.
Yeah. And Westminster has been described by people like Mary Black as toxic and a very difficult environment to work in, especially as a woman. How have you found being in Westminster as a woman, as a Scot, as an SNP MP?
Yeah, it's a strange environment to work in. I have to say that. I think that there are a few things that we probably should also say, just to balance some of that out. The staff who work in the House of Commons are exceptional. They're really helpful. They're very good at their jobs. They make all of our lives easier. It is a difficult job. It's meant to be a difficult job, being an MP. That's what we all sign up for. But the atmosphere at Westminster can be challenging. It can be toxic, as Mary said, and we all need to find ways to deal with that. I think my reflection would probably be that it's toxic in other places. The online space is particularly toxic, and that all comes together. So it can be a bit of an unedifying experience sometimes, but we need to find ways to cope with that, whilst also pointing out that it's really not acceptable, some of the issues that people have to deal with. And really we perhaps shouldn't be having to have some of these conversations if folk could maybe be a little bit more measured and cordial in their engagement with elected members. And we only want to help and to do a good job. All elected members want to do that. So, personalising abuse is not going to help us to do that. It's not going to help the constituents. But generally, I think we all try to put that to one side, because we're there to do a job. We're there to assist the people who have sent us to Westminster, and we're there to look at how best we can make the case for independence so that we can make that difference to people's lives.
And what was your journey into politics? How did you get involved in the SNP, and then how did you end up running for elected office?
So I had another career before politics. I worked in HR, I was an HR director, and was so enthused by the independence referendum that I became much more involved politically, and quite quickly was selected as a candidate and then elected to Westminster. So that was quite a big change. And I wasn't particularly young at that point, not getting any younger now, but I think that it's a real virtue of our party that we have people at all different stages of life, people with all different backgrounds and experience who are elected, you know, whether in Westminster and Holyrood, in our council chambers. We have some really exceptional individuals who are local councillors who bring all kinds of life and work experience with them. And I think that that range of different experiences that people have is important. It allows us to best understand the challenges that people face and to best represent them.
And do you think that the kind of democracy within the party, would you say that that's uniquely SNP, or something that the SNP maybe does better than other parties, or is that more standard across a lot of the parties that we see?
I think my own view is that it is probably a bit different in the SNP. I've not spent a lot of time looking into how other parties are accessible or otherwise to people to become involved in, but my understanding is that, you know, people may have to give up their job and, you know, perhaps spend very large sums of money in advance of potentially becoming a candidate. You know, in real life, who could possibly commit to doing that? And that's not the experience of people who are elected into the SNP. It is a much more grassroots movement. I think that is borne out by the people on the ground who are campaigning along with their elected members. Everybody is the same. We're all members of the party, and we all work together for the cause of independence.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining
thanks so
us.
much.
I'm looking forward to seeing you up on the stage this afternoon.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much. So thank you to Kirsten for joining us on Broadcasting Scotland. That was the first of our lunchtime interviews. We have plenty more coming up in this break between the first session and the afternoon session. Of course, coming up this afternoon is the big speech from Humza Yousaf, which is, as Kirsten was saying, one of the high points of the conference. I think there's a lot of excitement to do with that particular element. So yeah, massive thank you to Kirsten. You'll have seen her on your screens comparing and, you know, being the glue that binds the conference together. So it is a pleasure to have her on our screens and be interviewed for us on Broadcasting Scotland. And we have another interview coming up very shortly for you, another surprise guest. You never know who you're going to get here on Broadcasting Scotland. As always, we're here and we will be bringing you all of the highlights from the conference. So I am joined now in the Broadcasting Scotland studio by Stuart
MacDonald.
Stuart MacDonald. Thank you, sir. So welcome to Stuart. You've got your microphone on. For our viewers, would you be able to introduce yourself and what's your role within the party? What's your relationship to the SNP?
So I am the MP for Glasgow South, Stuart MacDonald. I've been an MP since 2015. Previously, the party spokesperson for Defence as well.
Ah, okay. So how many times have you been at conference before?
More than I can count. Many, many times.
How are you finding it this year? Obviously, there's been a big personnel change in the party. Can you tell that there's a visible difference between, say, this year and last year?
Definitely, but remember last year was our first in-person post the pandemic, when we'd had, I think, maybe 2 conferences online, which, although it was extremely well done, is no substitute for being in person. So last year was special, I think, for that reason. Where conference, you know, is the one opportunity you get to see folk that you haven't seen from all different parts of the country. And so last year will always be a bit special. But this year is Humza's year, his first as national leader. And we've obviously had the debate on independence. We've had debates on many, many other issues around the economy, public services, climate change, energy, and then we'll hear from the First Minister this afternoon in his first speech.
Very exciting.
Conference.
What's been a highlight of the conference for you so far?
So for me, the independence debate is the key one. You know, I was always against a de facto referendum. I always thought that was a bad idea, and it feels as though we've had that discussion and settled now. So I'm pleased that we've done that, and I'm pleased we've landed with the policy that we've landed on. And the next highlight will be this afternoon when we see what the First Minister has to say, not just more about the why of independence, but good government, public service reform, rebuilding from the pandemic, dealing with the fact, you know, we're now at the time of year where people are switching on their heating. They will see the pinch in their pockets even more. What are we going to do to help them get through that? So I'm looking forward to hearing what he's got to say.
And obviously one of the big parts of the debate on the independence strategy was votes versus seats.
Yeah.
And seats was the one that went through. What was your opinions on that? Do you agree with the fact that it should be the majority of seats rather than the majority of votes?
Yeah, so when you're seeking a mandate in a parliamentary election, it's seats that matter. If we were to do it on votes, then the UK would have been ungovernable for many, many years. But given that is the system in which we play, albeit it's a system that we've never agreed with because we believe in a more proportional voting system, you know, them's the rules. And I think it's an entirely fair point to say, well, you know, why should we set ourselves a higher bar than any other party or person standing in the election? If, however, you were going to do a de facto referendum, then yes, I could see why votes would make sense. For me, that was one of the other reasons why a de facto referendum was always a bad idea.
Yeah.
So in terms of what it is we're trying to do, not just when you look at the position that we pass, not just make clear that yes, people want to have a legal authoritative say on the constitutional future of the country, and that the kind of natural next step from the judgment of the Supreme Court, which was to say that London has this power, Edinburgh does not, the next natural step is to say, well, let's seek a mandate to change that so that it's Scotland's Parliament that leads the way on the constitutional debate with the people. Add on to that, seeking a mandate for powers in the here and now over things like energy, employment, all of these other things to make a material difference to people's lives right now.
Yeah. And obviously it was a very charged politically process of electing a new First Minister. How did you find personally that whole process? And
so I'm trying to remember, I think the contest was about 6 weeks, round about that. It felt like the longest 6 weeks ever, and I wasn't even a candidate. I'm sure it felt like even longer for the three candidates who ran, but I thought, you know, each of them put forward their prospectus in a respectful, thoughtful way. The party engaged with that in a respectful and thoughtful way, and we ended up with the result we ended up with. And I think following that, you know, everybody wants the First Minister to succeed. If the First Minister's not succeeding, that's the problem. So it was entirely right that, you know, as soon as Humza got elected, there is no Team Humza, there is no Team Kate, there is no Team Ash, it's Team SNP. We all play for the same jersey at the end of the day. He's obviously had his programme for government since then. We'll see what he has to say at the speech in the hall this afternoon. His first to the conference as party leader, and we'll all be swinging in right behind him because we've got really challenging times in government, challenging times as a party, and the next election is going to be a really, really crucial election for the voters, and they're the most important people in all of this equation. So it's really, really important. Having had the debate we've had on independence, having had the change of leadership earlier in the year, we're all on the same page and we all want to go forward.
And how are you going to translate everything that's been going on in this conference back to Glasgow South? Obviously, you'll be up for election next year.
Yeah.
What's your kind of plan of attack, if you will?
So I think there's two strands to this, right? There's your political platform and then there's your operational campaign, getting out there, going to every door, having all of those conversations. If there's one thing that we know how to do in my seat, it's how to campaign. In 2 of the 3 elections I've stood in, I've returned the biggest vote for the SNP in Glasgow, the biggest majority. We had the biggest vote for independence of all the Glasgow seats, the biggest Remain vote. So we know how to campaign door to door and wearing the shoe leather. You translate from the conference as the platform. So people are experiencing and dealing with and having to tackle all of these great big insecurities in the economy, in energy, all of these things. So we need to understand what it is people are going through and build a political platform that answers the problems people are experiencing. A country that's prosperous, that's fair, that's resilient, and crucially will have its say in a legal referendum on independence. And I'm quite excited to see what platform we can build, what the manifesto looks like. We know what line 1 on page 1 is going to say. The rest of it is equally as important.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely right that we get an offer that responds to the insecurities people are experiencing, allows us to take on Labour. I think too many people, either out there in say, the media or indeed in their own party, seem to think that Labour coming back is a given. There is no rule that says Labour has to come back. We just need to make sure our platform outflanks them and speaks to people's concerns.
Yeah. Why do you think that your constituency in particular had such a strong Remain, had such a strong yes for independence? What is it about Glasgow South in particular that kind of makes it that really unique enclave?
Well, I would love to say it's all down to me as the MP, but I'm sure it's not. Look, I've got a great team of activists, I've got a great constituency party, and I've got an electorate who are engaged in issues. They care about their community, they care about the future of the country, they care about the future of the planet. We always have, as well as all those good results, we always have really healthy turnouts for elections in my constituency as well. But we've also got a great team of local councillors as well, and I think if people can see that their public representatives are engaged with them and engaged in the issues, even if they don't agree with them, I think that's where more people will come out to the ballot box and hopefully support me.
Yes, hopefully. And how do you find Westminster as a work environment? Obviously, Mary Black has recently announced that she will not be re-standing. Westminster as an SNP MP, could you give us a little insight? I
mean, it's kind of a decaying theatre, decaying and decayed in many ways, where I think just, if you were to scrap the institution of the UK Parliament and start again, you wouldn't design it to function the way that it functions. So given that is the case, why people are so wedded to it, I don't quite understand. That's part of the reason why I think independence offers a solution to a much more modern, resilient, democratic system that people feel is, rooted in their lives, rooted in the reality of now, but allows for a kind of, as an institution, always to take the country forward. Westminster's not designed to do any of those things.
Facts about Westminster is the fact that the two benches are the distance of two swords,
yes.
Right? Just definitely speaks to your point that was being made about how it's maybe not for the 21st century.
It's designed to be confrontational
Yes.
rather than seek, collaboration around an idea to move forward to solve a problem.
Yeah.
And it's increasingly just becoming almost like a studio for social media clips from members of Parliament who maybe wouldn't be able to make it big in any other industry is kind of how it feels.
And obviously moving back to the conference, did you see the Plaid Cymru speech yesterday?
I did not see it, unfortunately.
It was very interesting what he was saying about the kind of fraternity between the SNP, between Plaid Cymru. In the future, do you hope that that's Scotland and Wales, that's an alliance of two kind of small independent nations?
So the issue of Welsh independence is not for me to opine on. I have many friends in Plaid Cymru. Many of them came to help us in my area during the referendum campaign. But it's for the people of Wales to determine their future. But I don't doubt for a second that if that were to happen, then a kind of a policy, a good neighbourhood policy between Scotland, Wales, England, Ireland, maybe even slightly further afield would absolutely make sense. And that's, I don't want independence to leave anything. I want independence to join things, so that Scotland becomes a normal nation state. But on the issue of Welsh independence, I'll leave it to the Welsh.
Leave it to the Welsh. That's pretty, I'd say that's strong. And so for young voters, that's obviously a big issue because turnout is maybe not as high, maybe not in your constituency, but for the kind of young, politically disaffected voter, how do you kind of implore them to get involved into politics and to use their vote?
So you've got to engage, and obviously we've got a slightly different voting system in Scotland, and the 16 and 17-year-olds can take part in, well, all elections apart from the UK general election, which I think is a really important step. So you give them that sense of empowerment. The question is, do they take it up? And I think you have to speak to issues that matter to them, and I think that's where the issue of climate change probably comes way ahead of any other. That's not to say they don't have other concerns and interests. Of course they do. Young people aren't a single homogenous group. Of course they're not. No community is. But I think particularly engaging on the future of the planet is something that young people, not just increasingly they're interested in, their debate on it is miles ahead of other generations. So I think if you can do that in a way that, speaks to the issues they're interested in, and crucially you empower them with the vote, which we've done at a Scottish Parliament level, we've done at a local government level, I think that's where you get the engagement. Not just with young people, even if you want to look at engaging, say, refugees and asylum seekers or any other kind of minority groups who maybe don't participate in the process. Give them the sense of empowerment, but allow for a conversation to take place that they at least recognise and feel they can be a part of.
And what was your journey into being an elected MP? Were you... Because we
kind of an
had,
accident, to be honest.
we had an MP on earlier who was she was a nurse and then she moved into politics. Do you have that kind of same?
So I agreed to stand for election straight after the 2014 referendum, and at the time I was working in politics but studying part-time for a law degree. I, during the referendum, stopped the studying part so I could do the campaigning more. And then when I agreed to stand, I remember the conversation in my local constituency, because of course previously we just sent down a whole ton of Labour MPs all the time at every election, and in Glasgow Labour had some of their biggest majorities that almost felt impossible to overturn. And so my aim, I kid you not, was just to get the Labour guy under 50% of the vote. That was the height of our ambition. And then it became clear that following the referendum there was just a change of mood, in the constituency, the city, the country at large. And all of a sudden, I remember my election agent saying to me, maybe about kind of February, March, with the election coming in May, we have to assume that you might win this. We're going to keep working for every single vote. And I remember talking to my partner Gordon saying, oh, this was not the plan. And that was the same for so many colleagues. All these seats that had never once the SNP had even come close to winning, all of a sudden you were not just winning them, but you were winning them extremely healthy numbers.
Yeah. And I had a question in my head. So 2014 versus now, how has the party changed in the last 9 years, and what have you seen change in the electorate, especially since the no vote versus now?
So the party's changed not just in terms of the numbers of people who are members, but I think just the participation amongst members is much higher. Not just in terms of getting out there and campaigning, but wanting to take part in the debate that we're having about different policy areas. That's what you're seeing a lot of this weekend here in Aberdeen at Conference. And the changes for the electorate, well, I mean, look, it's an entirely different world from 2014. I think almost one of the single best things we could do when we're thinking about that future campaign for independence is almost kind of wash the 2014 one out of our minds a wee bit. This is a totally different world. And so if the world has changed so fundamentally, we must change as well. So you have to be able to answer big questions now that we weren't perhaps back then. I used to be the defence spokesman. I think by and large we got away with defence not being discussed all that much. That will not happen next time round, given there's a war that's taking place 3.5 hours away on a flight. We've got an energy crisis that we didn't have back then. There's an inflation crisis that we didn't have back then. There is the fundamental changes in the governing institutions of the UK post-Brexit, and with all the shambles of prime ministers that we had since 2014. So a lot of stuff has just fundamentally changed, and that's before you get to advances in technology, climate change, you know, the issue of the movement of people around the earth, as issues like war and the climate crisis get worse. So we need to think about, well, what does a new case for independence sound like in a country and in a planet that has so fundamentally changed institutionally? It's a big, big question. You could maybe do a whole session on it on your show another time. But it's really, really important that, one, we understand that, and two, we build a platform around that people can look at and see, yep, that's realistic. It's married in the here and now, but it has a strategic vision of what Scotland can still become with independence.
You mentioned about technology. How, in an independent Scotland, how will the SNP ensure that Scotland is, you know, pushing the boundaries with technological development, with business, with economic development? What's going to be the kind of driving force there?
Well, you have to. I mean, there's just no choice. It's a revolution, you know, that's going to be so massive. And you know, if you think of the industrial revolution of the past, if you go back and read the kind of debates that were taking place in Parliament at that time, politicians even then were so behind the advances in technology and what it meant for production, for farming, for, you know, loads and loads of parts of our society and our economy. This is on that kind of scale. So what is it going to mean for the delivery of public services? What is it going to mean with the relationship between the public and the state, the private sector and the state? How you harness that technology to deal with things like, you know, an aging population, the climate crisis, all of these things. And this is where I think, again, one of the big changes you have since 2014, technology has emerged as one of these areas where the kind of confluence of domestic policy and foreign policy is pronounced. It's why you're seeing tensions with China, between blocs emerging, China, EU and America. So, you know, Scotland can't sit this stuff out. You know? So we absolutely first need to understand the technological changes and then work out how you harness it in the interest of the public, you know, because if you take artificial intelligence, for example, it's a general purpose technology. It can be used to do immense good or immense harm. So it's really, really important that we work out how you harness it to do immense good here in Scotland for all of the things, you know, a new emerging state, and ensure that business, ensure our research and universities, our public at large, absolutely get the benefit of that, and that Scotland remains ahead of the curve.
And leading on from that, a lot of the themes of this conference has been about, you know, welcoming refugees, about inclusive citizenship on the Day of Independence. Today about the abortion safe barriers. And a lot of these policies are not echoed in Westminster, and they're not, or in direct conflict with the policies of Westminster. Why do you think that Scotland has a lot more civic priorities and these policies that just aren't echoed down in England?
I just think, you know, there's a kind of what would be the right term be? You know, people are just kind of impatient for progressive change, whether that's in social policy, economic policy, public policy. You know, people just want things to be better, right? And here at the SNP, it runs through our blood a desire for a better Scotland, and you know, we believe that better Scotland comes with the normal powers of a normal country and independence. And until that happens, we want to push the envelope and push the barriers and push the boundaries of the constitutional settlement right now. And you know, with that comes many opportunities. You know, that you can be quite bold and ambitious in that sense. There will be challenges there as well. So it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that, not least here at SNP Conference, people are kind of hungry and impatient for progressive, positive change, and I think you're seeing that in some of these debates.
And do you think that would be echoed? Obviously, you were the spokesperson for defence. Do you think that that kind of hunger for civic policies, do you think that will be pushed into the foreign policy zone as well as the domestic policy? Yeah,
so I think that, you know, we've always been an internationalist party. I said earlier, I'm not in the SNP to leave things. I'm in the SNP so Scotland can join things and can seek to be a problem solver in the world. The world is not short of problems, And I'm not suggesting that we're going to come in and lead everything and everybody's going to listen to us, but we want to work in partnership with other like-minded Western democracies to help solve problems in the world, whether it's access to medicine, whether it's education, whether it's climate change, technological development, migration, all of these things that require collaboration and governments working together sensibly and in a kind of institutional way. That's absolutely what Scotland would seek to become. So yes, I think absolutely that desire for progressive change, you'll see that right across the sweep of the policy board.
Yeah. And circling it back to the election next year, how important do you think that the role of the media with the SNP will be? Because obviously in 2019 we saw Jeremy Corbyn's Labour completely decimated because of bad PR, bad media spin. Is that going to be a consideration going forward for the party?
Pushed back on that a wee bit.
Okay.
It was decimated because he was terrible. His party was terrible. And, you know, some people might think the media went too far or whatever. And yeah, there's probably some truth in that. But when I was champing on doors in my constituency, people weren't saying to me, I'm not voting Labour because, I don't know, the Sun told me not to. They could see for themselves this wasn't going to work. So I think that, look, the media's got a job to do. The media's got a job to hold us to account. The print media is often, you know, partisan. I don't think you buy the Telegraph if you're of the left, for example. Equally, I don't think you buy the Guardian if you're of the right. But that is the nature of a kind of pluralistic society and media landscape, which is a good thing, by the way. That's not a bad thing. So what does our job become in that? Our job becomes a platform that is thought through, a platform that is fit for the times, a platform that will connect with voters and people. And you've got to go and speak to the media to get that out there. They are a necessary part of the various components that make a democratic system work, even if you don't like them.
It's the truth, it's the truth.
Yeah.
As a former journalism student,
There you
it's all about, So, one of my final questions, so a young person going into politics, or looking to potentially go into politics, what advice would you give them, and would you advise that they go into politics in the first place? So what would be your advice for them?
I'd always encourage people from all ages, backgrounds, experiences to go into politics. You need people to do that, otherwise you just end up with a kind of professional political class. You need people from all different backgrounds. And my advice would be, you know, don't rush, especially if you're young. Don't feel the need to rush. Take the time to figure out what it is you think and believe in. And, you know, I would love them all to join the SNP. I want everybody to join the SNP, vote for the SNP, but, you know, it might be you find a party right away that suits you, it might be you don't, and that's all right as well. And just get involved. And, you know, being involved in politics doesn't always need to mean joining a political party. Increasingly what you're seeing, and I don't think this is a bad thing at all, is people engaging in being involved in politics, being involved in more kind of population, citizen-led movements. And I think you're seeing a lot of that around climate change. For example, you're seeing more and more of it around issues like housing, good housing, and these sorts of things. And I think that's, you know, let 1,000 flowers bloom. So yes, get involved. There is no right or wrong way to do it.
Yeah. And how does the SNP try to harness that kind of direct activism? Because it is so, especially in Glasgow, it's so prominent and strong.
Yeah.
How does the SNP try to, like, and you personally, try to harness that energy and channel it into kind of parliamentary direction?
I think there's probably more than two elements to this. The two immediate ones that spring to mind is what you have to engage. You have to engage, even if it's with people who you know you're not going to agree with. You know, you have to take their calls. You have to listen to what they're going to say. And it might be that they want you to do X and you can't do X, or you can only do 60% or whatever. And the second part is always be upfront with people. Never lie to them. Don't bullshit them. And, you know, allow yourself to be accountable for that. You know, so many political problems could be solved by just having an honest conversation and reasoning with people, and also being reasonable yourself about, you know, whatever it is, how we make a change that we need to or want to see happen. And I always find if you're just upfront, honest, manage expectations from the get-go, you tend to be able to at least move forward in some fashion.
That's a perfect way to end the interview. Stuart MacDonald,
Pleasure.
thank you so much for joining us. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Anytime, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for joining us on Broadcasting Scotland.
Thanks.
So that is Stuart MacDonald from Glasgow South, the MP for Glasgow South. And so we are continuing on with our lunchtime interview series. So for now, I will just continue to give you a quick roundup of what's been going on in the conference this morning in case you missed it. Huge thank you to Stuart for sitting with us today. We have another interview coming up shortly. It was really interesting to hear from two sitting MPs in Westminster. We obviously had a lot of Holyrood MSPs yesterday. So it's interesting to get a different perspective on what life is like as an SNP MP down in Westminster. It sounds like it's not without its challenges. It sounds like it's tiring, it's difficult, it's political, it's hotly charged, but like as Stuart was saying, that's what they sign up for. So we've got our next interviewer in now. So I would like to welcome Jack O'Neill to Broadcasting Scotland.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here and good to be back at conference and good to be back with Broadcasting Scotland.
Yes. So how many conferences have you been to?
I think 16.
16, wow.
I think so. Yeah, I was trying to count them up earlier, but I think about 16. If we're going on 2 a year, every year, I think it's about that, yeah.
Okay, so your first one was in which year?
2014, directly after the referendum result, where Nicola Sturgeon took over from Alex Salmond.
It's been a big theme. Lots of people who we've been speaking to started to get involved in 2014. Was it the referendum that prompted you to get involved in politics?
I was always very interested in politics, from a young age, but the referendum was an amazing moment for getting folk engaged in politics. I think it really that we have an entire generation in Scotland that are switched on to politics because when they were 16 and 17, not only were they afforded the opportunity to vote and play a part in the process, but they got to witness what was a great kind of educational campaign and really interesting stuff. So definitely the referendum kind of spurred me on, and it's why I joined the SNP. Although interestingly, I joined the SNP before the referendum in August, and most folk joined after. So I'm actually probably been a member longer than about 95% of the members, even though I only joined about 2 weeks before some of them. But
you got the jump on them.
I got the jump on them.
You're a party member. What other what's your relationship to the SNP?
I'm a member of Glasgow Kelvin. I've worked for the party for a number of years, but I'm a member for the Glasgow Kelvin branch, which is actually the largest branch in the country, and I'm their climate and environment officer.
Okay, and could you talk about that role a little bit?
Sure, it's actually one of the newer roles within the SNP structure and branches as well. And look, we faced a horrific climate catastrophe. There's no two ways of putting it. It's grim, and right now we're seeing the effects of it mostly in the global south, and we need to be aware of that. We don't see too many of the effects here other than an unusually hot summer or an unusually rainy summer or whatever. But beyond us getting 40-degree temperatures in London, you have people who are being displaced, you have folk who are really suffering, who are dying as a result of climate change. So we need to do everything in our power to reverse that, halt the impact of it and to completely reverse it. And I'm genuinely proud of what the SNP has done to do that. I think that they have put money where their mouth is, £500 million at least for the just transition to get away from oil and gas in the near future. They keep folk in jobs are particularly important here in Aberdeen, which is the oil capital of Europe. We need to keep those jobs, but we also need to meet our climate obligations. So any way in which we can to, whether it's a local means or a national means to halt the climate catastrophe, we should be doing. And I'm glad that we have officers within the party whose remit it is to kind of look at that and support that.
And what's been your highlight of this conference in particular so far?
To be honest, I just like coming to conference mostly to see my pals and you see folk you haven't seen for, a year since the last conference. I think that there's a lot of doom and gloom out there and a lot of nasty predictions about where things are going, but at this conference I've genuinely seen a party that is still committed to its values, to the cause of Scottish independence, which I hope will deliver very soon, but also to challenging the Tories and the Westminster system, which consists of Labour, who are just as bad as the Conservatives in many aspects, but also we have really focused a lot of our energy, and I'm sure Humza will double down on this later in his speech, on tackling the cost of living crisis and putting money back into people's pockets that has been taken out by Westminster and by the rising cost of living, by soaring mortgage rates, food inflation, and all these aspects. So I've been glad to see that we are still on track, we're still committed to those values, and that we're still very much here.
And so as a party member, what are you going to be doing next year during the election campaign to ensure that there isn't a Labour coup in Scotland?
Knocking on a lot of doors and listening to folk, I think that's crucial actually, because there might be people out there that have, I mean, there are other folk out there that have concerns with the SNP. We saw that the Rutherglen Hamlet West by-election. But we also have a real growing sense of political apathy. So we need to be knocking doors and listening to folk, but we also need to challenge that political apathy that has kept people away. I knocked doors in Rutherglen where folk were SNP supporters, but maybe just couldn't be bothered going out to vote. You know, and I don't think enough to swing the result necessarily, but it was a thing. So later on at this conference, actually, I have a topical resolution in from my branch that I'll be proposing on automatic voter registration, which may not seem like the most important pressing issue in the world, because as we all know, it takes 30 seconds to go and register to vote online. But there are so many barriers that have been placed on access to democracy in this country that to remove one of them would empower so many people to just get out there and vote. There will be people out there who have forgotten to register, who haven't registered in time, who are suddenly locked out of our political debate and our political discourse, and that's a disgrace. So I think that we need to take, while Westminster is going in the opposite direction and imposing things like voter ID laws that are restricting so many people from voting, we should be doing something positive up here in Scotland that takes away from that and that builds upon the democratic foundations we have here.
Yeah. And what do you think explains the increasing levels of apathy? Do you think that particularly in Scotland it's like the shackles of Westminster, or do you think that there's other factors?
I think there's so many. I mean, the biggest one is the cost of living crisis. I think that you would probably naturally expect that when folk face difficult times, they may be pressed to vote. They may think that it's more necessary and they might want to vote more. But actually, when you speak to communities that have been absolutely ravaged by the worst of Tory policy and Westminster policy, they are left so scunnered by the entire system. They don't think anyone represents them. They don't think that any politician is going to do anything for them. And so many people will always repeat that adage that they're all the same politicians. That is repeated so much, and never have I heard that more than in the last kind of 6 months because of the cost of living crisis. But also, as you say, Westminster has a really horrible, firm grip on Scotland that has denied us voting rights and for a referendum, and it's basically telling us that we shouldn't have a voice and that we should sit down and shut up, and that's obviously not the case, and we shouldn't do that. But when you have Westminster that has ignored countless SNP mandates to deliver a referendum, folk are obviously going to look at that and think, well, why, where is the power in my vote? And that's a shame, and we need to challenge that, because there is power to people's votes. And this general election will be important because there is no distinction between or difference between Labour and the Tories, and we need to make sure that we have progressive voices down in London to challenge both of those Tory parties.
Yeah, so you're from the Glasgow Kelvin branch. Is there lots of conversations between all the different branches, or are they kind of slightly more isolated and you do what works for your region and everyone else does what works for their region? Yeah,
I mean, I've had the benefit of being a member for, as I say, close to 10 years, but in many different SNP branches. I used to live in Aberdeen, I studied here, and then moved to Dundee, where I lived there for 4 or 5 years as a branch convener in Dundee, and then moved to Glasgow as well. I was in Fife for a bit as well. So I've been a member of many different branches, and I think it is, I mean, on a campaign level, branches kind of whatever works for them, they go with. Dundee, is widely regarded as kind of the benchmark for political campaigning in the SNP in Scotland. So it's interesting to see what other branches do differently, but I've only just recently moved to Glasgow, so I couldn't say how their attitude to campaigning lies. But I know that folk are out in the doors. I mean, just on Saturday there before conference, there was a big team out knocking on doors in Glasgow North, in the constituency that Kelvin kind of predominantly sits in. Knocking on doors and listening to folk and trying to win as many votes as we can.
Glasgow North, that's my constituency. So you're obviously young and in the SNP. Do you see a political career? Would you ever run for office? Is that kind of in the crystal ball for you at all? I mean, I don't know. I don't have any of those aspirations just now, but if I felt, I think that we genuinely are very well served. We have some fantastic representatives within the SNP.
and I very rarely disagree with anything any of them say. So, you know, I feel like we're well served just now. But if there is an issue or an opportunity in the future where I think that my voice would be genuinely useful and helpful, then maybe. But right now, genuinely, I don't think about it.
Yeah, and do you have many like dealings or cooperations with the YSI?
Yeah, so I was on the YSI's National Executive Committee for 6 or 7 years, so longest serving member in history of the YSI NEC. So yeah, I know very well what they're up to, and it's fantastic that we have a massive grassroots young people-led organisation within the party, because there's been so many instances where the YSI has encouraged the party to go further and do better on certain things, and we have, because we are a party that listens, and so I think the YSI are fantastic.
Yeah, what's been one of the kind of biggest achievements that you've had within the party, or one of the biggest wins that you've seen that you feel like you've directly impacted?
I mean, I'd like to say this topical resolution that we have later on at conference will be a big factor. I'm looking forward to speaking on that. It's an important issue that we need to get across, and we need to. It's a very simple thing that we could change. But last year, I spearheaded the campaign within the YSI to change the YSI's position on NATO membership. It used to be opposed to NATO membership, and I spearheaded that campaign to change that, to bring it in line with the SNP's policy of support for NATO membership for independent Scotland. So I'd hold that one up there as well.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And so what would you say to other young people who maybe do feel disaffected or apathetic? You're saying that that's obviously a massive issue in politics at the moment, but what would you say to people who maybe are slightly more reserved in getting involved in politics?
I'd say, I mean, don't lose hope, because the SNP has delivered so many things for young people. You know, I went to university in Aberdeen. I didn't pay a single thing for my tuition because of the SNP government, and that is a real achievement that has helped young people. But there is such a challenge out there for young people in particular, with the cost of living crisis, with rising mortgage rates, that will prevent many folk from ever owning a home and things like that as well. The idea of home ownership shouldn't just be an idea, it should be a reality for folk. And that is a real difficulty for so many young folk. But I would say, look, put your trust in us, because we've delivered for you before and will continue to deliver for you. We have policies, we'll be generating more policies in response to the cost of living crisis as well. And we are the only party that has and will deliver, I think, for young people in Scotland.
Perfect. Well, that's a very strong message to finish on. Thank you so much for joining us on Broadcasting Scotland.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So thank you for that last interview from one of the young, Jack, one of our young members of the SNP, clearly been involved in the SNP for a long time. And Glasgow Kelvin, we've had a lot of Glasgow representation on the show today. We've obviously had the MP for Glasgow South. We've had someone from Jack from the Glasgow Kelvin branch. So yeah, great, especially as a Glasgow-based company for all of Scotland. Great to see lots of faces from Glasgow on here. So that is not even the end of our interview series. We've got plenty more coming up for you to enjoy whilst we transition. Of course, we'd love to hear what your thoughts are on Twitter. The hashtag for the whole conference is hashtag SNP23. So let us know your thoughts, let us know what you've been thinking about the conference, let us know what you're looking forward to, what your takeaways are, everything that you want to tell us on Twitter using the hashtag SNP23. And so I have now been joined by our next guest in the studio for Broadcasting Scotland, Iona Fife. Welcome.
Hello.
Nice to have you.
Thank you.
How's your conference been? How are you?
It's been interesting. This is actually only my second conference, SNP conference. I've been to loads of STUC, Scottish Trade Union congresses, and they're kind of not different. There's fringe events and there's resolution, all that kind of stuff, and there's speeches. But we kind of sit down at desks and go through paperwork, and it's kind of different there. But yeah, it's interesting. It feels like a little bit quieter than last year.
Yeah. So you mentioned the trade unions, what's your role, what's your relationship to the SNP?
Yeah, so I guess I became a member of the Musicians' Union when I was 16, and then got involved with their committee branch. And then I was always like a yes voter, because I was 16 when the referendum happened. but I didn't like join the SNP until I was maybe 19 or 20, I think. But I was always, that was how I voted anyway. So I guess there needs to be better communication, I think, between the government, between the party and between trade unions. Because when there's a breakdown of that, it gets really, really difficult. But generally, I think in terms of music, we really have a supportive party.
So what implored you to join the party? You said you didn't initially join the party. What kind of prompted you to make that step?
I think it wasn't about like feeling like collective being involved with something. It was just like, oh, maybe I should just become a member. For a long time I thought, oh, you're not a member of something unless you want to stand for election or stand for, you know, local council or stand for the local branch or whatever. And now I realized, oh, you can be a member and support them. And yeah, I just didn't think that it was, I guess with trade unionism, you know, you're a member and they help you with loads of different things, but I just wasn't sure until I was a little bit older, but always voted this way. I'm from Aberdeenshire, and I've really seen the inequity of growing up in Aberdeenshire. Some people are, you know, really, really facing poverty and facing hardship, and they weren't kind of getting the help that was needed. And Aberdeenshire is also home to, you know, Balmoral and very, very huge, vast sums of wealth. So I think seeing things like the child payment was a game changer. And then being able to go to university. I was one of the only people in my family to go to uni to begin with.
Amazing. So what experiences did you have at university that have then kind of informed your life?
So I studied music at the Royal Conservatoire of Scotland in Glasgow, and I've lived in Glasgow for 8 years. And coming from Huntly, which is, you know, 40 miles from where we're sat right now, I love it. It's amazing, but it's very, very, very small. So moving to Glasgow is why there's so many different cultures, traditions, customs, people. It's just like a lovely melting pot where people are welcomed, and I feel like that's quite different from Huntly. I'm not saying that Huntly is unwelcoming, it's just I feel like Glasgow is another level when it comes to music. You can go and listen to any sort of music at any night of the week in Glasgow, but also it's just got, I mean, we saw the Kenmure Street protests. People come out for their community and they really care about welcoming people and making sure that people are treated fairly and valued. I think that's such a beautiful thing. I would love to be an honorary Glaswegian. I love that.
I mean, I'm the same. I'm from very rural Devon, down in the West Country, and I moved up to Edinburgh and then now in Glasgow. So it's a very similar thing, like very, very rural, and then now, that like incredible melting pot, and the community spirit, I think, is like one of the main things that's hit me. And would you say that the community in Glasgow, and also would you say that there's a big feeling of community within the SNP as well?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, we had karaoke the other night that was ran by Young Scots for Independence, which I guess if you're under 30, you're automatically a member of that. But it's really for everyone, and you see, you know, MPs and MSPs coming out and enjoying themselves just as much as, you know, your kind of local branch activists, and it really is a place where there isn't like hierarchies and all that. People are happy to talk and like be lovely. I think there is a sense of community. I think that you should never make something your sole thing. You know, I would go and you know, as a musician, I can go and do loads of other things. But it's nice. There is a little family in there.
What instruments do you play? Like, what's your specialty?
I'm a singer, like a folk singer, like a Scottish folk singer. I love doing that. It's so much fun. I'm so privileged that I could go to the conservatoire and study folk music and have 4 years just focusing on that. And I tour quite a bit. I was in America in August and Australia in May and Germany throughout the while. My main issue is Brexit. You know, like we never really voted for that, and I'm seeing the direct negative impacts of that. Like when I go on tour, you have to, you know, have EORI numbers for your CDs. You have to have carnets for equipment. You can't be there any longer than 90 days, which is difficult if your tours are kind of like together, not interspersed. Luckily, that's not been an issue for me. But generally, like, I've almost missed gigs because the customs queue has been, you know, like you've got the European Union one, then you've got like all other passports. That one has been so busy. So I've missed connections. I've almost missed gigs. It just feels like we haven't seen a benefit from Brexit. In fact, we've just seen negatives. Like years ago, between, what was it, like 2014 and 2020, the UK got about 111 million of creative arts funding from something called Creative Europe. And now we're not allowed, organisations in the UK aren't allowed to apply for that fund because we're no longer in the EU. So like, but there's no benefit to Brexit. And they were lying when they said there was.
They really were. Yeah. They really were. So, thank you, Iona, for joining us. Definitely, is there any like Instagram people can find you, find your music?
Yeah, it's just Iona 5.
Iona 5.
That's it.
Amazing.
Yeah,
well, thank you for
so
joining
much.
us on Broadcasting Scotland. So, thank you to Iona for joining us for a lovely interview. Definitely, the effects of Brexit is something that has been discussed a lot, and is one of the main agendas for the SNP. Obviously, a independent Scotland, one of the key things that they want is to rejoin the European Union so that people like Iona, musicians and everyone can benefit from the free travel, from free trade and everything like that. So yes, it just goes to show that the impacts of Brexit are much more pervasive than just what we see in the news. It affects everybody, it affects people, and in particular it affects Scotland, as Scotland did not vote for Brexit, which is something that, of course, pretty much everyone in Scotland knows that we didn't choose Brexit, but we still have to suffer the effects of it. So, another fascinating interview, another person from Glasgow. Everyone loves Glasgow at the moment. So we've got another interview coming up in just a second. They are just entering the studio. So we'll see the insights and everything from our next interview, who has just arrived. Hello. Hello and welcome.
Hello, nice to meet you.
For our viewers, would you be able to introduce yourself and what your relationship is to the SNP, what your role is in the SNP?
So I'll introduce myself with my accent. I'm the Frenchman in Scotland.
Amazing.
I'm not the only one in the party. We got a lot of people from everywhere and a lot of people from France, funny enough. I got a story about that.
Yes.
I was a national executive of the SNP, and at one point we were 2 French citizens. Not British citizens, just French citizens in the party. Anyway, my name is Christian Allard, and I'm the co-leader of Aberdeen City Council.
Okay.
Leader
Amazing.
of the SNP in Aberdeen.
In Aberdeen. So how are you finding conference? How many conferences have you been to?
I've been to many conferences. And I've been to conferences where we didn't need such a fantastic hall. We are here in Aberdeen, in that great place. That's the only place, with the one in Glasgow, which can accommodate now the number of delegates that we have.
Yeah.
So it shows very much how much the party has progressed over the years. And I do miss Inverness. I do miss Perth and other venues we used to go when we had our conferences. But I've got to say, having so many delegates really show where Scotland is at today. And yes, it's a proof that we need size to take our deliberation. And it shows where Scotland is today.
Yeah, this is my first ever conference, first ever Pi conference. And yeah, it's been such an experience. Like there's such a kind of energy to the space and to the people and to the discussion. Has there been a particular highlight of debates and discussions from the conference for you?
I think the highlight, it has to be, our First Minister and his wife, the way they have reacted to what's happening in Israel and in Gaza. I think it's an example to us all, understanding a lot better what's happening to the world. And again, talking about that world, the 21st century, how we all connected nowadays. I'll give you something about how much Scotland has got to play its part in the world in what happened around the world. I was speaking to my mother a few days back, and she lives in France, and as I report to her regularly. And 85 years old, live in a small city in France. And I told her about our First Minister. And she says, yes, I know. No, I said, hold on, First Minister and his wife. I said, I know, I heard Nadia, and I heard her mother. I said, what? A mother? Yeah, in Gaza. I heard her on French television. Really to show how much our First Minister has got that kind of approach that is recognized all over the world. An approach that other governments, UK government, for example, might take a lesson from, is how we deal with international affairs. What kind of words should we choose, and what kind of approach we should have. And I have to commend our First Minister for that human approach, that international approach, which give a lot of lessons to a lot of politicians who should know better.
Yeah, I think he's really proved himself as a statesman. So, I mean, obviously, you are French, I'm English, we're in Scotland and we're here at the SNP conference. So could you talk about your journey? What brought you here, what brought you to Scotland, and what brought you eventually to the SNP?
But I'll use the word again, a 21st century journey. I did that in the 20th century. I was maybe a bit in advance. Is that people now, young people want to move all over the world. You know, Scottish people have done that for centuries, but you know, everybody's have to recognize this. And when I came here, I'm 20 years old, I didn't fall in love with Scotland. I could say that, right? I fell in love with my wife first, and 3 children and 6 grandchildren later. I'm still here, and it's where life takes you. Yeah. So yes, Scotland is a fantastic country, and I'm just appealing to everybody who wants to travel. I've got to realize that the place where we live here in Scotland is a fantastic place, and it's a land of opportunity, and no more than Aberdeen, showing what kind of opportunity that you have, and opportunity as well of standard of living. You know, we are just in fantastic Aberdeenshire, all across the city. We've got the sea, we've got the mountains. So it's a quality of life. It's not only opportunity of earning, having a vocation, but it's always how to bring up your family. And for me, bringing up my family here in Scotland, you know, with the values that Scotland has, is really makes me feel at home as never before. Yeah. And now with my grandchildren, it's just showing that how much we have become, not only international, but how much we have become a society that we are very proud to be.
Yeah. And how important do you think that kind of melting pot is going to be in an independent Scotland and even for the independence movement?
The funny thing about that, a lot of people say, you know, if you've got too much immigration, you're going to lose your culture. They said that about Europe. They did say, oh, where are we going to create Europe? All the countries merge to one another, and there'll be only one culture, one language. How wrong were they? You know, the European Parliament defended languages like Gaelic, like, you know, all different region, promoted region. So we gain a lot about that. And migration is the same in Scotland. It showed it. That diversity didn't dilute at all the Scottish identity or the Scottish culture. To the contrary, it consolidates it, it makes it fit for the 21st century, and it makes it stronger and project all over the world. So people like us who make our contribution in Scotland bring a lot to the Scottish identity, make it better. I wear my kilt like everybody else, but it's a 21st century way of seeing things, and I was really much at the heart of our change in legislation, not only to have 16 years old to be able to vote, but having to be able to vote, refugees included. So really shows that we can have that kind of democracy, that we all have equal rights, and we all feel not only at home, but we know that this is a home that everybody feels wherever they come from. That is where we are. And having a First Minister like Humza, it just brings the ice into the cake of our diversity.
how different that is to down south across the border in England with the policies of Suella Braverman.
And it's crazy because it's a policy because Suella Braverman, Rishi Sunak, of people of migration descendants, and yet they're going in the wrong directions. Yeah. I just can't believe that. And it's not an attack on them personally, but it's just an attack, as you said, on their policies. Yeah. You know, the policies of successive UK government are going in the wrong directions. You know, we are going in the right directions with our friends in Scandinavia, with our other European friends. And I can't wait for us to be independent and to go back to the family of European nations and to show that direction.
Yes. I think lots and lots of people in Scotland will be very looking forward to that EU passport, hopefully. I know that, obviously, I still have the red one, just because mine hasn't gone out of date, but I think it goes out of date very soon. And I'm like, no, I don't want a blue one.
I still have my red one because mine is French.
Yeah.
I'm not a British citizen.
Leave the rest of your family behind. Like,
but the contrary happened, and that's the problem as well. You know, we say that Scotland is open, but unfortunately, and is welcoming people. Unfortunately, it's not the case. The present UK government. I went away with my grandchildren and my daughter to France, and when coming back to Edinburgh, I presented my passports. You know, 5 British passports and 1 French passport. I was denied entry. They asked me to prove that I had settled status. And I said, I can't prove it. Usually women never let me having a document which proves it. So I had to wait 15, 20 minutes to be allowed to re-enter Scotland. So we have to be careful of that. It's one of the reasons we must have independence. Make sure that our values, the way we see the world, the way the world is seeing us, is reflected in the reality. And unfortunately, the reality of successive Westminster government is not good enough for us.
100%. Thank you so much for joining us on Broadcasting Scotland. Christian Allard, thank you so much. And enjoy the rest of your conference. Merci. So thank you to Christian for joining us on this lunchtime segment of Broadcasting Scotland. We have plenty more coming up for you now. Fascinating, interesting takes on what it means to be Scottish and what the Scottish identity is. As someone who's not originally from Scotland, I can attest to everything he was saying about how incredibly warm and opening and welcome Scotland is for people, and that is something that hopefully should be reflected very soon in an independent nation. I think that what we've seen from Westminster, from Suella Braverman, from the asylum policies, from the anti-immigration, from anti-protest, is all of these civil liberties and civic attitudes that are so strong up here in Scotland, but are just, they're being weakened by the Tories, and Labour, unfortunately, is also not following in this kind of strong tradition. So it's really interesting to see and hear lots of a massive wealth of opinions coming out of Scotland from people of all cultures and creeds. And so we have our next guest in the studio with us today, Stuart McMillan. Welcome to Broadcasting Scotland.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you.
How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good.
So for our viewers, would you be able to talk a bit about what your relationship is to the SNP, what your role is in the SNP?
So I've been a party member for 30 years. I'm the current MSP for the Greater Edinburgh Pride constituency. I won the seat in 2016, but I was a regional MSP before that, between 2007 and up to 2016.
So how did you find the transition between being a regional MSP and then a local MSP?
It's certainly different. It's certainly becoming a constituency MSP. There's a lot more work to be done in terms of constituents. You're the first port of contact for many constituents. Whereas being a regional, sometimes I've been to the constituency and others as well before they get to you. So that certainly is a huge change. There's also a lot more responsibility. Because we're focusing in on one particular part, which is, I mean, that was my driving aspect in terms of, well, when I first became elected in 2007, I wanted to win the constituency, which I did in 2016 and then held it again in 2021.
And so what are some of the biggest issues facing your constituency at the moment?
I mean, it can kind of change depending on circumstances, but usually it's housing, health, and certainly cost of living.
Yeah.
We have, as an office, I mean, we certainly have changed a lot of our activity over the course of the last 12 months to do a lot more with regards to cost of living. I've undertaken 8 cost of living surgeries. We do them in the Oakwell Shopping Centre in Greenock Town Centre. Did one in Port Glasgow, but mostly in Greenock. It's right in the heart of the town centre. So I'm bringing a lot of organisations in, including Home Energy Scotland, Advice Direct Scotland, Social Security Scotland, amongst others. So it's an opportunity for people to engage directly with agencies who potentially can help them. And that's hugely important. It was designed that way, and it's been delivered that way as well.
And how would you say morale is in your constituency at the moment? Do you think that they feel hopeful, or do you think that there's going to have to be a lot of work done in the Westminster elections next year?
Well, in terms of constituents, I mean, there are always challenges. Every single constituency, every part of the country, there are challenges. But also, there are aspects of hope and aspiration. So for me, it depends on the type of politician that somebody is. If they want to just focus on all of the negatives all of the time, then that does not help in any way, shape or form when it comes to trying to provide a bit of hope. And also to talk about the positives that are taking place within the constituency as well. Now, there are some politicians who just seem to do that time and time again, just wallow in the negativity. Now, I will never shy away from the challenges that my constituency faces, never have done, and I never will do. But I also want to ensure that people realise there are many good things taking place within the Greenock and Inverclyde constituency. And there are plenty. I mean, certainly a lot of the third sector activity in Inverclyde is second to none. And I'm very proud to be the MSP for Greenock and Inverclyde. And I do want to make sure I try and talk the constituency up, because it's very easy for an area to get a label of having many negative things. It's a lot harder to actually talk a place up, to try to break down some of those barriers, and many of which are artificial, some of which are real, but many are artificial. And if there's a particular mindset that's been led by our political opposition, which there is, and there has been for decades, and it's difficult to try to break that down, but that's certainly one of the challenges that I attempt to do. And
what would you say has been your biggest win in your career politically for your constituents?
That's a good question. So there's a question that's posed to politicians when you either go into a school or school pupils come into the Parliament and they ask you, what's the thing that you really enjoy about the job? It's actually about helping individuals. Now, I know that personally, and also with my staff, we help individuals every single day. Some of the queries that come in might be really challenging and complicated. Some might be really easy. But it doesn't matter. With every single one that you know you've actually made a positive difference to an individual. I mean, I know we've got plenty of them across the Greenock and Inverclyde constituency. And I suggest that's probably the thing I really enjoy about the role, and probably to use your wording in terms of the biggest one, it's about helping individuals.
Yeah.
And it is generally something every single staff member and myself, it's something we all pride ourselves upon.
Yeah, that's a really lovely sentiment. And so we'll bring it back to the conference.
Sure.
What has been a standout moment? Obviously, there's been a lot of debate. There's been a lot of really meaty discussion about the future of the party, about the future of policy. What's been a kind of standout moment for you?
Well, certainly the debate on Sunday afternoon regarding the independent strategy, I thought was an excellent debate. I think the last time the party had a debate maybe akin to that length was, from memory, about the NATO debate, well over 10 years ago. So the fact that the party had a debate like that, I think, was hugely important. And it was the party decided.
Yeah.
It wasn't one person, it wasn't two people, it wasn't three, it was the party. So we now have a party position that we move forward with together as a united organisation. But secondly, and for me actually probably bigger than the debate, was all the narrative that we had heard before the conference about how the SNP are down, they're out, and they're finished, and they're going to lose every seat in the election, and all of that rhetoric and language from our political opponents. Yeah. They've not been to this conference. This has actually been a very good conference. It's been a very workmanlike conference. We've got on with the job. Obviously, the various discussions with all the different resolutions and amendments. In addition to going around talking to different people. It's actually been an excellent conference, been an excellent atmosphere, and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah. And what have you gleaned from the conference that you're going to take back to your constituents?
We've obviously had some challenges, but I can assure some of the political opposition, as well as my own constituents. We've been a wee bit down, but I can assure you we are not out.
No.
We've got a long way to go. We've got many more things to do and achieve for the Greenland Clyde constituency, but also for all of Scotland. And also the ultimate challenge of winning our independence. We've not done it yet, but the independence is coming.
Are you tempted to put in a card to speak in the independence debate at all?
I did.
You did?
I seconded Amendment C.
Which
That
reminded
was
me
the
of...
one to have independence for Scotland on the ballot paper.
Yes, I did watch that. Oh,
Yeah.
very nice. Speak a little bit about your time in Holyrood. How does that compare? Obviously, you probably speak to your colleagues who work down in Westminster. The kind of energy in the space, how does it compare Holyrood to Westminster from what you've heard?
Well, I worked in Westminster many years ago. I was a researcher for the SNP group. I was there for 2.5 years. A different time, totally different time compared to now. But the atmosphere in terms of Westminster is still very much, Scotland know your place.
Yeah.
So my colleagues who represent constituents down there, it's a very hard job they've got to do every single day. When they know they're going into the House of Commons, continually just being told, you don't really want to be here and we don't want you here, and just they continually trying to put our colleagues down. But that's the mindset of Westminster. Whereas Scottish Parliament it's very much different. So, we know the opposition is very much there. The opposition parties, they will fight their particular corner. With just about everything that they say, which probably won't come as a surprise. But at the same time, there are areas where we can actually attempt to find some common ground to deliver policies and try to push particular aspects. And I think level of working, that opportunity to find some common ground, this is where the cross-party groups, I think, do a really good job. It's hugely important. And I don't know if that operates the same way in Westminster as compared to Holyrood. But certainly, can I get back to a comment I said a minute ago? I am really privileged to be at the MSP for the Clyde constituency, the place where I grew up. This is my home, and I want to make sure that the constituency and the whole area actually improves and becomes such a better offer for many, many people to actually come and live and work in the constituency.
And obviously one of the huge changes from this year to last year is the personnel change at the top. How important do you think that Humza's personality will be coming into the election next year? Obviously he won't be standing for election, but he will be likely spearheading. How important do you think that his own kind of gravitas will be?
Every leader of every party is different. They have their own style, they have their own way of communicating the key messages. And I think certainly Humza has done a very hard job over the last 6-7 months. I think that's fair to say. He's not shied away from any of the challenges. He's taken them head on. And I'm quite sure, certainly for the election, the Westminster election next year, I'm quite sure that Humza will certainly lead from the front. I think the phrase he used was he's going to be first activist.
Yes.
And he certainly has proven that so far. I'll be beginning as well to re-elect Ronnie Cowan for the Edinburgh constituency.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much for joining us on Broadcasting Scotland.
No problem at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, Stuart McMillan, thank you so much for joining us. Another fascinating interview from a sitting MSP from Greenock and Inverclyde. Really interesting to hear what he was saying about focusing on the positives. That's something that I think is so important when it comes to MPs and MSPs, because it's so easy to focus on the negative, but focusing on the positives and what everyone has achieved is so important in politics, because it's very easy to get bogged down in the negative, but I think focusing on the positive and helping the individuals, that's such an important thing in politics, because fundamentally politics is about helping people, and politics is about making people's lives just a little bit better. So for what Stuart was saying about each individual that he helps, that's a win. It's a lovely, lovely sentiment, and really genuine interview, really lovely guy. And it was interesting what he was saying about how Humza, he believes that Humza will in fact be the first activist, the leading from the front, the spearheading of the independence movement coming into the election next year. So we have our next guest all ready for us in the studio. It's show regular Linda Fabiani. Welcome.
Hiya.
How are you?
Absolutely grand. Yes.
How are you enjoying your conference so far?
I am enjoying it. Well, the weather's lovely. We're sitting here in the sunshine, which always helps. But I'm really enjoying meeting up with friends, folk that I haven't seen since last year's conference, and friends that I see all the time. So yeah, it's good.
Yeah. I love your necklace, by the way.
Thank you. And of course, and then there's the business of conference. I was forgetting about that. That's good too.
It's just there for the social element, really. No, you're like, no. So has there been anything stand out that you've seen in the conference so far, or have you just been bopping about?
Well, no, there's been a lot. I'm really pleased at the emphasis on some of the asylum and refugee issues, and that's when I'm always most proud of my party, is because since the very first time I joined, first conference I came to all these years ago, there has always been a care for people. And I think that really marks us out. And then when we came into the Scottish Parliament and then into government, that still didn't waver. And we're still leading the way in the UK for what I would call common decency on our international obligations. So that's always a big deal for me. And of course, because I'm in East Kilbride constituency, we've had the local issue of an MP, Lisa Cameron, who finally defected to the Conservative Party. So the party's got a bit of learning to do about this, and there have been some interesting discussions, both never publicly because it's internal party business, but there have been good discussions, and yeah, I'm pleased. And what's important now is that we get behind the East Kilbride candidate to move on to the general election.
Yes.
And we shall.
And we shall. So you mentioned obviously about the SNP being a party that cares for people.
Yeah.
Why do you think that emphasis is so strong in Scotland where it lacks down in England?
Well, I don't know if it does. I mean, Scotland certainly comes across more caring.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of that is about leadership.
Yeah.
And, you know, when you have those who you've trusted to govern your country and lead your country, whether it be at council level as well, and the work that Glasgow City Council does and Edinburgh City Council, but Glasgow's the biggest in these issues. When people see that, they appreciate it and understand it more. But if you look at England, you have a Westminster government there who vilifies asylum seekers, refugees, who deliberately uses propaganda to make people distrust and quite frankly tells lies about a lot of it and does not meet its international obligations. So people don't really understand the truth and reality of what's going on. I don't think English people are any less caring or compassionate than Scottish people generally. But if you're fed lies, you know, some of them get believed. That old saw, if you tell a lie often enough, it becomes truth. That's quite clearly what's happened down south under the Westminster government.
Yeah. And coming into the election next year, what do you hope that the party will take from this conference to use to kind of push it forward and bolster it into the election?
Well, obviously, we had a good discussion about the terms of the next general election in terms of independence. We agreed certain things like what will go in the ballot paper, how we move forward to discuss independence. What we have to do now is take that out. We have to take it out beyond the SNP beyond the Green Party and other parties who care for independence, want to see Scotland independent. And it's all, as always, back to the people who haven't made their minds up. And that's what's most important of all. And we have to very, very much get to the position where, again, we can truly say that the people trust the SNP to be standing with them and doing our best for them and have the confidence to move forward to independence. It's a big task, but that's our task and we're up for it.
Yeah, it's no mean feat. And so what do you think is going to be the most important thing trying to kind of build the bridges and convince people who maybe aren't convinced, and even post-election bring people on side who didn't vote for the SNP?
Well, I think it's trust is everything. You know, that we have been in government for a long time now. I'm calculating it out in my head. 16 years the SNP have been in government. You know, we've had hard times. It was stupid not to admit that things have been really hard over the last while. We need to get to the end of this stuff. I mean, a great frustration for me and many other members is this. We heard about a police investigation, we've heard nothing else. I would like to see an end to that so as we can properly move forward. And I think the general public would like to see an end to that as well, whatever the outcome. So a lot of ends to be cleared up.
Yes.
And then move the path forward. But it is all about trust. I'm looking forward to Humza Yousaf, our leader's speech this afternoon. He opened the conference, or he spoke on the first morning of conference, and he was excellent. So I'm looking forward to this afternoon's First Minister's speech. And you know, people are starting to recognise that Humza Yousaf is a strong leader and a good leader. And I believe people are putting their trust in him now. The party certainly has.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It'll definitely be, I think it's going to be a big culmination of everything that's happened over this conference, and then also obviously of recent events. I think I'm looking forward to seeing his speech as well. I think it's going to be very exciting because it's his first address to a conference, right? First closing keynote speech to a
Absolutely.
conference.
First, you're the big guy now. You're the star, Humza. Go on, impress us. And I'm sure he shall. I'm sure he shall.
No, he definitely will. And so, run out of questions.
Well, you know, when Humza, it was actually, I think this afternoon will be quite a happy speech. You know, people will be delighted to see him. But when you think how we started the conference, which was the motion about Gaza and Israel and the terrible things that have been happening, the compassion that Humza showed there, and his wife Nadia, how I was absolutely stunned at how controlled Nadia was in talking about her personal experience of what's going on there. So Humza is a solid personality, well-rounded, compassionate, but determined. And we've seen his compassion a lot, sadly. Some of it is very much personal to him. But we'll see the positivity of him later this afternoon.
Yeah.
And the determination.
Yes.
He's very determined. So, yeah, I think it'll be good.
I'm very excited to see. I think that he has definitely been showing himself as a statesman. That word's been thrown around a little bit about how his it's almost like he had a slow start and is now kind of taking off. Do you agree with that analysis that's been thrown around, or do you think that that's maybe an unfair judgment?
Part of his sensible way of approaching it. You know, anybody could say, okay, I'm the leader now, and make some barnstorming speech. No, Humza took his time. He looked about, saw what was going on. He's got a government to run, a country to run. He also has a party to look at and sort out. And you know, a lot of the issues with us are the party just now. And he took his time. He weighed it up, sorted out what he was going to do before he started to move on the up, and I think that's where he is now.
And how important, or how much of an impact do you think that the leadership race had on Humza? Because obviously there was a lot of heated discussion, and there was a lot of, claims that he was going to have to mend burnt bridges in the party, and there's been a lot of talk in the media about the SNP being split and fractured. How much do you think that has actually impacted, and how much do you think that is just kind of talk?
Well, I think most of it's just talk. I mean, I would never deny that there are issues. Of course there are. But both of the other candidates in the leadership race, I had great disappointment in one and some disappointment in another from a personal level. However, they have both now said they support Humza Yousaf as First Minister. Neither of them have been particularly outrageous, I don't think. I think there are some issues in the elected parliamentary groups that need sorted, but the party is not split to the extent that it's portrayed in some of the mainstream media.
Yeah.
We have robust debate, and we had some of that yesterday, both publicly and privately. But that's healthy. It was ever thus. I mean, I remember the first time I ever came to an SNP conference. Oh my goodness, it was like World War III. And everybody was yelling at each other, including among my own friends. I thought, oh. And it got very quiet for a lot of years. We're back to robust debate, and I think that's good.
Do you think that that's kind of unique feature of the SNP, or do you think that is maybe what gives it that kind of strong democratic tradition as a party, or do you think that is kind of standard across all parties?
I think slickness has come in to all parties, and we suffered from it as well. So I think, there's this. I've never been at a Liberal Democrat. Well, should I say, I've never been at any other one. But I've never watched a Liberal Democrat conference. I have watched Tory conferences and I have watched Labour conferences. They've become very, very slick. And I can understand that there's a need for that. It's got to be professionally carried out. They've become over slick and stage managed. And I believe that we were in danger of doing the same. I think there was a few years where we were in danger of taking away the voice of members. This conference, I think, has started to open up again and get back a bit to how it was. And a lot of that's down to Humza Yousaf, because he arranged regional assemblies in order to inform some of the business we're doing. People are appreciating and liking their voices being heard, and that's only healthy for democracy.
And I think especially with party politics, it's quite easy to feel stifled by the kind of bureaucratic machine. And so to open the floor up, to open it up to debate, it's something that you don't really see or don't really hear about that much. So I think that is, it's nice, especially for party members to feel like they have an actual effect, right? So, Linda, thank you for joining us once again on Broadcasting Scotland. We are going to cut back to the live conference as it unfolds. We have the live stream now, so we will catch you after. Thank you very much for tuning into our lunchtime interview series, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Entitled Addressing Endometriosis, and to propose Resolution 25, please welcome Councillor Stacey Devine, followed by Councillor Katie Loudon to second. Welcome, Stacey, and happy birthday.
Thank you. Conference. Imagine opening your eyes in the morning, not knowing if you can get out of bed, not being able to stand up or walk or even dress yourself, not being able to take your kids to school, not being able to cook them dinner, having such heavy periods that you can't even move, you can't even wear what you want. Conference, what if I told you that this has been my experience for the last 20 years. Endometriosis is a disease in which the tissue similar to the lining of the womb grows outside. This leads to inflammation, scar tissue forming in the pelvic region, and severe pain. Current estimates indicate that 1 in 10 women and those assigned female at birth are affected. However, given the levels of underdiagnosis of endometriosis, these figures simply cannot reflect the reality of how prevalent this disease actually is. When it takes 8.5 years to receive a diagnosis, the only thing I can be confident of is the 1 in 10 figure clearly underestimates how many people this affects. Misdiagnosis and the lack of understanding from primary care professionals leaves us feeling belittled and ignored, resulting in ineffective treatment, being forced to try every treatment with no investigation, costing the taxpayers money. Conference, this is sticking a plaster over a gaping wound, and this is unacceptable. I find myself overwhelmed by the roller coaster of emotions I've experienced from being misdiagnosed, misunderstood, and facing delay. Not only has this affected my own well-being, but it's also had a devastating consequence to my children. And it breaks my heart to think that their early arrival to this world was a direct result of the challenges I faced. As a result, I had no alternative choice but to undergo a hysterectomy in April this year, sacrificing my chances to ever have another child. It wasn't an easy choice, but it was driven by my fierce determination to take back control and to live my life to the fullest and be the best version of myself and live pain-free for the first time in 20 years. It's been a constant battle, testing my strength, my resilience, and it's taught me the importance of empathy, the power of advocating for myself, and the incredible support for my other endo warriors out there across Forth Valley and the West Lothian. Hi, amazing women. But no longer can we suffer in silence, nor should we have to. We demand better awareness, early detection, and accessible treatment options. No one should have to endure this level of pain and suffering that I and countless others have experienced or face the heartbreaking consequences of it. Conference, we can do better. Passing this resolution and making it SNP policy will improve awareness, encourage early diagnosis, and will help manage the disease and reduce the long-term burden of its symptoms. Passing this resolution will help equip medical professionals with proper guidelines, diagnosis and treatment, which can be a huge step forward to creating standardised and effective care across Scotland. Conference, it's too late for me, as I am thankfully on the other side to actually be taken serious. But we need to take action now to prevent unnecessary suffering and make sure that it's never too late for anyone else. Today, your vote in favour of this motion sends a strong message to those like me who suffer and have suffered with endometriosis. We see you, we hear you, and we will help you. Join me today, Conference, in making our message clear to those who suffer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stacey. Conference to second Resolution 25. I know you will give a very warm welcome to Councillor Katie Loudon. Welcome, Katie.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. Conference, thank you very much for that, first of all. I'm really honoured to second this motion today. Stacey, thank you for bringing this motion to the floor and for speaking so powerfully and personally and passionately about it. And I know that when you did so, you were holding many other people in your mind and in your heart, and you've really done them proud with your words. So, conference, I've been a wee bit busy over the last few months, and I've done a fair bit of press. And one of the most frequently asked questions which I got was, how did you get into politics? How did you get involved? And part of my story was just post-referendum. I met my friend and colleague, now councillor, Janine Kalikis, when she set up Women for Independence Rutherglen, and met now councillor Andrea Cowan. And through that group, we spoke about periods. We spoke about bleeding. We spoke about periods and bleeding, and we did so in the local press, national press, in the council chamber, and at conference. When I spoke with Stacey about this resolution, and we came to the realisation that in some ways, not always, but in some ways we were gynae twins. And it was one of those chats that women have with each other, when you hear the words coming out of your mouth with a joint and increasing sense of disbelief and weariness, frankly, about the fight to be listened to have symptoms taken seriously, and to have a joined-up approach to treatment and management. Excuse me for being a little bit vague here, because this isn't my story, it's a family story. But I had a long phone call recently, a telephone appointment with a fantastic GP. She was patient, she was reassuring, and she was very, very well informed. Now, this isn't necessarily an experience that I expected to share on the stage today, but I have told a lot of people about it since, because she gave a message that my peers and I weren't told at a similar stage of life. Agonising pain is not inevitable, and you shouldn't need to put up with it. Complete disruption to your everyday life is not inevitable, and you shouldn't need to put up with it. Now, my brief anecdote isn't one that should be worthy of note, so let's do something about it. This resolution is very clear in its aims, recognising that this is a multifaceted issue which needs a multifaceted approach. So, conference, let's agree to back this call for an awareness campaign so that these conversations are easier to have. Let's call for support in our education establishments and in our workplaces. Let's call for more research funding. Let's call for standardised treatment pathways. Conference, thank you very much. I urge you to support this resolution.
Thank you very much, Katie. Delegates, our next speaker speaking in favour of Resolution 25 is Hazel Gardner from Isle of Arran branch. So welcome to Hazel.
Thank you, Conference. Psychosomatic. That's what was written on my medical notes at the age of 16. By that time, from the age of 12, I had experienced cycles of pain rising to a crescendo that turned my face grey with the pain. At the age of 20, believing that I was weak, that it was all in my head, I attended Glasgow Royal Infirmary. And they said to me, there's something happening with women. We don't know what it is, but you've just added 3 new symptoms to the list. I was treated with medication. Shortly thereafter, my sister, who lived abroad at the time, was treated with surgery. Hers has been a pain-free life. My life has been blighted. My life choices and life chances have been radically altered by simply not knowing what was happening to me, by not knowing other people who were experiencing the same thing as me, and by having to constantly cancel memory-making situations, events with friends and family. I could go into the symptoms, but you know, I want to use my one voice to say thank you to the Scottish Parliament, because I sat in the Scottish Parliament at a debate called It's OK to Talk Period, and I learned more there in my Scottish Parliament about what endometriosis is than I had known anywhere else in my experience. It took 34 and a quarter years to diagnose me, and Conference, that situation can't be repeated. If young women know early on what is happening to them, they can be empowered to explore medical pathways that meet their needs. Now, there are needs being met in support groups right across Scotland. I started one called Endo Warriors West Coast in Arran. Look up Endo for your area and you'll find a support group. But it's time for national change. It's time for us all to get on board. It's our sisters, our aunts, our wives, our cousins, our friends. So please, Conference, support the motion, make my one voice your voice, and make a difference and make things better. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much, Hazel. Delegates, I had no cards in seeking to speak against Resolution 25. Can I therefore take it that this is passed by acclaim? Thank you, Conference. That moves us on to resolution number 26, which is entitled Additional Support Needs in Early Education. And to move the motion, I would like to call Councillor Louise McAllister of Ellinan District, a first-time speaker at Conference, who will be followed by Councillor Jenny Nicholl. So welcome, Louise.
Thank you, Kirsten, and thank you to everyone gathered here this afternoon. Although I suspect the imminent arrival and speech from our First Minister might be proving something of a draw. It's not all down to me. Nonetheless, thank you to everyone who took an interest in my resolution around the hugely important issue of deferred entry to primary school for children with a profound disability. This is in addition to the very welcome change in legislation which came into force in August of this year, and which allowed for the automatic deferral of children who have not yet reached the age of 5 by the start of the school year, and who will have their 5th birthdays within that first school term. The issue around allowing, and indeed supporting, an additional year of funded early learning and childcare is primarily one of equity across all of Scotland, upholding the principles and values of GERFEC. Now, GERFEC, Getting It Right for Every Child, cites the need for a flexible scaffold of support where it is needed and for as long as it is needed. As things stand, there is indeed flexibility within current legislation, as defined in the Education Scotland Act of 1980, which enables education authorities to provide access to provision that is out with the statutory entitlement as defined through the 2014 Act. And therefore, happily, some local authorities do indeed support and offer children with complex medical needs in exceptional circumstances and on a case-by-case basis the opportunity to access an additional funded year of early learning and childcare. However, this is discretionary. Other local authorities will not embed best practice for those very families and their children who most need that inclusive, transformative and life-affirming support. You see, Conference, this additional time spent in an early years setting has the potential to allow for a full further year of growth and development, cognitive, physical, social and emotional growth, meaning the child at the centre can then have the best chance of progressing through their education successfully and onto a happy and productive childhood and adulthood. Curriculum for Excellence means we have moved on to a model of play-led learning for primary 1 and then even into primary 2 classes, which should indeed allow for a smooth and comfortable transition from a nursery setting. However, it is beyond these initial years that my interests lie. In particular, I'm thinking of those key moments of transition to the latter years at primary, when, notwithstanding child-led learning, the focus naturally becomes more structured, more academic, and may also happily include those all-important school trips and time away from a familiar school base. Then there is the transition to secondary education, with all that this brings, the added opportunities alongside the challenges that being within a much larger cohort can bring. And so if we are to support all our citizens to become successful learners, confident individuals, responsible citizens and effective contributors, as enshrined in Curriculum for Excellence, then we must do all we can to provide all our citizens with the best possible opportunity to achieve all that they can. And this might mean, for some of our children, the opportunity for one additional year of funded early learning and childcare that should not be dependent on where they happen to live. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child states that in Article 3, the best interests of the child must be a top priority in all decisions and actions that affect children. And in Article 29, education must develop every child's personality, talents and abilities to the full. And so I ask, Conference, that all local authorities be compelled to offer support to families and children moving into mainstream education, and should it be identified as providing the best opportunity for additional growth and development, and that it is in the child's best interests, access to one additional year of funded early learning and childcare prior to entering primary 1. It is my firmly held belief that we must support all our citizens to achieve through lifelong learning, and that this begins with the very earliest of years in early years education. Friends, I urge you to support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Louise. Conference to second, Resolution 26. Please welcome Councillor Jenny Nicholl, and Jenny will be followed by Duncan Mitchell. Welcome, Jenny.
Thanks, Kirsten, and good afternoon, friends. I'm grateful to stand before conference today to second Louise's motion. Every year, we, in our role as local councillors and as members of the Education and Children's Services Committee, are approached by families who are struggling with a system that isn't yet ready to support their child into school. They see their friends and neighbours in an authority bordering ours access this crucial opportunity, whilst they are mired in gatekeeping. This cannot be a fair system for all, which is surely what we in Scotland are striving to achieve. Conference, I wish the families tangled up in these exceptional and difficult processes could be here with me today before you. I wish you could hear, as we do, their pleas for equity, their concerns for the welfare of their children as they advocate for complex medical needs, and to hear how exasperated they are with a system which does not meet the needs of their child. Very few children need the benefit of an additional year. But families are faced with unprecedented levels of stress and uncertainty for weeks, months, and years as they battle an unfair system. An unfair system which doesn't seem to have the welfare and needs of their child at the heart. As Louise spoke about, getting it right for every child is our commitment to provide all children, young people, and their families with the right support at the right time. This is so that every child and young person in Scotland can reach their potential. And whilst we're discussing an additional year of early years childcare for a very small number of children, the transition from nursery to primary education is just one of many positive outcomes for them. It can be seen when children develop positive friendships and experience peer support, work upon building confidence and resilience when they go on residential school trips, and this continues as children transition from primary to secondary and beyond. But we need to listen to our early years practitioners, to our classroom teachers, to utilise a multi-agency approach, respecting our professional opinions of all those working with children and their families in order to achieve the best possible outcome for the child. There is already flexibility for local authorities to achieve this, but we seek equity across all of our local authorities and equity of opportunity across Scotland to get it right for every child. Thank you, Conference, and I urge you to support the resolution.
Thank you very much, Jenny. To follow Jenny speaking in favour of the resolution, please welcome Duncan Mitchell from Dundee Pitcairn branch. And Duncan will be our final speaker on this resolution. Welcome, Duncan.
Thank you, Convener. It's a great honour to be speaking on this important resolution. Young children are really important to us delegates. They are the lifeblood of all our futures, and especially on early care, which this resolution's about. It's really important, delegates, that this resolution is passed, because the parents of these young children need help, especially. I know that's not on there, Convener, but they need our help as well, delegates. As if it's not for these parents sacrificing what they do for these young children, they wouldn't have the freedoms that they have today, delegates. And I think that's really important. But I'm sure, like you, delegates, we are keen to hear from those for our next resolution. So I'm going to leave it there. But thank you, Convener, and thank you, delegates. Please
thank you very much,
thank you.
Duncan. And Duncan was another of the excellent first-time speakers we have had at this conference. I have no cards in to speak against Resolution 26, so I wonder if that is passed by acclaim. Thank you very much, Conference. We'll move now on to resolution number 27, which is entitled History of South Asian Soldiers. Resolution 27 will be moved by Amjad Bashir from Scots Asians for Independence and seconded by Alexandra McRae of Arbroath and District Branch. So welcome to Amjad.
Good afternoon, delegates. I want to introduce a lady who's 100 years old, Isabel Harley. And she's an amazing woman because she spent 60 years of her life tending to the 9 graves of British Indian Army soldiers who are buried at Kinussi Cemetery. And these soldiers belonged to the 4th K6 Regiment. And when people ask Isabel, why have you spent so much time looking after these graves? Her answer is very simple. Her brother got killed in Second World War in Belgium, and she said, other people are looking after my brother, and it's quite right that I look after my boys. And that's how she describes them, my boys. Hard to believe, I'm 55 years old. I know I look much younger. But for most of my life, I did not know about the British Indian Army and their contribution in World Wars I and II. There were soldiers that came from pre-partitioned India, which is modern Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, and other countries. And they consisted of Hindus, Sikhs, Muslims, Gurkhas, Christians, people of other faiths and no faith. They fought along the Allied troops in World Wars I and II. 4 million British Indian soldiers served along the British and the Allied forces. 160,000 made the biggest sacrifice, their lives. 250,000 were injured. 39 of these soldiers were awarded the highest bravery award, that's the Victoria Cross. And in Scotland, we have a unique, deep connection with these soldiers because 1,700 of them were stationed here in the Highlands. So Glasgow's claim that they were the first to have curry, I dispute that because curry was in the Highlands well before that. And they had full lives here, and 14 of those soldiers are buried here, or 14 of those soldiers passed away here in Scotland. And out of these 1,700 soldiers, half of them were evacuated from Dunkirk. So they took part in every front, from the Western Front to the East to the African. So they made a huge contribution, and military historians will say clearly, had it not been for the contribution of these soldiers, the outcome of the war would have been probably very different. Another sort of claim to fame we have is the Tin Church in Laird, which is reported to be the first, most northern mosque in the Western Hemisphere because that was the first makeshift mosque. Quite simply, we've got a very rich history. As someone who was brought up in this country, I didn't know that. The question of belonging was always asked me, and for other people similar to myself, what have you contributed to this country? This rich history has been missing from our school curriculums. It's not taught. And it's time now that we address that and we acknowledge the sacrifice of these forgotten heroes. And on that note, I want to acknowledge the great work of Colourful Heritage, particularly the founder, Omar Sheikh, who has spent the last decade championing this and realizing the work that's been, the sacrifices that have been made. And hopefully we'll see a memorial outside Kelvin Grove Museum to mark the British Indian Army sacrifice. So quite simply, we need our curriculum. At the moment, our curriculum, the history that's taught about the British Raj, colonialization, it's very different from what really happened. And we have to address that. We have to recognize these contributions. And why is it so important? To highlight to the present and next generation the shared history we have that's forgotten and the shared future we have. It shows that Asians, South Asians have a stake in this land, and it gives them a sense of belonging, and it helps shape their identity. And it's also a hard-hitting against the anti-migrant narrative that's often portrayed by the far right and the Tories. So, conference, I ask you today to pass this motion, not just for us, not for those people that went before us, but those that come after us. Let the sacrifices of these brave men and women not be forgotten, and let it be taught in our schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amjad. The conference to second resolution number 27. Please welcome Alexandra McRae of Arbroath and District Branch, who will be followed by Councillor Jean Maxwell. Welcome, Alexandra.
Thank you, Madam Chair, fellow delegates. The Indian Army, also called the British Indian Army, was involved in World War I as part of the British Empire. Over 1 million Indian troops served overseas, of whom 62,000 died and another 67,000 were wounded. In total, at least 74,187 Indian soldiers died during the war. In British India also declared war on Nazi Germany. India, as part of the Allied nations, sent over 2.5 million soldiers to fight under British command against the Axis powers. But this motion really rightly raises wider motions than the sacrifices of soldiers from the Asian subcontinent in the two world wars. Incidentally, Field Marshal Sir Claude Auchinleck, commander of the Indian Army from 1942, asserted that the British couldn't have come through both World Wars I and II if they hadn't had the Indian Army. Firstly, it was not just British Asians who were dragged into a war sparked off by the murder of an obscure Austrian Archduke in Sarajevo in 1914, whose existence, by the way, was of no relevance outside the bounds of Europe. But Africans and Caribbeans who lived under the then British flag were also dragged into this conflict. Furthermore, hundreds of thousands of French Africans from West Africa and the Maghreb served in the French army as tirailleurs sénégalais and spahis. It is doubtful if the French could have held Verdun but for the sacrifices of their black and Arab troops. Incidentally, the first shot fired in World War I, not many people know this, and I'm not Michael Caine, as perhaps you've noticed, was fired not by a white man in Flanders Field, but what is now the Volta region of Ghana, when Sergeant Major Alhaji Grunshi of the West African Rifles led his troops into what was then German Togoland. As the previous speaker has pointed out, this motion raises not just issues of military history, but the way our general history is taught in Scotland. Young Asian Scots may have to plough through accounts of the killing times when Cameronians struggled with Claverhouse and Tam Dalyell and the moors of Lanarkshire, and of the Industrial Revolution in Scotland, wondering how this relates to them, without hearing, for instance, how the jute trade forged links between Dundee and India. And until history books are rewritten to be inclusive of the Scotland of today, we are failing to serve our young people and tell them what a diverse people we have become. I have a suggestion. Why don't we, as a first step, have a major event when we invite academics from our universities and representatives of our Asian, African and Chinese communities to do a presentation for all to attend, publicising the stories of Scotland's newer communities and how Asian, African, Oriental Scots came to enrich our society in the 20th and 21st centuries and before, and how the stories of Andrew Watson, the black engineer and footballer who captained Scotland to victory in 1881, in the days when we managed to actually defeat England, and of Dr. Jayanti Das Sagar, the first non-white Scottish councillor in Dundee. These stories need to be told, and academics need to take account of the modern history of Scotland to be inclusive of the different and diverse society we have become.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. And Conference, our final speaker on Resolution 27 is Councillor Jean Maxwell of Trossachs and Teeth Branch.
Good afternoon, Conference. I'm also a first-time speaker here, which is, I know you've not all come to hear me, so I won't speak for very long. But I'll introduce myself. I was 43 years in the Army. I finished a couple of years ago, and I'm now a councillor at Stirling Council, where, among other jobs, I'm the Veterans Champion. So I'm going to give a quick plug to Veterans Champions here. There's one in every single local authority. So if you have an issue, relating to veterans, then seek out the Veterans Champion within the council to make sure that everything the council can possibly do is being done to support the veteran community. I am delighted today to be able to support this historic contribution by soldiers from South Asia and, in fact, the Commonwealth in general. I served on a number of overseas operations. I had next to me 64 Fijians on one operation, guys from South Africa, from Ghana, from Kenya, from right across the Commonwealth, as we'd now call it. 7% of the British Army, as it stands now, consists of Commonwealth soldiers, whether they are Nepalis, the Gurkhas, or those Fijians, and all the rest of them. And I'll give another plug to the Fijians. Having 64 Fijians in your battalion gives your rugby team a great boost. We were lucky enough to have 3 Fijian internationals on the team. We beat Japan as a minor nation. Well done, the Royal Scots. We still do not look after Commonwealth veterans anything like as well as we should. These are guys now, not in 1945, now. The Tory government buckled slightly under massive pressure, even from within their own ranks, and allowed Commonwealth soldiers having served 6 years to become citizens. And after that, another major fight, they buckled and allowed them not to have to pay for that citizenship. They charged them £2,389 each to become British citizens. Shocking, after they'd put their lives on the line. They still charge those soldiers £2,389 for their wife, for their children, for their husband, whoever it is, to join. Some of those families, if they want to take up a proper offer of British citizenship, are being charged £10,000. It's criminal. It's criminal. So I would urge that we continue to work on trying to improve on that. And I'm going to finish on this sad note of the absolutely vile treatment of the interrupters, the interpreters, and the staff who stood next to us on those battlefields. They were not technically soldiers, but they were wearing our uniforms. They were talking our voice to the locals. They were interrupting over my shoulder to talk to people that I was trying to say something to. We abandoned the Afghan interpreters, that many of them are still stuck in Afghanistan. Those who are here now are being thrown out of hotels and being told that they're going to have to make their own way with no food, no assistance whatsoever, no recourse to the public purse. That is awful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jean. So Jean was our final speaker on resolution number 27. I have no cards in to speak against this resolution. and no cards in for the amendment. So the amendment will necessarily fall, but for the resolution with no cards in against, can I take it that it is passed by acclaim?
Since its birth in 1934, the SNP has been the party of Scottish independence. Generation after generation, our members have believed in Scotland and its people. All of us, together, stand on the shoulders of giants. We've pounded the streets in every single corner of Scotland. And with each conversation, with each door knocked, slowly but surely, we've shifted public opinion. From the days when it was maybe a little less fashionable to support independence, to today, where we are Scotland's party of government. We are within touching distance of our dream, an independent Scotland. That is real progress. But nobody said it would be easy. There were always going to be bumps in the road. And that's why we must keep the heat. We owe it to those who came before us and for those who are yet to come. The many voices that make up our movement are our greatest strength. It's your graft and commitment that will deliver independence for Scotland. We may not have started this movement, but let's get on with it and finish the job.
Thank you very much, delegates. This moves us on to our topical and emergency resolutions, of which we have 3 this afternoon. They are entitled Cost of Living Crisis, Drug Law Reform Proposals and Automatic Voter Registration. The text of all of the resolutions is on the website. It will be displayed on the screens at the side of the hall, and I will read out each resolution before we go into the debate. So while I am reading out the text of resolution, topical resolution number 1, Cost of Living Crisis, can I call Anne McLaughlin MP to be ready to propose and Colette Stevenson MSP to be ready to second? Thank you. So the text of the topical resolution entitled Cost of Living Crisis reads, Conference notes the UK is experiencing the biggest squeeze on living standards on record, driven by over a decade of Tory austerity and economic mismanagement. Condemns both the Labour and Conservative Party for failing to present a clear programme to tackle the ongoing cost of living crisis. Conference welcomes the publication of the Poverty in Scotland 2023 report by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, acknowledges its findings and recommendations to the UK and Scottish governments, which draw attention to the over 1 million people experiencing poverty in Scotland. Conference condemns the UK government's record on poverty, which, according to the JRF report, is bad and has made things worse. Reiterates calls for Westminster to use its significant powers over employment law, equalities legislation and social security in Scotland to poverty-proof the labour market and ensure that people's basic needs are guaranteed. Highlights Scottish Government spending of almost £3 billion on measures to help mitigate the impact of the cost of living crisis on households, acknowledges the Scottish Government's anti-poverty measures, such as the game-changing Scottish Child Payment, which are lifting an estimated 90,000 children in Scotland out of poverty this year and continue to be a lifeline for many, agrees that Scotland can no longer afford to be in a union which entrenches income inequality whilst undermining social justice, and calls for the Scottish Government to ensure its upcoming independence paper on social security includes plans for an essentials guarantee. And with that, welcome to the platform Anne McLaughlin MP to propose the resolution.
Conference, many of my constituents were already living in financial crisis when this crisis Am I that small? It's quite unnerving when this crisis came about. Now many, many more are experiencing it. Some of them are experiencing it for the first time. And yes, that might mean that they have to go without a holiday, but why should they have to go without a holiday? People work hard, but the people I'm very concerned about are those that were already struggling, and now they have been plunged into a catastrophic living nightmare. Now, we are told that the lesson of Rutherglen is that independence is not a priority and the cost of living is, but it's not quite as simple as that. The priority for people is to get out of this nightmare. The priority is to find a way out, and they will do whatever it takes, and they will vote however they believe is the quickest route to get them out of it. Now, clearly, for us, the route out of it can only be independence, and that is our job, is to convince people of that. So, who are these people? Well, it's the 123,000 pensioner households in Scotland who are on such a low income that they are entitled to pension credit, but they do not apply for it. 123,000 households in Scotland not applying for their pension credit. In Glasgow North East alone, that means £7 million is going back to the UK Treasury instead of being in the pocket of my constituents. And my message to them and anyone who might be entitled is claim it. It is not charity. It is your entitlement. Claim it, please. It's also the people on prepayment meters now. I've been campaigning on that, and Conference has supported me in the past on that. And I've been doing it because people on prepayment meters pay higher standing charges than us, than the rest of us. They pay higher per unit cost than the rest of us. And when they run out of money, they are automatically cut off. And to add insult to injury, some 280,000 of them did not get the £400 energy support that we all got. And the reason is because they made it so difficult for them, whereas we all got it automatically added on, taken from our bills. The last group of people that I want to talk about are people living in food poverty. I am absolutely furious that last year at least 500,000 people in Scotland accessed a food bank or similar in that year at least once. Why should they have to do that? That is just so unfair. And I want to pay tribute to those organisations that do support them, and particularly to the Scottish Pantry Network. I'm a board member of it, but it's an organisation that doesn't give food away. It allows you to buy at a very much reduced cost, and it puts the dignity back into food provision. It was set up by a former SNP councillor, Mandy Morgan, who's the driving force behind it, and I pay credit to her for that. Now, all of this could be fixed with independence. Independence is not a magic word. It's the only way that we can properly tackle all of these problems that people simply should not be facing in our very wealthy country. The evidence is there. The Scottish Government gives us that evidence with the policies that they implement with one hand tied behind their back. They demonstrate their belief that people have the right to dignity and that they are doing everything they can. They're paying the bedroom tax. They've introduced the Scottish Child Payment, and many more, as I'm sure Colette will outline. And I would pay tribute to the work of the MSPs, not just the government, but the MSPs, and particularly people like Colette, who you'll hear from shortly. Now, it follows that with the powers of independence, they will fully tackle the impact of these awful UK policies. It could also be fixed under the union. I know it's controversial to say that, but it could. The trouble is, nobody wants to. The Tories could fix it, just like they fixed it for the billions fraudulently claimed by their Tory pals during the pandemic to be written off, to be magicked away. Labour could fix it. And sadly, some people believe that Labour will fix it, but they will not even commit to their original stance of opposition to the two-child limit, for goodness sake. So clearly they are not going to fix it. So yes, under the union it could all be fixed, but it's not going to be. And so the only way we can properly address scandals like older people in poverty, folk unable to eat or heat or wash their clothes or charge their phones, the only way that can be properly addressed, and the essentials in life guaranteed, as in the Yousaf Roundtree report, is if we give up on that union and get our independence. We know that, Conference. We have one job. We have one job, and that is to use the evidence that we've got to convince people that this is the best and, in reality, the only route out of their nightmare. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. And to second this topical resolution, please welcome Colette Stevenson, MSP, to be followed by Dr. Shelley-Ann Brown.
Conference, and can I just add thanks very much, Anne, and equally the MPs here do a fantastic job as well. So usually I'd be saying I'm pleased to be seconding this resolution with my colleague Anne Glockland MP, but the truth is I'm not. People across Scotland are paying a steep price for economic incompetence. Austerity and Brexit caused by successive Westminster governments, but none more so than the current UK Tory government. Tories are entrenching poverty while forcing millions more into destitution with their failure to get a grip of rising costs and inflation. The cost of living crisis is causing thousands of premature deaths in the UK and significantly widening the wealth and health gap between the richest and the poorest. Conference, as the convener of the Social Justice Committee in the Scottish Parliament, I hear daily about the impact of cruel Tory-created cost of living crisis. Millions of Scots, and indeed people across the UK, have been hit hard with levels of inflation not seen since the 1970s as a result of the war in Ukraine, COVID, Brexit and economic policy. Poor households have borne that brunt as they spend a larger proportion of their income on energy, the cost of which has soared. A new modelling study by the BMG suggests premature deaths, people dying before they reach 75, will rise by 6.5% this year due to the cost of living crisis, with 30 extra deaths per 100,000 people. This is unacceptable in a modern, supposedly democratic nation. Scotland can and must do better. But Conference, we're doing this with one hand tied behind our back. The Scottish Government spends over £750 million each year mitigating the impact of cruel UK Tory policies like the bedroom tax and two-child cap. Conference, the SNP is the only party offering real help with the cost of living through progressive policies like the Scottish Child Payment. New analysis shows that 90,000 fewer children will live in poverty as a result of the actions of this SNP Scottish Government this year. A key action is, of course, the unique Scottish Child Payment, which the Trussell Trust suggests has helped to slow the pace of demand for emergency food parcels last year. These are the policies of a caring Scottish Government, and they are in sharp contrast to the UK. Thank you, sorry, Convener. The SNP Government is doing all it can within its limited powers and budget, and only with independence can we tackle the cost of living crisis and get rid of unelected Westminster governments for good. So let's send a resounding message to the UK Tory Government that the people of Scotland have had enough of 13 years of economic mismanagement, of harsh and cruel policies and of their right-wing rhetoric. Please support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colette. And our final speaker on this topical resolution is Dr. Shelley-Ann Brown. So welcome, Shelley-Ann.
Thank you, Chair. Good day, Conference. Now, I wholeheartedly support this motion and for our independence paper on social security to indeed include plans for an essentials guarantee. Why? Because poverty comes at a significant cost to households in need, but also to our economy and public services such as our NHS. Research has shown that even as of this year, 90% of low-income households that are on universal credit are currently going without basic essentials because of Westminster's cost of living crisis. They're actually having to choose between food and clothing, between food and electric and gas. Now, what an essentials guarantee does is it reforms universal credit to at least, at a minimum, ensure those who need it can afford the essentials. That's our food, electric and gas, water, clothing, toiletries, particularly in hard times. Please, Conference, support this motion. Let's ensure that those at minimum, the basic essentials for those who are in need are met. By supporting this motion, you're simply assuring thousands, hundreds of thousands of low-income households that their universal credit basic rate is always at least enough to afford all of the essentials that they will need to lead a good life. Please support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shelley-Ann. So Shelley-Ann was our final speaker on topical resolution cost of living crisis. I have no cards in against, so can I take it that this topical resolution is passed by acclaim? Thank you very much. Delegates, before we move on to the second of our topical resolutions, I have the results of the internal elections. I will go through the results of the National Office Bearer posts for committee positions. These will be published on the website along with the full results detail. So, taking them in order, for the post of President, Graham McCormick received 79 votes. Michael Russell received 599 votes, and Michael Russell is therefore elected. For the position of National Treasurer, Stuart MacDonald received 556 votes, Douglas Thompson received 104 votes, and Stuart MacDonald is therefore elected. For the position of National Secretary, David Burkett received 76 votes, Lorna Finn received 332 votes, Kelly Parry received 253 votes, and Lorna Finn is therefore elected. For the position of Policy Development Convener, I'm going to tell you about 2 rounds of voting. So in the first round of voting, Marco Biaggi received 305 votes, Andrew Ewan received 70 votes, Chris Hanlon received 117 votes, Vary Love received 153 votes. Taking it to the second round, Marco Biaggi received 329 votes, Chris Hanlon, 141 votes, and Vary Love, 164 votes. So Marco Biaggi is therefore elected. For the position of Member Support Convener, again, I will tell you about 2 rounds of voting. So Alec Bellich received 243 votes in the first round, Adrian Doherty, 190 votes, Norman MacLeod, 175 votes. So taking that to the second round, Alexander Bellich received 291 and Adrian Doherty received 248 votes. So Alexander Bellich is duly elected. For the position of Equalities Convener, Summer Chen received 348 votes, Amber Roberts received 218 votes. Summer Chen is duly elected. For the role of BAME Convener, Shelley-Ann Brown received 353 votes, and Faiza Iklak received 198 votes. So Shelley-Ann Brown is duly elected. For the position of Disabled Members Convener, Jonathan McCall received 188 votes. Andy Stewart received 365 votes. Andy Stewart is duly elected. 3 positions were unopposed. The Organisation Convener is Jen Leyden, the Local Government Convener is John Alexander, and the Women's Convener is Katie Hagman. So congratulations to them all, and well done to all candidates who put themselves forward. So thank you very much for that conference. So that takes us on now to the second of our topical and emergency resolutions. This one is entitled Drug Law Reform Proposals, and I will read out the text to you. You will also be able to see it on the screen at the side. So, drug law reform proposals. The text reads, Conference believes that the number of drug deaths and level of harm caused by drugs in Scotland is unacceptable and that every life lost to addiction is a tragedy. Conference recognises the vital importance of Scotland's national mission to reduce deaths and improve lives impacted by drugs and welcomes the action the Scottish Government is taking to tackle this public health emergency. Conference believes that whilst the Scottish Government is working hard within devolved powers to reduce drug deaths, its public health approach is simply at odds with the UK's legal framework within which it must currently operate. Conference notes the recent announcement by the Lord Advocate that it would not be in the public interest for people using a pilot safer drug consumption room to face prosecution for possession within the facility, and welcomes that the first drug consumption room has since been given the green light in Glasgow. Conference recognises that due to the Reserved Misuse of Drugs Act, this service would still be limited to some extent, but are confident it would save lives. Conference further welcomes the Scottish Government's publication of A Caring, Compassionate and Human Rights informed drug policy for Scotland, which includes a number of proposals on drug law reform, including decriminalisation of all drugs for personal supply. Conference calls on the UK Government to engage constructively with the Scottish Government to implement these progressive proposals or to provide Scotland with the further powers required to achieve the necessary reforms to reduce drug deaths and harm. So that is the text of the topical resolution entitled Drug Law Reform Proposals. And to move this resolution, please welcome Alison Thewlis MP.
Good afternoon, Conference. Every life lost to drugs is a tragedy and has a ripple effect through our communities. Conference, can we recognise and send our love and condolences to everybody who has lost a loved one to drugs? Thank you. The challenge Scotland faces is complex and requires us to work on multiple fronts. There is no single answer, no single solution, and I pay particular tribute to Angela Constance MSP and Eleanor Whittam MSP on their approach so far. Scotland's approach to naloxone and to the medication-assisted treatment standards has indeed been praised by the Home Affairs Select Committee at Westminster, and I recognise the work also by colleagues in Glasgow who have done so much to progress this agenda. But Scotland's ability, Conference, to tackle this public health issue is hampered by the outdated 1971 Misuse of Drugs Act. There are very few people in this world who think that this is a good piece of legislation, but unfortunately, they tend to be the people in charge of the Home Office. Deeply disappointing, therefore, that as on so many issues, Labour and the Tories are indistinguishable on drug law reform. Instead of listening to the evidence on drugs, they're only listening to the Daily Mail. The consequence of this rhetoric-based policy is seen in the people in my constituency injecting drugs in filthy back lanes, in bin sheds and on waste ground, risking infection and risking their own lives. But it's also putting our communities at risk in dealing with overdoses and literally picking up the used needles that get left behind. Conference, we believe in treating people with dignity and respect. We believe in treating addiction as a public health issue, not a criminal justice issue. And it need not be a political issue at all. I'm very glad that the Lord Advocate has taken the view that it would not be in the public interest to prosecute those using a safer drugs consumption facility in Glasgow, which we dearly hope to open soon. Over 100 of these operate around the world, proven to reduce harm and to save lives. But Conference, we should never have to ask the permission of a government we did not elect to save the lives of our people. An independent Scotland would do what Westminster will not. We will reform our drug laws. Please support the resolution.
Thank you very much, Alison. And to second this topical resolution, please welcome Emma Harper, MSP.
Thank you, Convener. Conference. As Alison has mentioned, any life lost as a result of drug harm is an absolute tragedy. And the Scottish Government is absolutely committed to implementing approaches that we know that work to save the lives and reduce harm. The Drugs Deaths Task Force, it published its report, Changing Lives, and it made 20 recommendations and 139 detailed actions for the Scottish Government to consider. And the report was a culmination of nearly 3 years of work with contributions from a broad range of people, including those with lived and living experience. And the Scottish Government has absolutely taken all the actions within its current powers to support those with drug addiction. But however, as with many areas, we are constrained by a completely out-of-touch UK government. Instead of criminalising members of our community, our brothers, our sisters, our children, right, our wains and our friends, we need a public health approach that supports those with addictions and prevents unnecessary deaths. Now, Alison has already highlighted a lot, so I will skip forward and not go into further detail and repeat. But I know the Minister for Drugs Policy has written to the UK Minister to express opposition to the UK Government's proposals, which will further criminalise folk. You know, we absolutely need to not do that. You know, we need to be tackling stigma. We need to be supporting people into recovery. We need to be helping them in many ways with a multi-pronged approach using whatever tools we have in our toolkit. I'm keen on the issues around the reversal agent for benzodiazepine overdose, which is similar to naloxone. And I know this reversal agent because I used it when I was a recovery room nurse to reverse benzodiazepine overdose. And we know that the Misuse of Drugs Act is completely out of date, and without reform of the law, efforts to tackle the drugs crisis in Scotland will always be impeded. We are constantly being impeded by a UK government that we didn't vote for. So what I'm going to encourage you all to do, Conference, is support this motion so that we can do all we can in Scotland with our policies that we need to get the UK government to change their policy so that we can help tackle drug deaths in Scotland. Conference, please support this resolution.
Thank you very much, Emma. Delegates, I have no cards in seeking to speak against this resolution, so can I take it that it is passed by acclaim? Thank you very much. Conference, we had hoped to take a third topical resolution. I'm afraid that the clock has beaten us on this occasion, but I'm sure people are already thinking about submitting it for the next conference. So thank you. Point of order, Keith Brown.
I just said that to see the blind panic in Kirsten's eyes. For those that have read the reports of the business convener, you realise that Kirsten is standing down after this conference from that position. What you won't realise, I'm sure, is the time that Kirsten has put in during a very difficult time for the party over the past number of years. Huge numbers of hours and effort.
that was unexpected. Thank you, Keith, for making me cry. And it has been a privilege to do this job for the last 5 years, so thank you, delegates, for allowing me to do this. And with that, let me welcome to the platform Shona Robertson, Cabinet Secretary for Finance and Deputy First Minister. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and very well-deserved flowers, if I may say so myself. You've done a great job. Conference, it's great to finally get here. Pleased to be here. Taking a while. And I'm especially pleased to be given the opportunity to introduce our leader and First Minister. Before I do so, though, let me say this. It's a tough and unrelenting job being First Minister. It takes up every minute of every day. Now, no real surprise there, I hear you say. Imagine, though, on top of that huge responsibility, that you're also worrying day in, day out about your close family members being in one of the most dangerous places on earth. Trying to comfort your wife and kids while being beside yourself with worry and yet still getting on with the job of being First Minister and party leader. Conference, this is what this man, our First Minister and party leader, has been coping with over the last week. And I can tell you this, Conference, I'm very proud of Humza, who has shown enormous strength and calm, measured leadership at a time when, my goodness, this is so badly needed. He has been a true statesman on his response to this terrible humanitarian disaster. So, Conference, please give a very warm welcome to my friend, our party leader and our First Minister, Humza Yousaf.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. She almost made me greet. I haven't started. Delegates, this is a party that I consider my home, full of people I see as my extended family. And I have never felt the love, kindness, and solidarity of the SNP family as much as I have over the last 10 days. So on my behalf, on behalf of Nadia, on behalf of my girls, perhaps most importantly, on behalf of our family that is in Gaza, from the bottom of our hearts, we say thank you to each and every single one of you. What we are witnessing in the Middle East is truly heartbreaking. Imagine waking up on a Saturday morning during one of your holy festivals, as families right across Israel did last week, to find that your loved ones had been murdered or kidnapped by Hamas terrorists. It is beyond words, and to, of course, be condemned in the strongest possible manner. Or imagine living in the Gaza Strip under constant bombardment right now. No food, no water, no power. Friends, tragically, we don't have to imagine. This is the reality for Israeli and Palestinian families alike. Too many innocent men, women, and children are suffering. The hostages must be released, and a humanitarian corridor must be opened. Vital supplies let in, and Gazans who want to leave must be allowed to leave. The blockade of Gaza must end. Conference, we are absolutely clear. The life of a Palestinian is equal to the life of an Israeli. It is right for the world to condemn the actions of Hamas unequivocally. But any form of collective punishment, as we're seeing in Gaza, can never be justified. 2.2 million innocent people cannot pay the price for the actions of Hamas. And here at home, to Scotland's Jewish, Muslim, and Palestinian communities, you are communities that I love. And I want you to know, as First Minister, as a fellow human being, I share the pain and I share the sorrow that you're feeling. I've attended your synagogues, your churches, your mosques, your communities I've grown up with, I've danced with, I've laughed with, and in this last week, that I have shed many a tear with. Each and every person in Scotland, from all of the vibrant communities of our nation, must feel safe here. And as long as I'm First Minister, let me be abundantly clear. There is no room for anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, or hatred of any kind here in Scotland. What did I say about making me Greek? Conference, the great American writer, Toni Morrison, said this: "No more apologies for a bleeding heart when the opposite is no heart at all. Danger of losing our humanity must be met with more humanity." In the past, people in Scotland and across the UK have opened our hearts and our homes. We've welcomed those from Syria, from Ukraine, and many other countries. Conference, we must do so again. There are currently 1 million people displaced within Gaza. So therefore, I'm calling today on the international community to commit to a worldwide refugee program for the people of Gaza. I'm calling on the UK government to take 2 urgent steps. Firstly, they should immediately begin work on the creation of a refugee resettlement scheme for those in Gaza who want to and, of course, are able to leave. And when they do so, Scotland is willing to be the first country in the UK to offer safety and sanctuary to those who are caught up in these terrible attacks. Conference, my brother-in-law is a doctor in Gaza. When we can get through to him on the phone, he tells us of scenes of absolute carnage,
hospitals running out of medical supplies, doctors, nurses, having to make the most difficult decision of all, who to treat and who to let die. That can't be allowed, not in this day and age. So I therefore urge the UK government to support the medical evacuation of injured civilians in Gaza. And let me be clear. Scotland is ready to play her part, and our hospitals will treat the injured men, women and children of Gaza where we can. Delegates, I joined the SNP almost 20 years ago because I could see that it was an outward-looking, an internationalist party, resolute in its support for human rights right around the world. Today, those values have never been more important, so that we can make our contribution abroad and build the fairer society we know is possible right here at home. This is meant to be a rich country, yet it feels like too many are struggling, no matter how hard they work. It can seem like society is becoming even more polarized, when frankly, there is a lot more common ground than we realize. People see all this, and they want to know who has a plan to make their lives better, to make Scotland a fairer, a more prosperous country. Delegates, if we, the SNP, want to continue to be trusted by the people of Scotland, and if we want to take them on our journey to independence, then we need to show them that we have the answers to these questions. A couple of weeks ago, we had a tough night in the Rutherglen and Hamilton West by-election. Now, we can either spend time feeling sorry for ourselves, or we can take another course of action. Let me tell you what that is. We roll up our sleeves, we work harder than ever before for the people of Scotland, and this is how I'm going to lead this party forward. It starts by standing by our values, sticking up for what we believe in, and always, every day, standing up for the people of Scotland. Friends, we have used our time in government to cement our social contract with the people. A contract that says, yes, those who earn the most should pay the most, but a social contract in which everyone benefits, regardless of wealth. I'm proud this SNP-led government, Scottish Government, has brought our rail back into public ownership. A rail service that is run for people, not run for profit, and a rail service under this SNP government that has scrapped peak time fares. We've abolished prescription charges. We've made sure our NHS staff are the best paid in the UK, and now our brilliant social care workers will be paid at least £12 an hour. We've invested in our schools, more teachers and higher spending per pupil than anywhere in the UK. We've seen the biggest ever reduction in the attainment gap on literacy and numeracy in primary schools in a single year. We're helping families with the cost of living at times when they need it the most. Childcare provision, a rent freeze, free bus travel for young people, and conference. Here is another choice the SNP have made. If you're a parent struggling on a low income, you're now entitled to £25 a week thanks to the Scottish Child Payment. When budgets are tight, that's a huge investment for any government to make. But it's the right choice. Do you know what it means? It means an estimated 90,000 fewer children in Scotland are living in poverty this year because of the actions of the SNP government. That's a government that's delivered and delivering for the people of Scotland. And friends, that delivery is, of course, in no small part down to my predecessor. Conference, Nicola Sturgeon transformed Scotland. She reformed Scotland's public services. She improved the life chances of thousands of Scotland's young people. And we will never forget, in the toughest of times our country faced, Nicola was the calmest of voices and the coolest of heads. So for all of this and more, we say thank you, Nicola. Delegates, people are rightly interested in what we have done for them. But if we're going to earn and re-earn their trust, what we're going to do for them in the future is more important. So let me tell you what we're going to do. I'll start with that most pressing of issues, helping people through these difficult times. Nobody in Scotland caused this Westminster cost of living crisis. But almost everybody in Scotland is suffering because of it. And I never thought that in 2023, people on above average salaries would be coming to my constituency surgeries asking for financial help. Nurses, teachers, police officers, these workers, they're the very backbone of Scotland's public services. People like them are being hit by this crisis too. We know that people are filled with dread when bills are going up and up. Now, we can't stop all bills from rising. But where we can act, we absolutely should. I've considered carefully what steps we can take to help. Council tax bills in Scotland are already hundreds of pounds a year lower than they are in England. We're committed to fundamentally reforming local taxation. We'll re-energise our work to do just that. We have consulted on what level the council tax should be next year. At conference, we have listened and we have reached our decision. I can announce to the people of Scotland that next year your council tax will be frozen. And that's the SNP delivering for people when they need it the most. Conference, as well as supporting people during these tough times, we need to do everything we can to support our public services. And there is no more cherished an institution than our National Health Service. The SNP are already providing record funding to our health service. We have the best performing A&E units in the UK. But increased waiting lists are the inevitable consequence of the necessary decisions we had to make during the pandemic. We're working hard to reduce these. We've seen significant reductions in the longest waits since targets were announced last July. We've opened 2 national treatment centres this year in Fife and Highland, dedicated centres for elective procedures. And by the end of this year, we'll expand that capacity with a new centre in Forth Valley and the second phase of NHS Golden Jubilee in Glasgow. But conference, too many people are still waiting too long for treatment. And that's why I'm announcing today that in each of the next 3 years, we will provide an extra £100 million to cut waiting lists in our NHS. This additional £300 million of investment will allow us to maximise capacity, build greater resilience into the system, and deliver year-on-year reductions in the number of patients who have waited far too long. This will reduce waiting lists by an estimated 100,000 patients by 2026. When our NHS needs us, this party steps up, delivering for patients, delivering for our NHS, and crucially, delivering for Scotland. Conference, we are of course here meeting in Aberdeen, Europe's energy capital. A city that successive Westminster governments, be they Labour or Tory, have used as a cash cow, squandered billions that flowed to the Treasury and barely invested a fraction back. And instead of having a fund that can invest in all of our futures, the people of this city, the people of Aberdeen, are having to fundraise to rejuvenate the very heart of their city. Union Street is the silver mile of Scotland's energy capital. And therefore, I can announce today that the Scottish Government will provide £400,000 to the campaign to rejuvenate Union Street. You see, delegates, this is just the latest in the transformation of Scotland's cities, whether it's here in Aberdeen and with Union Street, St James's Quarter in Edinburgh, the ambitious Clyde mission in the city of Glasgow. New life is being breathed into our urban centres. And in Dundee, a city very close to my heart, the SNP will support the superb regeneration of the disused gas works into a new Eden project, a beacon for regeneration and a beacon for green tourism. Conference, the oil and gas industry, and most crucially, our workers here in the North East, are absolutely vital to Scotland's economy, and they will be for many years to come. But we also need to look to the future. So a just transition isn't just important for tackling the climate emergency. For that, it absolutely is. It's also a huge economic opportunity. Successful bidders for the ScotWind offshore licensing round have indicated that there's a potential for £25 billion to be invested in the Scottish supply chain over the lifetime of Scotland. But we can't just sit back and expect that opportunity to just fall into our laps. We've got to work with industry. And when we work with industry, we are absolutely determined to create it. So I can therefore announce today that over the next 5 years, the Scottish Government will invest up to £500 million to anchor a new offshore wind supply chain right here in Scotland. A catalyst for additional private investment in our ports and our harbours, supporting inward investment, encouraging domestic companies to seek new opportunities. That's cutting emissions, that's creating sustainable jobs and sending a clear message to global investors that Scotland means business. Delegates, all of us, each and every single one of us in this hall cares deeply about equality. And to the fellow men in the room, we all have a duty, me of course included, to stand up and be counted, call out abuse and violence women suffer far too often in our society. You know, I was proud to be the Justice Secretary when the Domestic Abuse Act came into force. But conference, there's so much more to do. It takes incredible courage for a survivor of domestic abuse to come forward and to ask for help. But often, women feel they can't leave their abusive partner because they don't know how they'll feed themselves or their children. They don't know how they'll be able to put a roof over their heads. I can only imagine how agonizing that must be. That's why today I can announce that we will pilot a new £500,000 fund to support women in this, the most distressing of circumstances. It's called the Fund to Leave. It will be delivered by women's aid groups in the 5 council areas with the highest number of women presenting as homeless due to domestic abuse. Women will receive up to £1,000 to help them pay for the essentials that they and their children need. Because conference, let us in this hall today say to any woman or survivor of domestic abuse that we stand with you. Conference, our nation, it's rich in culture and the arts. Culture is a reflection of who we are. It's also a reflection of who we hope to be as people. We don't just value culture and the arts for the economic impact they bring. We value them for their own sake, for the joy that they bring the world. And delegates, you heard exactly what a joy culture brings to young people earlier this afternoon when you were treated to a brilliant performance by Sistema's Big Noise Govan Hill. And I can tell you, conference, they have more musical ability in their left pinkies than I do in my whole body. But nonetheless, I do want to send a clear signal today about my ambition for culture in Scotland. We're not just going to protect our arts funding. We're not just going to increase it in line with inflation. No, delegates, we're going to go further than that. I can announce today that over the next 5 years, we will invest, and we will more than double our investment in Scotland's arts and culture. This means that by the end of the 5 years, our investment will be £100 million higher than it is today. This is a huge vote of confidence in the future of our culture sector and in the vital work of bodies like Screen Scotland, Creative Scotland, and our festivals. And delegates, politics is about choices. I choose to ensure that Scotland's arts and culture are supported to grow at home and to be seen right across the world. Conference, the choices we make, they're driven by our principles, our convictions, our values. Values, they're not abstract. They determine the practical policies that governments pursue. And those policies can have a profound impact on all of our lives. So let me give you one example of a very different set of values to those that are held by the SNP. At the Tory party conference, the UK Home Secretary warned about what she described as a hurricane of migrants coming to the UK and other Western countries. When I hear that dog whistle language, it makes me shudder. But do you know what else it does? It makes me resolve to work even harder for independence, so that Scotland's policies are decided here in Scotland, and our immigration policies can never, ever be decided by extremist Westminster politicians. You see, not only is the anti-migrant rhetoric morally wrong, of that is, it's also bad for our economy. Our migration policy, it'll be based and founded on core principles. It'll be welcoming, it'll be internationalist, it will be compassionate. So let me be clear. We will always speak out against the voices of extremism, against those who want to fuel a culture war. And when we secure independence, The hostile environment will be gone, and it will be gone for good. Friends, it says something, doesn't it, about the modern-day Tory party, that such rhetoric from the Home Secretary is seen as a pitch for the leadership. Suella Braverman's most compassionate moment came when she stood in the tail of a guide dog conference. But to be serious, the Tories making the culture wars their election strategy. Do you know what it says? It says the Tories know they're defeated. They're done. They're finished. Conference, good riddance to them. Now that leaves Labour. And when it comes to values, I've got absolutely no idea what Keir Starmer stands for. When it comes to Keir Starmer, the closer he gets to Downing Street, the further he retreats from his principles. Let me give you an example. Once upon a time, Keir Starmer agreed with the SNP that it was abhorrent to force women who've been raped to provide proof, before they could access child benefits. But now, Labour and Sir Keir Starmer say they plan to apply Tory policies, like the rape clause, in their words, more fairly. Delegates, the so-called rape clause is one of the cruelest policies devised by this inhumane Tory government. The only fair thing to do with the rape clause is to abolish it. The rape clause will certainly have no place in an independent Scotland, and frankly, it should have no place in any modern civilised society. Conference, the Tories are finished. Labour has abandoned its principles, but the SNP will always stand by ours. And at our conference on Sunday, we decided together on the process for winning our country's independence. This was a very important debate, but if I can be so bold in a room that is full of committed independent supporters, it's not process arguments that will achieve our goal. Around half of our fellow Scots already support independence. And I have no doubt that we can turn that half into a sustained majority. And we will do so when we concentrate not on the how, but on the why. And we came together on Sunday and we agreed. At the next election, page 1, line 1 of our manifesto will say, vote SNP for Scotland to become an independent country. And the reason that will be page 1, line 1 of our next manifesto is because independence is about building a better Scotland. Independence is not simply an end in itself. It's inextricably linked to the cost of living crisis. It's about raising living standards. It's about protecting our NHS. Above all, it's about a new well-being economy, an economy that works for the people, not the other way round. And on the economy, Keir Starmer says he wants growth. Well, there's a huge problem with that, because he also supports Brexit. Brexit can't be made to work for Scotland. It has been an unmitigated disaster. And with independence, we can escape the failed UK Brexit-based economy and take our place for the very first time as a member state in our own right of the European Union. Conference, we know that people have suffered because of Westminster crashing the economy. We know the challenges that people are facing every day. But delegates, we do not seek independence for Scotland despite these challenges. We seek independence for Scotland because of them. European countries that are like Scotland are fairer and wealthier than the UK. Ireland, Norway, Denmark, Austria, Finland, and other comparable nations have higher national income per head than the UK. They have higher productivity, lower inequality, lower poverty. So with all of our talent, with our world-class food and drink, world-class universities, world-class sectors like life sciences, video games, financial services, with an abundance of renewable energy, and Conference, most importantly, with a hard-working, gallus, talented people as our greatest asset, I ask the question, why not Scotland? But we are doing more than campaigning to win our independence. We are preparing for independence because we're building the institutions for delivery. Since 2014 in government, we've set up a new social security system, a tax agency, a national investment bank. We've expanded our overseas network with new offices in Berlin and Copenhagen. With Brexit, Westminster is isolating itself from the world. With the SNP, to paraphrase Winnie Ewing, Madame Écosse, Scotland is joining the world. Friends, we're going to take further steps that will both provide direct benefits under devolution and will also prepare us for independence. The UK has a shocking record on capital investment. As First Minister, I'm co-chair of the Scottish Government's investor panel, made up of a group of distinguished experts. They're challenging the Scottish Government to be bold. And that's why I'm announcing our most ambitious proposal yet. I can confirm. I will go again. I can confirm. That's how ambitious it is. It has left me speechless. I am delighted to announce our most ambitious proposal yet. I can confirm that by the end of this Parliament, the SNP government will, subject of course to due diligence and appropriate market testing, we will go directly to the international bond market for the first time in our own right. To fund vital infrastructure, projects like affordable housing, we will issue Scotland's first ever bond. This will bring Scotland to the attention of investors right across the world. It will raise our profile as a place where investment returns can be made. And in doing so, we will show the world not only that we're a country to invest in today, but we'll also demonstrate the credibility to international markets that we will need when we're going to become an independent country. Delegates, the SNP is delivering for the people of Scotland, and brick by brick, institution by institution, we are laying the foundations for what will be our newly independent state. We are truly living in the early days of a better nation. Conference, when it comes to setting out our prospectus for a better Scotland, we'll be stepping up the pace. We've set out our macroeconomic framework, detailing currency policy. We've published plans for a written constitution, a constitution, of course, that would provide recognition, protection for the NHS in Scotland, giving the right to access a system of healthcare available free at the point of need. A constitution that recognises and protects employment rights, including, of course, the right to strike. And conference, a constitution that, most importantly, would recognise that sovereignty will always sit with the people who live here, not with the House of Commons, and certainly not with the House of Lords. And precisely because our plan for a new economy will be at the heart of our new independence prospectus, we'll shortly bring forward our plans for migration. We'll set out our plans for industrial policy. We'll show how we can improve conditions for businesses and, crucially, for workers too. We'll show how we can encourage greater private sector investment in Scotland. Success for Scotland, it will not come automatically. We all know that. Our success will be determined by all of us as a country and by the decisions that we take. Do you know, Scotland's at its best when we are at our most confident. Just look at Steve Clarke's men, the magnificent Scotland men's team. In fact, Conference, given our men's team's scintillating run of form, can I say that by the time Scotland co-hosts Euro 2028, I look forward to defending Scotland's title as European champions. Conference, there's nothing wrong with being an optimist. Delegates, all too often, some people talk about Scotland's immense contribution to the world as if it's something that's over. But for me, Scotland has a lot more to offer tomorrow than we did yesterday. If we are willing to go on this journey together, then we can make sure that this is the case. Every single person living here can play their part in building a new Scotland. All of us will have a stake in our new country, and we all deserve to enjoy the fruits of that success. Let's remember that we in this party are the custodians of a cause that's far greater than all of us. In a world where it can be easy to feel powerless, there's no greater act of empowerment than to take our destiny into our own hands. And there is no greater gift that we can leave our children than a country which is theirs to create in their own image. Conference, that which we seek for our nation is neither unwise nor untested. It is neither unreasonable nor unobtainable. Rather, it has been the stated ambition of nations the world over, for the simple reason that independence works. Nations today, which relative to Scotland's great age, are in many cases mere youngsters. And that, my friends, is the great irony about Scotland's journey towards independence. One of the world's oldest nations will become its youngest independent state. And with the vitality of youth, we can step out into that world anew, into the bright light of a new dawn, with our eyes wide open to a whole new world of possibility. Together, united, let's get out there and make it happen. Thank you, conference.
I'm on. Oh my goodness. Hello. Welcome back to Brian Liddy here in the studio just after. Okay, so we're having technical problems in our connections with Aberdeen. So it's down to me then just to give you a run through of the First Minister's speech on day 3 of the SNP Conference in Aberdeen. It's the first speech to conference that Humza Yousaf. It's the first. I think we're getting a connection back to Aberdeen, and if that's the case, I think we're going to go there now. Have I understood correctly? Yes. Hello, Saoirse. Can you? Hello. Hello. How are you doing?
Into sleep mode, but we're back. We are.
Okay. So, what do you think? I mean, so the First Minister has just finished his first speech to conference as first speech as First Minister. If you were to describe it in one word, what would you use?
It was rousing. It felt like there was a lot of passion, there was a lot of energy in the speech. He had, a lot of very concrete policies that he's going to introduce about the council tax freeze, about extra money for domestic abuse survivors, about money for the arts, NHS, huge policies that are being announced by Humza Yousaf, and it was a great setting. I think the whole room was behind him. There was a really electric energy in the room, and it was really great to see, and it's not surprising judging from the kind of energy that's been in the conference.
Saoirse, just to explain what was happening while you were telling us about that, we switched to images of people coming out of the conference, but I'm going to carry on and try and cover what the First Minister put into this speech. So, as we said, it's his first speech to conference as First Minister. He began the speech by talking about the situation in Gaza and Palestine, and as we know, he has relatives, so he's got personal connections to what's going on there. And it was right for him, I think, to start by saying that in Palestine, Palestinians are equal to Israeli people, and he condemned any anti-Semitism along with Islamophobia. And he wants Scotland to be the first country in the UK to offer sanctuary to people who are who might want to come and live in Scotland as asylum seekers from Palestine and Gaza. We've got Saoirse back. Saoirse, shall I just maybe do a quick run through and then I'll ask you. Yeah, okay. So the first main point of the First Minister's speech was the cost of living crisis. I'll try and be as quick as I can. So he announced that council tax is going to be frozen in Scotland next year, which got a huge round of applause. Saoirse's nodding because she was in the room. The next item was the National Health Service. He said he is going to give £100 million more to cut NHS waiting lists, and in total that's going to be an additional £300 million investment to reduce waiting lists in Scotland's NHS. He spoke about urban rejuvenation. There's going to be £400,000 is going to Aberdeen to help rejuvenate Union Street, but he also talked about Glasgow and Dundee, and he wants that to happen across Scotland. He then spoke about a just transition, about the climate change and climate emergency, but also the economic opportunities that are going to be available for that. And as part of that announcement, he said there's going to be a 5-year plan, which is going to be £500 million for a wind farm supply chain anchored in Scotland. The next item was an announcement about survivors of domestic abuse. There's going to be a new fund called the Fund to Leave. That's going to be a pilot scheme, which is going to have £500,000, which is going to go to 5 councils in Scotland, where basically the idea is that money will be given to people who suffer domestic abuse to help them get out of that toxic, abusive relationship. He didn't say whether it was going to be gender specific, but I would imagine it's not going to be gender specific. He then went on to talk about arts and culture and how important that is to the Scottish economy. And so the SNP are going to double the investment in Scottish arts, which means it will be, when they've done that, they will be spending £100 million more than they are at the current moment. And we've heard Iona Fife, I think, criticising the current SNP government for reducing funding to the arts. The next item was on immigration. The First Minister wants independence to prevent the Tory party in Westminster, and he spoke specifically about the Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, from deciding for Scotland what immigration is going to be. And he wants independence to be the reason why Scotland would get rid of the hostile environment and would be gone for good in Scotland. He said, good riddance to the Tories, and he compared the SNP to Labour and said that he has no idea what values Keir Starmer stands for, and he seems to be retreating from principles and abandoning them. He then went on to talk about one of the biggest items of the conference, which was yesterday's vote and debate on the independence strategy. He said that he wanted independence he doesn't want to talk about the how of independence, he now wants to talk about the why of independence. So no longer talking about process, but talking about why Scotland needs independence. He said a vote for the SNP is for Scotland, a vote for Scotland to become independent. And he said that will be on page 1, line 1 of the SNP manifesto. He then went on to say that independence was inextricably linked to items that people worry about in their day-to-day lives and when they've been talking to people on the doorsteps, such as the cost of living crisis, falling standards and the economy. And he said that independence would be the tool that would ameliorate all the problems as well as many as can be expected. He briefly spoke about Brexit and said he hopes that independence would offer an escape and a return to the EU. He then talked about small countries in the EU, like Scotland, that perform much better than Scotland does at the moment, such as Ireland, Norway and Denmark, and finished by the phrase, "Why not Scotland?" And this, I think, this might be more important than I am able to talk about, because I'm not an economist at all. But I think the fact that this final item came after his discussion of the independence strategy, he announced that the SNP will be going to the international bond market in its own right. And it's to do with capital investment and national finances. And he said this is about investment in Scotland and about a new economy. And I think the fact that that came after his tackling of the independence strategy shows that, and with a smile on his face, I would say, I think he thinks that this is a majorly important thing to do. And then he finished on the Constitution, Scottish Constitution for an independent Scotland, and it would include things like the right to strike and employment rights. And then he kind of then went into a rhetorical mode and talked about how we are the custodians, or the SNP are the custodians of the cause. Saoirse, I don't know how much of that you were able to catch, but I just went through all the bullet points. Yeah, sorry about that. But I don't know, what do you think? You said... Again. Oh, you can't hear me, no?
Disconnected again.
So I'll continue talking. So I asked Saoirse just before we lost the link, what single word she would use to describe Humza Yousaf's speech, and she said rousing. I was thinking I would use the word, it was a stoter. Seemed to be very well received in the auditorium. Lots of applause, lots of people shouting out when they agreed with something that he announced. I was hoping to ask Saoirse about yesterday's debate about the independence strategy. I thought it was intriguing that the First Minister, the previous First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, didn't attend conference until after that debate had been done, and I wonder if that was intentional, because perhaps Nicola Sturgeon didn't want to be in the auditorium in case her presence would affect the debate and affect the vote. I was just wondering if Saoirse would have had any thoughts on the fact that the First Minister, Humza Yousaf, said that from now on their approach to independence would be not about the how, but about the why. And I was going to ask her if she had any sign of that in the First Minister's speech. I caught glimpses of it when he spoke about immigration and how he wanted the hostile environment to be gone for good. That was, I think, the First Minister putting forward a reason, not about how we become an independent Scotland, but one of the reasons why we should be an independent Scotland, because we will be able to control our own immigration policies. There was also a sign of it when he talked about the independence strategy, when he linked Scottish independence directly to the cost of living crisis, falling standards, and to any problems that we have in the economy. Oh, Saoirse, I didn't realise you were listening to this. So did you hear... Did you...
Patches of it. Patches.
Patches.
Do you have any specific questions?
Okay.
Fire away.
Yeah, well, the one I'd really like to find out your opinion of, because you've been in the room, is it's interesting to me that the previous First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, didn't join conference until after the debate about the independence strategy. Do you think that was intentional?
It was definitely intentional. There was a huge media storm when she arrived yesterday, and she literally came in, went down the stairs, answered a few questions from a couple of different media outlets, and then was straight out of the door. I think if she'd have been present for the full-on independent strategy debate on Sunday, it would have just been chaos. So I think it was, number one, not to detract from Humza and the fact that it is his first conference as leader, but also, you know, I don't think she wants to influence the conversation anymore. I don't think that she wants the heat. She doesn't want to, you know, be a major player in this discussion. I think she's stepped aside. I think she is being mindful of the fact that she is no longer the leader and she doesn't want to take away from the current leader. So definitely intentional that she didn't turn up for the independent strategy debate, and definitely intentional that she's not been playing a huge role in this year's conference.
Would you say that it's fair to say that she's still very much loved by party members because of the response that she got?
Yeah, well, when she came in, I was in the middle of an interview and then there was just like a huge kind of round of applause surge in a crowd, and I was like, what's going on? And then, yeah, realised that Nicola Sturgeon was in the building. And then whenever she's been spoken about by members, it's incredibly positive, you know, very respectful, and yeah, she's definitely still got a place in people's hearts in Aberdeen and at the conference, for sure.
Yeah, and I suppose it means that she's got a tricky line to tread, and Humza Yousaf, he doesn't seem to have any problem with her being there. But just in case the line goes down, again, so the First Minister said that he's no longer going to, the SNP is no longer going to be about the how of independence, but it's now going to be the why of independence. Did you see any signs of that new approach in his speech today?
I remember I went to when he launched his campaign for First Minister, and I remember he was talking about we need to get back to the why instead of the how. So I wouldn't even say it's a particularly new thing for Humza Yousaf specifically. I think he's always been the candidate of why and the how, because I think he is very passionate about wanting to achieve independence, and I think he doesn't want to get kind of bogged down in the quagmire that maybe Nicola Sturgeon has been or was during her kind of later time in power.
And Saoirse, I don't know how you are on economics and finances. I'm terrible. I didn't even get my maths O level. This idea of the SNP going directly to the international bond market in its own right, which is going to be about investment in Scotland and the markets, the First Minister looked particularly pleased, and I think even the fact that it came right at the end of the speech, that shows it's really important. But can you give us any idea why it's going to be important?
It really does. Well, I did one module in international political economy at university, so I'm definitely not an expert in IPE at all. I would say it's important. I mean, it's not guesswork, but it's maybe an educated guess. But it's a big deal for Scotland to be able to interact with any kind of international body or international organisation in its own right, because the majority of the time, spots in those kind of organisations are reserved for sovereign nations. So for Scotland to be a part of a bigger union, but then be able to take part and go to the International Bonds Organisation in its own right, that's, you know, it's a big deal, and I would imagine there will be a huge amount of diplomacy linked behind that, because, you know, there may be states that have sub-regions and that want their own independence. It's difficult. That's always an argument made about EU membership, is would Spain allow a seceded Scotland to enter because of Catalonia? So I'm sure that those kinds of debates haven't not been raised, if that makes sense. Apologies for the double negative. But that's why I would think it's such a big deal, because Scotland, not yet being an independent sovereign nation, to be able to go to international organisations is a big expression of self-determination. So it will be a very big thing for Scotland on the international stage. Yeah.
Does it mean that the Scottish Government would be able to borrow money?
Dropped out again.
Oh, well, I wonder if it means it's
Linda.
the Scottish.
Linda.
So we've lost Saoirse again. I hazard a guess that this bond market situation is connected to some of the things that an independent country, newly independent country, would have to do, like setting up its own currency, setting up its own national bank. And I was wondering, though, in the meantime, if it would mean that the Scottish Government could perhaps borrow money, which it can't at the moment. Although I think if that was the case, the First Minister would probably have said that outright. He would have probably said, we will now be able to borrow money and spend it on things that Westminster is not funding adequately. So perhaps that's second stage, phase 2. I'm just going to go back through the other items in the list and see what there is. I know what to do. We could talk about something else that went on this morning. Today, it seemed to me when I was looking at the resolutions that today was mostly about social welfare, and it was about social care, and very high among that was women's health, and there was a debate about the condition endometriosis, which apparently can go undetected and for quite a long time, and then by the time you find out that you have it, then it's caused a lot of damage, and you might have to get a hysterectomy. So that's one condition that was highlighted and is going to be specifically targeted and given more money, and is going to be moving up the chain. I'm thinking that we might be able to get back to Saoirse.
I think I'm back.
Hi,
I'm back.
Saoirse.
I hope you caught the end of. It was really just the tail end of my point earlier, so it's kind of
We did.
cut out at the right time, maybe.
We did. We caught everything that you said. I mean, you said you're not an expert, but you used an acronym. Was it on IPE or IBE? What does that stand?
IPE, yeah, International Political Economy.
Okay, well, that kind of catapults you into expert status as far as I'm concerned. I was hoping to ask you, do you think this the new status of Scotland and with the bond markets, does that mean that Scotland will now be able to, or when it happens, will the Scottish Government be able to borrow money on the international markets? Do you think?
I think the bond market, I will preface this, I definitely could be wrong, but I think it means that it can get foreign direct investment from other countries rather than loans. You would need an expert to clarify that, but I don't think Scotland will be able to take out international loans because it's not the World Bank and it's not the other one, the World Bank. There's a second one.
Is it the IMF, the International Monetary Fund?
Yes, yeah, IMF. So the IMF and the World Bank tend to be where countries get their loans from, whereas from what Humza was saying, it seems like the bond organisation is about securing investment in Scotland.
So it would mean it would make it easier for Scotland to go to like Japanese car companies or whatever, and try and attract their business. Okay.
Yeah.
What about?
I think so.
I was surmising while the line was down that today the resolutions seem to be mostly about social welfare, social care, and women's health. Forgive me. The resolution about endometriosis. Is that intentional, do you think, or again, maybe did you get to see some of the debates? Did any of them stand out particularly for you?
Well, I think not even today. I think over the last 3 days, there's been like a really big trend, almost of a theme of kind of social justice and social welfare being like a really core tenet of the conference. So, like on day one, from the very start, we had about inclusive citizenship, about asylum seekers, about for carers, disabled people, endometriosis, access to abortions, women's health care, so many things that are so important. And I mean, this could be slightly cynical of me. I think obviously they're very important issues, and that's why the Scottish Government are touching on them, and that's why they're at the forefront of SNP policy. But at the same time, it's very clever because these are the exact issues that are being ignored by Conservative and by Labour. And or if they are being talked about, it's not a popular opinion. And, you know, they're rolling back social welfare. You've seen the incredibly regressive asylum policies, citizenship policies that are not popular at all. So for the SNP to be proposing all of these, you know, great social welfare programs, incredible strives in, you know, social justice, it's excellent, but it's also quite a smart political move, I would say.
Yeah, these all seem like classic SNP areas, you know, or policy. You've been interviewing party members for the past 3 days now. Were any of your interviews that particularly stood out for you, or have you learned anything that you didn't know before?
I've definitely learned a lot. I feel like I've, at some point they kind of all blur into one because there's been so many back to back, but there's definitely been a lot of standouts. Oh God, the people's names are very difficult, but I interviewed a French member of the party, Monsieur Hollande, I can't remember his first name, apologies, but he had a really interesting perspective on, you know, what it means to be Scottish. And I think because I'm originally from England, he's originally from France, it was quite like a nice little chat about, you know, how nice it is to be in Scotland and how inclusive and warm and friendly the people are and everything like that. So that was really nice. And then, you know, we spoke to Reen, the leader of Plaid Cymru, which was a bit crazy, but it was really nice to chat to him. Really nice guy. So that was definitely kind of, wow, that was standout interview, because it was kind of, oh wow, what am I doing here? What are you doing here? And then, I'm trying to think of else. Lots of sitting MPs and MSPs. Deputy Leader Keith Brown, we interviewed him after the speech. Again, yeah, so it was kind of a mix of, you know, quite high-profile people, and I was just like, oh, wow, this is crazy. And then also just really interesting conversations with party members, young people. It's been a busy old couple of days.
You're a star, Saoirse. Thank you. What about, is there anything that isn't or wasn't in the First Minister's speech that you think should be there? I mean, I'm thinking land reform. There wasn't really any mention of that.
Speech. Well, I mean, it was pretty packed. You know, I think he only would have had X amount of time, so I think he definitely wanted to kind of hammer in the key talking points and, you know, the things that are going to end up on Twitter, because obviously a big part of the speech is going to be what can be sound-bited. And, you know, the mark of a good speech is that you can't tell where they've kind of predetermined, oh, that's going to be the 30-second soundbite for TikTok. But, sorry, I've lost my train of thought. But yeah, so it was a very packed speech. So I'm trying to think of what wasn't in there. But I think he hit the general themes of the conference: social justice, what can the SNP do, why. I mean, land reform would not be something that I would even be like, ah, that's missing, so that's very eagle-eyed of you. Yeah, no, I would say kind of covered most things.
Okay, and there was quite a lot of big numbers put about in the speech as well, wasn't it? I mean, the fact that there's council tax is going to be frozen next year, I think that's, during a cost of living crisis, that's going to go down very well. He said there's going to be £100 million to cut NHS waiting lists, which is, when that's added, that's going to be an additional £300 million investment. He talked about urban rejuvenation, money going into projects in Aberdeen, as well as, you know, other places like Glasgow and Dundee. Feel free to stop me on any of these. Then there was the Just Transition Fund, a 5-year plan to give a £500 million wind farm a supply chain anchored in Scotland, which I think is going to help not only just with the climate crisis, but also with the it's an economic what do they call it? The transition to renewables. Survivors of domestic...
Money for the arts, that was a big one.
Money for the arts, yeah, because there have been a lot of people complaining about cuts in funding to arts organisations.
Yeah.
So that he's listened to them. Survivors of domestic abuse, the fund to leave, I thought was really interesting. And because we were watching it live, I wasn't able to find out if there's anything like that in any other countries. Have you ever heard about anything like that
I have to
elsewhere?
say that was a standout for me when I was watching the speech. I've not heard of any policy, definitely not on these islands, definitely not in the UK. I'm sure other countries will have something of the like, but I'm not aware of that policy being like widely used. And to be honest, I wasn't expecting it. I was really happy to like see that go through, because I think that's something that a lot of governments and administrations don't pay enough attention to, like some of the most vulnerable people. And you know, one of the most common arguments are, oh, if you're being abused, why don't you just leave? And I think it's a recognition that it isn't that simple, and for the government to actually, you know, take a stand and say, no, we understand how difficult it is to leave an abusive situation. We want to help, and we are going to do our best to help. I think that that's really admirable policy, and I was very impressed to see something like that included in the speech. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, and there was a tiny hint in these. He didn't say that it wouldn't be gender specific. This is going to be a pilot scheme, but I would expect it. I would be surprised if it was gender specific. But we also have to say, as a man, the vast majority of domestic abuse is caused by men. So. Yeah, I think that's.
Yeah, I would definitely. I especially. You know, the Scottish Government has been very inclusive when it comes to changing like gendered language within legislation about, you know, using phrases like people who have periods instead of women and everything like that. So I would be very surprised if the government, you know, lock itself onto this money is for women rather than this money is for people who are being abused or people who are in a domestic abuse situation. So I definitely don't think that they will, you know, hitch their carriage onto it being particularly gender specific, because there's quite, you know, it wouldn't track with the kind of young modern voter.
The only reason I raise it is because I'm just always conscious sitting here as a white, stale male, talking about something that really affects women mostly. I just feel, you know, it's only right and proper to flag up that it's men that are usually the problem. And then immigration. I thought this was a good example of the First Minister when he said that the SNP's approach now is going to be about no longer about the how of independence, but the why, because he linked immigration and the Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, directly to policies that are come to Scotland out of Westminster, the Tory party and the Tory government in Westminster. And he said, this is going to be our chance to, he said, good riddance to the Tory, the hostile environment will be gone for good in an independent Scotland. So that seemed like a good example of the why rather than the how, no?
Absolutely. Absolutely, and I think that there was such a nice focus on inclusivity and inclusive citizenship and, you know, being open to refugees, particularly when he was talking about Gaza and the refugees that are to come and treating injured Gazans and Palestinians in Scotland and being open. And this is not something that we've seen from Westminster or from many other countries. Not many other countries have come out and said that they will actively accept refugees from Palestine. So hats off to him for that.
Thank you, Saoirse. I think we're going to let you go because you've got to pack up all your gear and travel back home to Glasgow. So thank you for everything.
Glasgow. Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Safe
Bye-bye.
journey. Safe journey. So that's it for Broadcasting Scotland's coverage of the SNP Conference 2023 from Aberdeen. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you found it informative. We've been getting thousands of views on our YouTube channel, so thank you for that. And after tomorrow, we'll be going back to normal with our Scotland at 7. So we hope to see you then. So thank you and good night.